that were part of the original Marxist-Leninists or the liberal left. The argument begins with nomenclature. The more orthodox communists do not believe that Maoism is an ism at all. The Maoists, in turn, call the mainstream parliamentary communists social fascists and accuse them of economism, basically, of gradually bargaining away the prospect of revolution. Each faction believes itself to be the only genuinely revolutionary Marxist party or political formation. Each believes the other has misinterpreted communist theory and misunderstood history. Anyone who isn't a card-carrying member of one or the other group will be able to see that none of them is entirely wrong or entirely right about what it says. But bitter splits, not unlike those in religious sects, are the natural corollary of the rigid conformity to the party line demanded by all communist parties. So they dip into a pool of insults that dates back to the Russian and Chinese revolutions, to the great debates between Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, to Chairman Mao's Red Book, and hurl them at each other. They accuse each other of the incorrect application of Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought, almost as though it's an ointment that's being rubbed in the wrong place. My earlier essay Walking with the Comrades landed directly in the flight path of this debate. It got its fair share of entertaining insults, which deserve a pamphlet of their own. Other than the debate about whether or not to enter electoral politics, the major disagreement between the various strands of communism in India centers around their reading of whether conditions in the country are ripe for revolution. Is the prairie ready for the fire, as Mao announced in China, or is it still too damp for the single spark to ignite it? The trouble is that India lives in several centuries simultaneously, so perhaps the prairie, that vast stretch of flat grassland, is the wrong analogy for India's social and political landscape. Maybe a Warren would be a better one. To arrive at a consensus about the timing of the revolution is probably impossible. So everybody marches to their own drumbeat. The CPI and the CPI-M have more or less postponed the revolution to the afterlife. For Charu Majumdar, founder of the Naxalite movement, it was meant to have happened 30 years ago. According to Ganapathy, current chief of the Maoists, it's about 50 years away. Today, 40 years after the Naxalbari uprising, the main charge against the Maoists by the parliamentary left continues to be what it always was. They are accused of suffering from what Lenin called an infantile disorder, of substituting mass politics with militarism, and of not having worked at building a genuinely revolutionary proletariat. They are seen as having contempt for the urban working class, of being an ideologically ossified force that can only function as a frog on the back of innocent, read primitive, jungle-dwelling tribal people who, according to orthodox Marxists, have no real revolutionary potential. This is not the place perhaps to debate a vision that says people have to first become wage earners, enslaved to a centralized industrial system, before they can be considered revolutionary. The charge that the Maoists are irrelevant to urban working class movements, to the Dalit movement, to the plight of farmers and agricultural workers outside the forests is true. There is no doubt that the Maoists' militarized politics makes it almost impossible for it to function in places where there is no forest cover. However, it could equally be argued that the major communist parties have managed to survive in the mainstream only by compromising their ideologies so drastically that it is impossible to tell the difference between them and other bourgeois political parties anymore. It could be argued that the smaller factions that have remained relatively uncompromised have managed to do so because they do not pose a threat to anybody. Whatever their faults or achievements as bourgeois parties, few would associate the word revolutionary with the CPI or CPI-M anymore. The CPI does play a role in some of the struggles against mining companies in Orissa. But even in their chosen sphere of influence, they cannot claim to have done a great service to the proletariat they say they represent. Apart from their traditional bastions in Kerala and West Bengal, both of which they are losing their grip over, they have very little presence in any other part of the country, urban or rural, forest or plains. They have run their trade unions into the ground. They have not been able to stanch the massive job losses and the virtual disbanding of the formal workforce that mechanization and the new economic policies have caused. They have not been able to prevent the systematic dismantling of workers' rights. They have managed to alienate themselves almost completely from Adivasi and Dalit communities. In Kerala, many would say they have done a better job than other political parties, but their 30-year rule in West Bengal has left that state in ruins. The repression they unleashed in Nandigram and Singur, and now against the Adivasis of Jangal Mahal, will probably drive them out of power for a few years. Only for as long as it takes Mamata Banerjee to prove that she is not the vessel into which people should pour their hopes. Still, while listing a litany of their sins, it must be said that the demise of the mainstream communist parties is not something to be celebrated. At least not unless it makes way for a new, more vital and genuinely left movement in India. The Maoists, in their current as well as earlier avatars, have had a different political trajectory. The redistribution of land, by violent means if necessary, was always the centerpiece of their political activity. They have been completely unsuccessful in that endeavor. But their militant interventions, in which thousands of their cadre as well as ordinary people paid with their lives, shone a light on the deeply embedded structural injustice of Indian society. If nothing else, from the time of the Telangana movement, which in some ways was a precursor to the uprising in Naxalbari, the Naxalite movement, for all its faults, sparked an anger about being exploited and a desire for self-respect in some of the most oppressed communities. In West Bengal, it led to Operation Barga. A bargadar is a sharecropper, and to a far lesser extent in Andhra Pradesh, it shamed governments into carrying out some land reform. Even today, all the talk about uneven development and exploitation of tribal areas by the Prime Minister, the government's plans to transfer joint forest management funds from the Forest Department directly to the Gram Panchayats, the Planning Commission's announcement that it will allocate Rs 14,000 crore, $3 billion, for tribal development, has come as a strategy to defuse the Maoist menace. If those funds do end up benefiting the Adivasi community, instead of being siphoned away by middlemen, then the menace surely ought to be given some credit. Though the Maoists have virtually no political presence outside forested areas, they do have a presence, an increasingly sympathetic one, in the popular imagination as a party that stands up for the poor against the intimidation and bullying of the state. If Operation Green Hunt eventually becomes an outright war instead of a subconventional one, if ordinary Adivasis start dying in huge numbers, that sympathy could ignite in unexpected ways. Among the most serious charges leveled against the Maoists is that its leaders have a vested interest in keeping people poor and illiterate in order to retain their hold on them. Critics ask why, after working in areas like Dandakaranya for 30 years, they still do not run schools and clinics, why they don't have check dams and advanced agriculture, and why people were still dying of malaria and malnutrition. Good question. But it ignores the reality of what it means to be a banned organization whose members, even if they are doctors or teachers, are liable to be shot on sight. It would be more useful to direct the same question to the government of India that has none of these constraints. Why is it that in tribal areas that are not overrun by Maoists, there are no schools, no hospitals, no check dams? Why do people in Chhattisgarh suffer from such acute malnutrition that doctors have begun to call it nutritional AIDS because of the effect it has on the human immune system? In their censored chapter in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj report, A.J. Dandekar and Chitrangada Chowdhury, no fans of the Maoists, they call the party ideology brutal and cynical, right? So the Maoists today have a dual effect on the ground in Pesa areas. By virtue of the gun they wield, they are able to evoke some fear in the administration at the village/block/district level. They consequently prevent the common villagers' powerlessness over the neglect or violation of protective laws like PESA, for example, warning a lady, who might be demanding bribes in return for fulfilling the duty mandated to him under the Forest Rights Act, a trader who might be paying an exploitative rate for forest produce, or a contractor who is violating the minimum wage. The party has also done an immense amount of rural development work, such as mobilizing community labor for farm ponds, rainwater harvesting and land conservation works in the Dandakaranya region, which villagers testified had improved their crops and improved their food security situation. 5. In their recently published empirical analysis of the working of the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, NREGA, in 200 Maoist-affected districts in Orissa, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand, which appeared in the Economic and Political Weekly, authors Kaustaf Banerjee and Partha Saha say. The field survey revealed that the charge that the Maoists have been blocking developmental schemes does not seem to hold much ground. In fact, Bastar seems to be doing much better in terms of NREGA than some other areas. On top of that, the wage struggles, the enforcement of minimum wages can be traced back to the wage struggles led by the Maoists in that area. A clear result that we came across is the doubling of the wage rates for tendul leaf collection in most Maoist areas. Also, the Maoists have been encouraging the conduct of social audits since this helps in the creation of a new kind of democratic practice hitherto unseen in India. 6. Implicit in much of the debate around Maoists is the old, patronizing tendency to cast the masses, the Adivasi people in this case, in the role of the dim-witted horde, completely controlled by a handful of wicked outsiders. One university professor, a well-known Maoist baiter, accused the leaders of the party of being parasites preying on poor Adivasis. To bolster his case, he compared the lack of development in Dandakaranya to the prosperity in Kerala. After suggesting that the non-Adivasi leaders were all cowards hiding safely in the forest, he appealed to all Adivasi Maoist guerrillas and village militia to surrender before a panel of middle-class Gandhian activists, hand-picked by him. He called for the non-Adivasi leadership to be tried for war crimes. Why non-Adivasi Gandhians are acceptable, but not non-Adivasi Maoists, he did not say. There is something very disturbing about this inability to credit ordinary people with being capable of weighing the odds and making their own decisions. In Orissa, for instance, there are a number of diverse struggles being waged by unarmed resistance movements which often have sharp differences with each other. And yet between them all, they have managed to temporarily stop some major corporations from being able to proceed with their projects: the Tatas in Kalinganagar, POSCO in Jagatsinghpur, Vedanta in Nyamgirai. Unlike in Bastar, where they control territory and are well entrenched, the Maoists tend to use Orissa only as a corridor for their squads to pass through. As the security forces are closing in on people and ratcheting up the repression, they have to think very seriously about the pros and cons of involving the Maoists into their struggles. Will its armed squads stay and fight the state repression that will inevitably follow a Maoist action? Or will they retreat and leave unarmed people to deal with police terror? Activists and ordinary people, falsely accused of being Maoists, are already being jailed. Many have been killed in cold blood. But a tense uneasy dance continues between the unarmed resistance movements and the CPI, Maoist. On occasion, the party has done irresponsible things, which have led to horrible consequences for ordinary people. In 2006, at the height of the tension between the Dalit and Adivasi communities in Kandhamal district, the Maoists shot dead Laxmanananda Saraswati, leader of the Vishva Hindu Parishad, a fascist outfit of proselytizers, working among Adivasis to bring them back into the Hindu fold. After the murder, enraged Kandha tribals who had been recently converted to Hinduism were encouraged to go on a rampage. Almost 400 villages were convulsed with anti-Christian violence. 54 Panadalit Christians were killed, more than 200 churches burnt, tens of thousands had to flee their homes. Many still live in camps, unable to return. A somewhat different, but equally dangerous situation is brewing in Narayanputna and Koraput, districts where the Chaisimulya Adivasi San, which the police say is a Maoist front, is fighting to restore land to Adivasis that was illegally appropriated by local money lenders and liquor dealers, many of them Dalit. These areas are reeling under police terror, with hundreds of Adivasis thrown in Koraput jail and thousands living in the forests, afraid to go home. People who live in situations like this do not simply take instructions from a handful of ideologues who appear out of nowhere waving guns. Their decisions of what strategies to employ take into account a whole host of considerations: the history of the struggle, the nature of the repression, the urgency of the situation, and the landscape in which their struggle is taking place. The decision of whether to be a Gandhian or a Maoist, militant or peaceful, or a bit of both, like in Nandigram, is not always a moral or ideological one. Quite often, it's a tactical one. Gandhian satyagraha, for example, is a kind of political theatre. In order for it to be effective, it needs a sympathetic audience, which villagers deep in the forest do not have. When a posse of 800 policemen lay a cordon around a forest village at night and begin to burn houses and shoot people, will a hunger strike help? Can starving people go on a hunger strike? And do hunger strikes work when they are not on TV? Equally, guerrilla warfare is a strategy that villages in the plains, with no cover for tactical retreat, cannot afford. Fortunately, people are capable of breaking through ideological categories, and of being Gandhian in Yantar Mantar, militant in the plains and guerrilla fighters in the forest without necessarily suffering from a crisis of identity. The strength of the insurrection in India is its diversity, not uniformity. Since the government has expanded its definition of Maoist to include anybody who opposes it, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the Maoists have moved to center stage. However, their doctrinal inflexibility, their reputed inability to countenance dissent, to work with other political formations and, most of all, their single-minded, grim, military imagination makes them too small to fill the giant pair of boots that is currently on offer. When I met Comrade Rupi in the forest, the first thing the techie whiz did after greeting me was to ask about an interview with me published soon after the Maoists had attacked Rani Badalai, a girls' school in Dantewada that had been turned into a police camp. More than 50 policemen and special police officers were killed. "We were glad," she said, "that you refused to condemn our Rani Badalai attack, but then in the same interview you said that if the Maoists ever come to power, the first person we would hang would probably be you. Why did you say that? Why do you think we're like that?" I was settling into my long answer, but we were distracted. I would probably have started with Stalin's purges, in which millions of ordinary people and almost half of the 75,000 Red Army officers were either jailed or shot, and 98 out of 139 Central Committee members were arrested, and gone on to the huge price people paid for China's Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, and might have ended with the Petamalapuram incident in Andhra Pradesh, when the Maoists, in its previous avatar as People's War, killed the village sarpanch and assaulted women activists for refusing to obey their call to boycott elections. Coming back to the question, who can fill that giant pair of boots? Perhaps it cannot, and should not be, a single pair of feet. Sometimes it seems very much as though those who have a radical vision for a newer, better world do not have the steel it takes to resist the military onslaught, and those who have the steel do not have the vision. Right now, the Maoists are the most militant end of a bandwidth of resistance movements fighting an assault on Adivasi homelands by a cartel of mining and infrastructure companies. To deduce from this that the CPI, Maoist, is in principle a party with a new way of thinking about development or the environment might be a little far-fetched. The one reassuring sign is that it has cautiously said that it is against big dams. If it means what it says, that alone would automatically lead to a radically different development model. For a political party that is widely seen as opposing the onslaught of corporate mining, the Maoists' policy, and practice, on mining remains pretty woolly. In several places where people are fighting mining companies, there is a persistent view that the Maoists are not averse to allowing mining and mining-related infrastructure projects to go ahead as long as they are given protection money. From interviews and statements made by their senior leaders on the subject of mining, what emerges is just a sort of "we'll do a better job" approach. They vaguely promise environmentally sustainable mining, higher royalties, better resettlement for the displaced, and higher stakes for the stakeholders. The present Minister for Mining and Mineral Resources, too, thinking along the same lines, stood up in Parliament and promised that 26% of the profits from mining would go into tribal development. What a feast that will be for the pigs at the trough! But let's take a brief look at the star attraction in the mining belt, the several $1 trillion worth of bauxite. There is no environmentally sustainable way of mining bauxite and processing it into aluminum. It's a highly toxic process that has been exported out of their own environments by most Western countries. To produce 1 ton of aluminum, you need about 6 tons of bauxite, more than 1,000 tons of water, and a massive amount of electricity. For that amount of captive water and electricity, you need big dams, which, as we know, come with their own cycle of cataclysmic destruction. Last of all, the big question: what is the aluminum for? Where is it going? Aluminum is the principal ingredient in the weapons industry for other countries' weapons industries. Given this, what would a sane, sustainable mining policy be? Suppose, for the sake of argument, the CPI, Maoist, was given control of the so-called Red Corridor, the tribal homeland with its riches of uranium, bauxite, limestone, dolomite, coal, tin, granite, marble. How would it go about the business of policy-making and governance? Would it mine minerals to put on the market in order to create revenue, build infrastructure, and expand its operations? Or would it mine only enough to meet people's basic needs? How would it define basic needs? For instance, would nuclear weapons be a basic need in a Maoist nation-state? Judging from what is happening in Russia and China and even Vietnam, eventually communist and capitalist societies have one thing in common: the DNA of their dreams. After their revolutions, after building socialist societies that millions of workers and peasants paid for with their lives, both countries now have unbridled capitalist economies. For them, too, the ability to consume has become the yardstick by which progress is measured. For this kind of progress you need industry. To feed the industry you need a steady supply of raw material. For that you need mines, dams, domination, colonies, war. Old powers are waning, new ones rising. Same story, different characters: rich countries plundering poor ones. Yesterday, it was Europe and America, today it's India and China. Maybe tomorrow it'll be Africa. Will there be a tomorrow? Perhaps it's too late to ask, but hope has little to do with reason. Can we expect that an alternative to what looks like certain death for the planet will come from the imagination that has brought about this crisis in the first place? It seems unlikely. The alternative, if there is one, will emerge from the places and the people who have resisted the hegemonic impulse of capitalism and imperialism instead of being co-opted by it. Here in India, even in the midst of all the violence and greed, there is still immense hope. If anyone can do it, we can do it. We still have a population that has not yet been completely colonized by that consumerist dream. We have a living tradition of those who have struggled for Gandhi's vision of sustainability and self-reliance, for socialist ideas of egalitarianism and social justice. We have Ambedkar's vision, which challenges the Gandhians as well as the socialists in serious ways. We have the most spectacular coalition of resistance movements with experience, understanding, and vision. Most important of all, India has a surviving Adivasi population of almost 100 million. They are the ones who still know the secrets of sustainable living. If they disappear, they will take those secrets with them. Wars like Operation Green Hunt will make them disappear. So victory for the prosecutors of these wars will contain within itself the seeds of destruction, not just for Adivasis, but eventually, for the human race. That's why the war in central India is so important. That's why we need a real and urgent conversation between all those political formations that are resisting this war. The day capitalism is forced to tolerate non-capitalist societies in its midst and to acknowledge limits in its quest for domination, the day it is forced to recognize that its supply of raw material will not be endless, is the day when change will come. If there is any hope for the world at all, it does not live in climate change conference rooms or in cities with tall buildings. It lives low, down on the ground, with its arms around the people who go to battle every day to protect their forests, their mountains, and their rivers, because they know that the forests, the mountains, and the rivers protect them. The first step toward reimagining a world gone terribly wrong would be to stop the annihilation of those who have a different imagination, an imagination that is outside of capitalism as well as communism. An imagination that has an altogether different understanding of what constitutes happiness and fulfillment. To gain this philosophical space, it is necessary to concede some physical space for the survival of those who may look like the keepers of our past, but who may really be the guides to our future. To do this, we have to ask our rulers, can you leave the water in the rivers? The trees in the forest? Can you leave the bauxite in the mountain? If they say they cannot, then perhaps they should stop preaching morality to the victims of their wars. First published in Outlook, September 20, 2010. Kashmir's Fruits of Discord. A week before he was elected in 2008, President Obama said that solving the dispute over Kashmir's struggle for self-determination, which has led to 3 wars between India and Pakistan since 1947, would be among his critical tasks. His remarks were greeted with consternation in India, and he has said almost nothing about Kashmir since then. But on Monday, November 8, 2010, during his visit here, he pleased his hosts immensely by saying the United States would not intervene in Kashmir and announcing his support for India's seat on the UN Security Council. 2 While he spoke eloquently about threats of terrorism, he kept quiet about human rights abuses in Kashmir. Whether Obama decides to change his position on Kashmir again depends on several factors: how the war in Afghanistan is going, how much help the United States needs from Pakistan, and whether the government of India goes aircraft shopping this winter. An order for 10 Boeing C-17 Globemaster III aircraft, worth $5.8 billion, among other huge business deals in the pipeline, may ensure the president's silence. But neither Obama's silence nor his intervention is likely to make the people in Kashmir drop the stones in their hands. I was in Kashmir 10 days ago, in that beautiful valley on the Pakistani border, home to 3 great civilizations: Islamic, Hindu, and Buddhist. It's a valley of myth and history. Some believe that Jesus died there, others that Moses went there to find the lost tribe. Millions worship at the Hazrat Bal shrine, where a few days a year a hair of the Prophet Muhammad is displayed to believers. Now Kashmir, caught between the influence of militant Islam from Pakistan and Afghanistan, America's interests in the region, and Indian nationalism, which is becoming increasingly aggressive and Hinduized, is considered a nuclear flashpoint. It is patrolled by more than 500,000 soldiers and has become the most highly militarized zone in the world. The atmosphere on the highway between Kashmir's capital, Srinagar, and my destination, the little apple town of Shopian in the south, was tense. Groups of soldiers were deployed along the highway, in the orchards, in the fields, on the rooftops, and outside shops in the little market squares. Despite months of curfew, the stone pelters calling for Azadi, freedom, inspired by the Palestinian Intifada, were out again. Some stretches of the highway were covered with so many of these stones that you needed an SUV to drive over them. Fortunately, the friends I was with knew alternative routes down the back lanes and village roads. The long cut gave me the time to listen to their stories of this year's uprising. The youngest, still a boy, told us that when 3 of his friends were arrested for throwing stones, the police pulled out their fingernails, every nail, on both hands. For 3 years in a row now, Kashmiris have been in the streets protesting what they see as India's violent occupation. But the militant uprising against the Indian government that began with the support of Pakistan 20 years ago is in retreat. The Indian Army estimates that there are fewer than 500 militants operating in the Kashmir Valley today. The war has left 70,000 dead and tens of thousands debilitated by torture. Many thousands have disappeared. More than 200,000 Kashmiri Hindus have fled the valley. Though the number of militants has come down, the number of Indian soldiers deployed remains undiminished. But India's military domination ought not to be confused with a political victory. Ordinary people armed with nothing but their fury have risen up against the Indian security forces. A whole generation of young people who have grown up in a grid of checkpoints, bunkers, army camps, and interrogation centers, whose childhood was spent witnessing catch-and-kill operations, whose imaginations are imbued with spies, informers, unidentified gunmen, intelligence operatives, and rigged elections, has lost its patience as well as its fear. With an almost mad courage, Kashmir's young have faced down armed soldiers and taken back their streets. Since April, when the army killed 3 civilians and then passed them off as terrorists, masked stone throwers, most of them students, have brought life in Kashmir to a grinding halt. The Indian government has retaliated with bullets, curfew, and censorship. Just in the last few months, 111 people have been killed, most of them teenagers, more than 3,000 have been wounded and 1,000 arrested. But still they come out, the young, and throw stones. They don't seem to have leaders or belong to a political party. They represent themselves. And suddenly the second largest standing army in the world doesn't quite know what to do. The Indian government doesn't know with whom to negotiate. And many Indians are slowly realizing that they have been lied to for decades. The once solid consensus on Kashmir suddenly seems a little fragile. I was in a bit of trouble the morning we drove to Shopian. A few days earlier, at a public meeting in Delhi, I said that Kashmir was disputed territory, and, contrary to the Indian government's claims, it couldn't be called an integral part of India. Outraged politicians and news anchors demanded that I be arrested for sedition. The government, terrified of being seen as soft, issued threatening statements, and the situation escalated. Day after day, on prime-time news, I was being called a traitor, a white-collar terrorist, and several other names reserved for insubordinate women. But sitting in that car on the road to Shopian, listening to my friends, I could not bring myself to regret what I had said in Delhi. We were on our way to visit a man called Shakil Ahmed Ahanger. The previous day he had come all the way to Srinagar, where I had been staying, to press me, with an urgency that was hard to ignore, to visit Shopian. I first met Shakil in June 2009, only a few weeks after the bodies of Nilofar, his 22-year-old wife, and Asiya, his 17-year-old sister, were found lying 1,000 yards apart in a shallow stream in a high-security zone, a flood-lit area between army and state police camps. The first post-mortem report confirmed rape and murder. But then the system kicked in. New autopsy reports overturned the initial findings, and after the ugly business of exhuming the bodies, rape was ruled out. It was declared that in both cases the cause of death was drowning. 3 Protests shut Shopian down for 47 days, and the valley was convulsed with anger for months. Eventually, it looked as though the Indian government had managed to defuse the crisis. But the anger over the killings has magnified the intensity of this year's uprising. Shakil wanted us to visit him in Shopian because he was being threatened by the police for speaking out, and he hoped our visit would demonstrate that people even outside of Kashmir were looking out for him, that he was not alone. It was apple season in Kashmir, and as we approached Shopian we could see families in their orchards, busily packing apples into wooden crates in the slanting afternoon light. I worried that a couple of the little red-cheeked children who looked so much like apples themselves might be crated by mistake. The news of our visit had preceded us, and a small knot of people were waiting on the road. Shakil's house is on the edge of the graveyard where his wife and sister are buried. It was dark by the time we arrived, and there was a power failure. We sat in a semicircle around a lantern and listened to him tell the story we all knew so well. Other people entered the room. Other terrible stories poured out, ones that are not in human rights reports, stories about what happens to women who live in remote villages where there are more soldiers than civilians. Shakil's young son tumbled around in the darkness, moving from lap to lap. Soon he'll be old enough to understand what happened to his mother, Shakil said more than once. Just when we rose to leave, a messenger arrived to say that Shakil's father-in-law Nilofar's father was expecting us at his home. We sent our regrets. It was late and if we stayed longer it would be unsafe for us to drive back. Minutes after we said goodbye and crammed ourselves into the car, a friend's phone rang. It was a journalist colleague of his with news for me. The police are typing up the warrant. She's going to be arrested tonight. We drove in silence for a while, past truck after truck being loaded with apples. It's unlikely, my friend said finally. It's just psyops. But then, as we picked up speed on the highway, we were overtaken by a car full of men waving us down. 2 men on a motorcycle asked our driver to pull over. I steeled myself for what was coming. A man appeared at the car window. He had slanting emerald eyes and a salt and pepper beard that went halfway down his chest. He introduced himself as Abdul Hai, father of the murdered Nilofar. "How could I let you go without your apples?" he said. The bikers started loading 2 crates of apples into the back of our car. Then Abdul Hai reached into a pocket of his worn brown cloak and brought out an egg. He placed it in my palm and folded my fingers over it. And then he placed another in my other hand. The eggs were still warm. "God bless and keep you," he said, and walked away into the dark. What greater reward could a writer want? I wasn't arrested that night. Instead, in what is becoming a common political strategy, officials outsourced their displeasure to the mob. A few days after I returned home, the women's wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the right-wing Hindu nationalist opposition, staged a demonstration outside my house, calling for my arrest. Television vans arrived in advance to broadcast the event live. The murderous Bajrang Dal, a militant Hindu group that in 2002 spearheaded attacks against Muslims in Gujarat in which 2,000 people were killed, have announced that they are going to teach me a lesson with all the means at their disposal, including by filing criminal charges against me in different courts across the country. 4. Indian nationalists and the government seem to believe that they can fortify their idea of a resurgent India with a combination of bullying and Boeing airplanes. But they don't understand the subversive strength of warm-boiled eggs. First published in the New York Times, November 8, 2010. I'd rather not be Anna. While his means may be Gandhian, his demands are certainly not. If what we're watching on TV is indeed a revolution, then it has to be one of the more embarrassing and unintelligible ones of recent times. For now, whatever questions you may have about the Janlokpal Bill, People's Anti-Corruption Bill, here are the answers you are likely to get. Tick the box. A. Vande Mataram, I bow to thee, Mother. B. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, victory for Mother India. C. India is Anna, Anna is India. D. Jai Hind, Hail India. For completely different reasons, and in completely different ways, you could say that the Maoists and the Janlokpal Bill have one thing in common: they both seek the overthrow of the Indian state. One working from the bottom up, by means of an armed struggle, waged by a largely Adivasi army, made up of the poorest of the poor. The other from the top down, by means of a bloodless Gandhian coup, led by a freshly minted saint and an army of largely urban and certainly better off people. In this one, the government collaborates by doing everything it possibly can to overthrow itself. In April 2011, a few days into Anna Hazare's first fast unto death, searching for some way of distracting attention from the massive corruption scams that had battered its credibility, the government invited Team Anna, the brand name chosen by this civil society group, to be part of a joint drafting committee for a new anti-corruption law. 1 A few months down the line it abandoned that effort and tabled its own bill in Parliament, a bill so flawed that it was impossible to take seriously. Then, on August 16, the morning of his second fast unto death, before he had begun his fast or committed any legal offence, Anna Hazare was arrested and jailed. The struggle for the implementation of the Janlokpal Bill now coalesced into a struggle for the right to protest, the struggle for democracy itself. Within hours of this second freedom struggle, Anna was released. Cannily, he refused to leave prison but remained in the Tihar jail as an honoured guest, where he began a fast, demanding the right to fast in a public place. For 3 days, while crowds and television vans gathered outside, members of Team Anna whizzed in and out of the high-security prison, carrying out his video messages to be broadcast on national TV on all channels. Which other person would be granted this luxury? Meanwhile, 250 employees of the Municipal Commission of Delhi, 15 trucks and 6 earth movers worked around the clock to ready the slushy Ramlila grounds for the grand weekend spectacle. Now, waited upon hand and foot, watched over by chanting crowds and crane-mounted cameras, attended to by India's most expensive doctors, the third phase of Anna's fast to the death has begun. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, India is one, the TV anchors tell us. 2. While his means may be Gandhian, Anna Hazare's demands are certainly not. Contrary to Gandhiji's ideas about the decentralization of power, the Janlokpal Bill is a draconian anti-corruption law, in which a panel of carefully chosen people will administer a giant bureaucracy, with thousands of employees, with the power to police everybody from the Prime Minister, the judiciary, members of Parliament, and all of the bureaucracy, down to the lowest government official. The LPL will have the powers of investigation, surveillance, and prosecution. Except for the fact that it won't have its own prisons, it will function as an independent administration, meant to counter the bloated, unaccountable, corrupt one that we already have. 2 oligarchies, instead of just one. Whether it works or not depends on how we view corruption. Is corruption just a matter of legality, of financial irregularity and bribery, or is it the currency of a social transaction in an egregiously unequal society, in which power continues to be concentrated in the hands of a smaller and smaller minority? Imagine, for example, a city of shopping malls, on whose streets hawking has been banned. A hawker pays the local beat cop and the man from the municipality a small bribe to break the law and sell her wares to those who cannot afford the prices in the malls. Is that such a terrible thing? In the future, will she have to pay the local representative, too? Does the solution to the problems faced by ordinary people lie in addressing the structural inequality or in creating yet another power structure that people will have to defer to? Meanwhile, the props and the choreography, the aggressive nationalism and flag-waving of Anna's revolution are all borrowed from the anti-reservation protests, the World Cup victory parade, and the celebration of the nuclear tests. They signal to us that if we do not support the fast, we are not true Indians. The 24-hour channels have decided that there is no other news in the country worth reporting. The fast of course doesn't mean Iram Sharmila's fast that has lasted for more than 10 years, she's being force-fed now, against the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, which allows soldiers in Manipur to kill merely on suspicion. It does not mean the relay hunger fast that is going on by 10,000 villagers in Kudankulam protesting against the nuclear power plant. The people does not mean the Manipuris who support Iram Sharmila's fast. Nor does it mean the thousands who are facing down armed policemen and mining mafias in Jagatsinghpur or Kalinganagar or Nyamgirai, or Bastar, or Jadapur. Nor do we mean the victims of the Bhopal gas leak, or the people displaced by dams in the Narmada Valley. Nor do we mean the farmers in the New Okala Industrial Development Area, or Pune, or Haryana or elsewhere in the country, resisting the takeover of the land. The people means only the audience that has gathered to watch the spectacle of a 74-year-old man threatening to starve himself to death if his Jan Lokpal bill is not tabled and passed by Parliament. The people are the tens of thousands who have been miraculously multiplied into millions by our TV channels, as Christ multiplied the fishes and loaves to feed the hungry. A billion voices have spoken, we're told. India is Anna. Who is he really, this new saint, this voice of the people? Oddly enough, we've heard him say nothing about things of urgent concern. Nothing about the farmers' suicides in his neighborhood or about Operation Green Hunt farther away. Nothing about Singur, Nandigram, Lalgurha, nothing about POSCO, about farmers' agitations or the blight of special economic zones. He doesn't seem to have a view about the government's plans to deploy the Indian Army in the forests of central India. He does, however, support Raj Thackeray's Marathi Manu's xenophobia and has praised the development model of Gujarat's chief minister, who oversaw the 2002 pogrom against Muslims. Anna withdrew that statement after a public outcry, but presumably not his admiration. 3. Despite the din, sober journalists have gone about doing what journalists do. We now have the backstory about Anna's old relationship with the right-wing Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. 4. We have heard from Mukul Sharma, who has studied Anna's village community in Ralagan Sidhai, where there have been no Gram Panchayat or cooperative society elections in the last 25 years. We know about Anna's attitude to Harijans. It was Mahatma Gandhi's vision that every village should have one Kamar, one Sunar, one Kumhar and so on. They should all do their work according to their role and occupation, and in this way, a village will be self-dependent. This is what we are practicing in Ralagan Sidhai. 5. Is it surprising that members of Team Anna have also been associated with Youth for Equality, the anti-reservation, pro-merit, movement? The campaign is being handled by people who run a clutch of generously funded NGOs whose donors include Coca-Cola and the Lehman Brothers. Kabir, run by Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, key figures in Team Anna, has received $400,000 from the Ford Foundation in the last 3 years. 6 Among contributors to the India Against Corruption campaign, there are Indian companies and foundations that own aluminum plants, build ports and special economic zones, run real estate businesses, and are closely connected to politicians who oversee financial empires that run into thousands of crores of rupees, hundreds of millions of dollars. Some of them are currently being investigated for corruption and other crimes. Why are they all so enthusiastic? Remember, the campaign for the Jan Lokpal bill gathered steam around the same time as embarrassing revelations by WikiLeaks and a series of scams, including the 2G Spectrum scam, broke, in which major corporations, senior journalists, and government ministers and politicians from the Congress as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party seem to have colluded in various ways, as hundreds of thousands of crores of rupees were being siphoned off from the public exchequer. For the first time in years, journalist lobbyists were disgraced, and it seemed as if some major captains of corporate India could actually end up in prison. Perfect timing for a people's anti-corruption agitation. Or was it? At a time when the state is withdrawing from its traditional duties and corporations and NGOs are taking over government functions, water supply, electricity, transport, telecommunications, mining, health, education, at a time when the corporate-owned media with its terrifying power and reach is trying to control the public imagination, one would think that these institutions, the corporations, the media, and the NGOs would be included in the jurisdiction of Lokpal bill. Instead, the proposed bill leaves them out completely. Now, by shouting louder than everyone else, by pushing a campaign that is hammering away at the theme of evil politicians and government corruption, they have very cleverly let themselves off the hook. Worse, by demonizing only the government, they have built themselves a pulpit from which to call for the further withdrawal of the state from the public sphere and for a second round of reforms, more privatization, more access to public infrastructure and India's natural resources. It may not be long before corporate corruption is made legal and renamed a lobbying fee. Will the 830 million people living on 20 rupees, 40 cents, a day really benefit from the strengthening of a set of policies that is impoverishing them and driving this country to civil war? This awful crisis has been forged out of the utter failure of India's representative democracy, in which the legislatures are made up of criminals and millionaire politicians who have ceased to represent its people. In which not a single democratic institution is accessible to ordinary people. Do not be fooled by the flag waving. We're watching India being carved up in a war for suzerainty that is as deadly as any battle being waged by the warlords of Afghanistan, only with much, much more at stake. First published in The Hindu, August 21, 2011, and Outlook, August 22, 2011. Speech to the People's University. Yesterday morning the police cleared Zuccotti Park, but today the people are back. The police should know that this protest is not a battle for territory. We're not fighting for the right to occupy a park here or there. We are fighting for justice. Justice, not just for the people of the United States, but for everybody. What you have achieved since September 17, when the Occupy movement began in the United States, is to introduce a new imagination, a new political language, into the heart of empire. You have reintroduced the right to dream into a system that tried to turn everybody into zombies, mesmerized into equating mindless consumerism with happiness and fulfillment. As a writer, let me tell you, this is an immense achievement. I cannot thank you enough. We were talking about justice. Today, as we speak, the Army of the United States is waging a war of occupation in Iraq and Afghanistan. US drones are killing civilians in Pakistan and beyond. Tens of thousands of US troops and death squads are moving into Africa. If spending trillions of dollars of your money to administer occupations in Iraq and Afghanistan is not enough, a war against Iran is being talked up. Ever since the Great Depression, the manufacture of weapons and the export of war have been key ways in which the United States has stimulated its economy. Just recently, under President Obama, the United States made a $60 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia, one it hopes to sell thousands of bunker busters to the United Arab Emirates. It has sold $5 billion worth of military aircraft to my country, India, my country, which has more poor people than all the poorest countries of Africa put together. To all these wars, from the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to Vietnam, Korea, Latin America, have claimed millions of lives. All of them fought to secure the American way of life. Today we know that the American way of life, the model that the rest of the world is meant to aspire toward, has resulted in 400 people owning the wealth of half of the population of the United States. It has meant thousands of people being turned out of their homes and jobs while the U.S. government bailed out banks and corporations. American International Group, AIG, alone was given $182 billion. The Indian government worships U.S. economic policy. As a result of 20 years of the free market economy, today 100 of India's richest people own assets worth 1/4 of the country's GDP, while more than 80% of the people live on less than 50 cents a day. 250,000 farmers driven into a spiral of death have committed suicide. 4 We call this progress and now think of ourselves as a superpower. Like you, we are well qualified, we have nuclear bombs and obscene inequality. The good news is that people have had enough and are not going to take it anymore. The Occupy movement has joined thousands of other resistance movements all over the world in which the poorest of people are standing up and stopping the richest corporations in their tracks. Few of us dreamed that we would see you, the people of the United States, on our side, trying to do this in the heart of empire. I don't know how to communicate the enormity of what this means. They, the 1%, say that we don't have demands. They don't know, perhaps, that our anger alone would be enough to destroy them. But here are some things, a few pre-revolutionary thoughts I had for us to think about together. We want to put a lid on this system that manufactures inequality. We want to put a cap on the unfettered accumulation of wealth and property by individuals as well as corporations. As Capists and Luddites, we demand 1. An end to cross-ownership in businesses. For example, weapons manufacturers cannot own TV stations, mining corporations cannot run newspapers, business houses cannot fund universities, drug companies cannot control public health funds. 2. Natural resources and essential infrastructure, water supply, electricity, health, and education cannot be privatized. 3. Everybody must have the right to shelter, education, and health care. 4. The children of the rich cannot inherit their parents' wealth. This struggle has reawakened our imagination. Somewhere along the way, capitalism reduced the idea of justice to mean just human rights, and the idea of dreaming of equality became blasphemous. We are not fighting to tinker with reforming a system that needs to be replaced. As a Capist and a Luddite, I salute your struggle. Salam and Zindabad. November 16, 2011, Washington Square Park, New York City. First published in The Guardian, November 17, 2011. Capitalism, a ghost story. Is it a house or a home? A temple to the new India or a warehouse for its ghosts? Ever since Antilla arrived on Altamount Road in Mumbai, exuding mystery and quiet menace, things have not been the same. Here we are, the friend who took me there said. Pay your respects to our new ruler. Antilla belongs to India's richest man, Mukesh Ambani. I'd read about this most expensive dwelling ever built, the 27 floors, 3 helipads, 9 lifts, hanging gardens, ballrooms, weather rooms, gymnasiums, 6 floors of parking, and 600 servants. Nothing had prepared me for the vertical lawn, a soaring, 27-story high wall of grass attached to a vast metal grid. The grass was dry in patches, bits had fallen off in neat rectangles. Clearly, trickle-down hadn't worked. But gush-up certainly has. That's why in a nation of 1.2 billion, India's 100 richest people own assets equivalent to 1/4 of the GDP. 1. The word on the street, and in the New York Times, is, or at least was, that after all that effort and gardening, the Ambanis don't live in Antilla. 2 No one knows for sure. People still whisper about ghosts and bad luck, Vastu, and Feng Shui. Maybe it's all Karl Marx's fault. All that cussing. Capitalism, he said, has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, that it is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the netherworld whom he has called up by his spells. 3. In India, the 300 million of us who belong to the new, post-International Monetary Fund, IMF, reforms middle class the market life side by side with spirits of the netherworld, the poltergeists of dead rivers, dry wells, bald mountains, and denuded forests, the ghosts of 250,000 debt-ridden farmers who have killed themselves and the 800 million who have been impoverished and dispossessed to make way for us. 4 And who survive on less than 20 Indian rupees, 40 cents, a day. 5. Mukesh Ambani is personally worth $20 billion. 6 He holds a majority controlling share in Reliance Industries Limited, RIL, a company with a market capitalization of $47 billion and global business interests that include petrochemicals, oil, natural gas, polyester fiber, special economic zones, fresh food retail, high schools, life sciences research, and stem cell storage services. RIL recently bought 95% shares in Infotel, a TV consortium that controls 27 TV news and entertainment channels, including CNN-IBN, IBN Live, CNBC, IBN Lokmat, and ETV in almost every regional language. 7 Infotel owns the only nationwide license for 4G broadband, a high-speed information pipeline, which, if the technology works, could be the future of information exchange. 8 Mr. Ambani also owns a cricket team. RIL is one of a handful of corporations that run India. Some of the others are the Tatas, Jindals, Vedanta, Mittals, Infosys, ESA, and the other Reliance Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group, ADAG, owned by Mukesh's brother Anil. Their race for growth has spilled across Europe, Central Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Their nets are cast wide, they are visible and invisible, overground as well as underground. The Tatas, for example, run more than 100 companies in 80 countries. They are one of India's oldest and largest private sector power companies. They own mines, gas fields, steel plants, telephone and cable TV and broadband networks, and they run whole townships. They manufacture cars and trucks and own the Taj Hotel chain, Jaguar, Land Rover, Daewoo, Tetley Tea, a publishing company, a chain of bookstores, a major brand of iodized salt, and the cosmetics giant Lakme. Their advertising tagline could easily be "You can't live without us." According to the rules of the Gush Up Gospel, the more you have, the more you can have. The era of the privatization of everything has made the Indian economy one of the fastest growing in the world. However, as with any good old-fashioned colony, one of its main exports is its minerals. India's new megacorporations, Tatas, Jindals, ESA, Reliance, and Sterlite, are those that have managed to muscle their way to the head of the spigot that is spewing money extracted from deep inside the earth. 9 It's a dream come true for businessmen to be able to sell what they don't have to buy. The other major source of corporate wealth comes from their land banks. All over the world, weak, corrupt local governments have helped Wall Street brokers, agribusiness corporations, and Chinese billionaires to amass huge tracts of land. This entails commandeering water, too. In India, the land of millions of people is being acquired and handed over to private corporations for public interest for special economic zones, infrastructure projects, dams, highways, car manufacture, chemical hubs, and Formula One racing. 10 The sanctity of private property never applies to the poor. As always, local people are promised that their displacement from their land and the expropriation of everything they ever had is actually part of employment generation. But by now we know that the connection between GDP growth and jobs is a myth. After 20 years of growth, 60% of India's workforce is self-employed, and 90% of India's labour force works in the unorganised sector. 11 Post-independence, right up to the 1980s, people's movements, ranging from the Naxalites to Jayaprakash Narayan's Sampoorna Kranti, were fighting for land reforms, for the redistribution of land from feudal landlords to landless peasants. Today any talk of redistribution of land or wealth would be considered not just undemocratic but lunatic. Even the most militant movements have been reduced to a fight to hold on to what little land people still have. The millions of landless people, the majority of them Dalits and Adivasis, driven from their villages, living in slums and shanty colonies in small towns and megacities, do not figure even in the radical discourse. As gush-up concentrates wealth onto the tip of a shining pin on which our billionaires pirouette, tidal waves of money crash through the institutions of democracy, the courts, the parliament as well as the media, seriously compromising their ability to function in the ways they are meant to. The noisier the carnival around elections, the less sure we are that democracy really exists. Each new corruption scandal that surfaces in India makes the last one look tame. In the summer of 2011, the 2G spectrum scandal broke. We learned that corporations had siphoned away $40 billion of public money by installing a friendly soul as the Minister of Communications and Information, who grossly underpriced the licenses for 2G telecom spectrums and illegally auctioned them to his buddies. The taped telephone conversations leaked to the press showed how a network of industrialists and their front companies, ministers, senior journalists, and a TV anchor were involved in facilitating this daylight robbery. The tapes were just an MRI that confirmed a diagnosis that people had made long ago. The privatization and illegal sale of telecom spectrum does not involve war, displacement, and ecological devastation. The privatization of India's mountains, rivers, and forests does. Perhaps because it does not have the uncomplicated clarity of a straightforward, out-and-out accounting scandal, or perhaps because it is all being done in the name of India's progress, it does not have the same resonance with the middle classes. In 2005, the state governments of Chhattisgarh, Orissa, and Jharkhand signed hundreds of memorandums of understanding with a number of private corporations, turning over trillions of dollars of bauxite, iron ore, and other minerals for a pittance, defying even the warped logic of the free market. Royalties to the government ranged between 0.5% and 7%, 12 days after the Chhattisgarh government signed a Memorandum of Understanding for the construction of an integrated steel plant in Bastar with Tata Steel, the Salwajudam, a vigilante militia, was inaugurated. The government said it was a spontaneous uprising of local people who were fed up with repression by Maoist guerrillas in the forest. It turned out to be a ground-clearing operation, funded and armed by the government and subsidized by mining corporations. In the other states, similar militias were created, with other names. The Prime Minister announced the Maoists were the single largest security challenge in India. It was a declaration of war. 13. On January 2, 2006, in Kalinganagar, in the neighbouring state of Orissa, perhaps to signal the seriousness of the government's intention, 10 platoons of police arrived at the site of another Tata Steel plant and opened fire on villagers who had gathered there to protest what they felt was inadequate compensation for their land. 13 people, including 1 policeman, were killed and 37 injured. 14 years have gone by, and though the villages remain under siege by armed policemen, the protest has not died. Meanwhile, in Chhattisgarh, the Salwajudam burned, raped, and murdered its way through hundreds of forest villages, evacuating 600 villages and forcing 50,000 people to come out into police camps and 350,000 people to flee. 15 The Chief Minister announced that those who did not come out of the forests would be considered Maoist terrorists. In this way, in parts of modern India, ploughing fields and sowing seed came to be defined as terrorist activity. Eventually, the Salwajudam's atrocities succeeded only in strengthening the resistance and swelling the ranks of the Maoist guerrilla army. In 2009, the government announced what it called Operation Green Hunt. 200,000 paramilitary troops were deployed across Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. 16. After 3 years of low-intensity conflict that has not managed to flush the rebels out of the forest, the central government has declared that it will deploy the Indian Army and Air Force. 17 In India, we don't call this war. We call it creating a good investment climate. Thousands of soldiers have already moved in. A brigade headquarters and air bases are being readied. One of the biggest armies in the world is now preparing its terms of engagement to defend itself against the poorest, hungriest, most malnourished people in the world. We only await the declaration of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, which will give the Army legal impunity and the right to kill on suspicion. Going by the tens of thousands of unmarked graves and anonymous cremation pyres in Kashmir, Manipur, and Nagaland, we might judge it to be a very suspicious army indeed. 18. While the preparations for deployment are being made, the jungles of central India remain under siege, with villagers frightened to come out or to go to the market for food or medicine. Hundreds of people have been jailed, charged with being Maoists under draconian, undemocratic laws. Prisons are crowded with Adivasi people, many of whom have no idea what their crime is. Recently, Soni Sorai, an Adivasi schoolteacher from Bastar, was arrested and tortured in police custody. Stones were pushed up her vagina to get her to confess that she was a Maoist courier. The stones were removed from her body at a hospital in Calcutta, where, after a public outcry, she was sent for a medical checkup. At a recent Supreme Court hearing, activists presented the judges with the stones in a plastic bag. The only outcome of their efforts has been that Soni Sorai remains in jail, while Ankit Garg, the superintendent of police who conducted the interrogation, was conferred the President's Police Medal for gallantry on Republic Day. 19. We hear about the ecological and social re-engineering of central India only because of the mass insurrection and the war. The government gives out no information. The memorandums of understanding are all secret. Some sections of the media have done what they could to bring public attention to what is happening in central India. However, most of the Indian mass media is made vulnerable by the fact that the major share of their revenues come from corporate advertisements. If that is not bad enough, now the line between the media and big business has begun to blur dangerously. As we have seen, RIL virtually owns 27 TV channels. But the reverse is also true. Some media houses now have direct business and corporate interests. For example, one of the major daily newspapers in the region, Dainik Bhaskar, and it is only one example, has 17.5 million readers in 4 languages, including English and Hindi, across 13 states. It also owns 69 companies with interests in mining, power generation, real estate, and textiles. A recent writ petition filed in the Chhattisgarh High Court accuses DB Power Ltd., one of the group's companies, of using deliberate, illegal, and manipulative measures through company-owned newspapers to influence the outcome of a public hearing over an open-cast coal mine. 20 Whether or not it has attempted to influence the outcome is not germane. The point is that media houses are in a position to do so. They have the power to do so. The laws of the land allow them to be in a position that lends itself to a serious conflict of interest. There are other parts of the country from which no news comes. In the sparsely populated but militarized northeastern state of Arunachal Pradesh, 168 big dams are being constructed, most of them privately owned. 21 High dams that will submerge whole districts are being constructed in Manipur and Kashmir, both highly militarized states where people can be killed merely for protesting power cuts. That happened a few weeks ago in Kashmir. 22 How can they stop a dam? The most delusional dam of all is the Kalpasar in Gujarat. It is being planned as a 34-kilometer-long dam across the Gulf of Kambat with a 10-lane highway and a railway line running on top of it. The idea is to keep out the seawater and create a sweet water reservoir of Gujarat's rivers. Never mind that these rivers have already been dammed to a trickle and poisoned with chemical effluent. The Kalpasar Dam, which would raise the sea level and alter the ecology of hundreds of kilometers of coastline, was the cause of serious concerns among scientists in a 2007 report. 23 It has made a sudden comeback in order to supply water to the Dollara Special Investment Region, SIR, in one of the most water-stressed zones not just in India but in the world. SIR is another name for a special economic zone, a self-governed corporate dystopia of industrial parks, townships, and megacities. The Dollara SIR is going to be connected to Gujarat's other cities by a network of 10-lane highways. Where will the money for all this come from? In January 2011 in the Mahatma Gandhi Mandir, Gujarat's Chief Minister Narendra Modi presided over a meeting of 10,000 international businessmen from 100 countries. According to media reports, they pledged to invest $450 billion in Gujarat. The meeting was deliberately scheduled to take place on the 10th anniversary of the massacre of 2,000 Muslims in February 2002. Modi stands accused of not just condoning but actively abetting the killing. People who watched their loved ones being raped, eviscerated, and burned alive, the tens of thousands who were driven from their homes, still wait for a gesture toward justice. But Modi has traded in his saffron scarf and vermilion forehead for a sharp business suit and hopes that a $450 billion investment will work as blood money and square the books. 24 Perhaps it will. Big business is backing him enthusiastically. The algebra of infinite justice works in mysterious ways. The dollarisser is only one of the smaller Matryoshka dolls, one of the inner ones in the dystopia that is being planned. It will be connected to the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, DMIC, a 1,500 km long and 300 km wide corridor with 9 mega-industrial zones, a high-speed freight line, 3 seaports, 6 airports, a 6-lane intersection-free expressway, and a 4,000 megawatt power plant. The DMIC is a collaborative venture between the governments of India and Japan and their respective corporate partners, and has been proposed by the McKinsey Global Institute. The DMIC website says that approximately 180 million people will be affected by the project. Exactly how, it doesn't say. It envisages the building of several new cities and estimates that the population in the region will grow from the current 231 million to 314 million by 2019. That's in 7 years' time. When was the last time a state, despot, or dictator carried out a population transfer of millions of people? Can it possibly be a peaceful process? The Indian Army might need to go on a recruitment drive so that it's not taken unawares when it is ordered to deploy all over India. In preparation for its role in central India, it publicly released its updated Doctrine of Military Psychological Operations, which outlines a planned process of conveying a message to a select target audience, to promote particular themes that result in desired attitudes and behavior, which affect the achievement of political and military objectives of the country. This process of perception management, it said, would be conducted by using media available to the services. 25. The Army is experienced enough to know that coercive force alone cannot carry out or manage social engineering on the scale that is envisaged by India's planners. War against the poor is one thing. But for the rest of us, the middle class, white-collar workers, intellectuals, opinion makers, it has to be perception management. And for this we must turn our attention to the exquisite art of corporate philanthropy. Of late, the main mining conglomerates have embraced the arts, film, art installations, and the rush of literary festivals that have replaced the 1990s obsession with beauty contests. Vedanta, currently mining the heart out of the homelands of the ancient Dongriakan tribe for bauxite, is sponsoring a Creating Happiness film competition for young film students whom it has commissioned to make films on sustainable development. Vedanta's tagline is Mining Happiness. The Jindal Group brings out a contemporary art magazine and supports some of India's major artists, who naturally work with stainless steel. ESA was the principal sponsor of the Tehelka Newsweek Think Fest that promised high-octane debates by the foremost thinkers from around the world, which included major writers, activists, and even the architect Frank Gehry. 26. All this in Goa, where activists and journalists were uncovering massive illegal mining scandals, and ESA's part in the war unfolding in Bastar was emerging. 27. Tata Steel and Rio Tinto, which has a sordid track record of its own, were among the chief sponsors of the Jaipur Literary Festival, Latin name, Darshan Singh Construction Jaipur Literary Festival, which is advertised by the Conoscenti as the greatest literary show on earth. Councilage, the Tata's strategic brand manager, sponsored the festival's press tent. Many of the world's best and brightest writers gathered in Jaipur to discuss love, literature, politics, and Sufi poetry. Some tried to defend Salman Rushdie's right to free speech by reading from his proscribed book, The Satanic Verses. In every TV frame and newspaper photograph, the logo of Tata Steel, and its tagline, "Values stronger than steel," loomed behind them, a benign, benevolent host. The enemies of free speech were the supposedly murderous Muslim mobs, who, the festival organizers told us, could have even harmed the school children gathered there. We are witness to how helpless the Indian government and the police can be when it comes to Muslims. Yes, the hardline Darul Uloom Deobandi Islamic Seminary did protest Rushdies being invited to the festival. Yes, some Islamists did gather at the festival venue to protest, and yes, outrageously, the state government did nothing to protect the venue. That's because the whole episode had as much to do with democracy, vote banks, and the Uttar Pradesh elections as it did with Islamist fundamentalism. But the battle for free speech against Islamist fundamentalism made it to the world's newspapers. It is important that it did. But there were hardly any reports about the festival sponsors' role in the war in the forests, the bodies piling up, the prisons filling up. Or about the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and the Chhattisgarh Special Public Security Act, which make even thinking an anti-government thought a cognizable offence. Or about the mandatory public hearing for the Tata Steel plant in Lohandaguda, which local people complained actually took place hundreds of miles away in Jagdalpur, in the collector's office compound, with a hired audience of 50 people, under armed guard. Point 28. Where was free speech then? No one mentioned Kalinganagar. No one mentioned that journalists, academics, and filmmakers working on subjects unpopular with the Indian government, like the surreptitious part it played in the genocide of Tamils in the war in Sri Lanka, or the recently discovered unmarked graves in Kashmir, were being denied visas or deported straight from the airport. Point 29. But which of us sinners was going to cast the first stone? Not me, who lives off royalties from corporate publishing houses. We all watch Tata Sky. We surf the net with Tata Photon, we ride in Tata taxis, we stay in Tata hotels, sip our Tata tea in Tata bone china, and stir it with teaspoons made of Tata steel. We buy Tata books in Tata bookshops. Hum Tata ka namak kadi hein. We're under siege. If the sledgehammer of moral purity is to be the criteria for stone throwing, then the only people who qualify are those who have been silenced already. Those who live outside the system, the outlaws in the forests, or those whose protests are never covered by the press, or the well-behaved dispossessed, who go from tribunal to tribunal, bearing witness, giving testimony. But the Litfest gave us our aha moment. Oprah came. Point 30. She said she loved India, that she would come again and again. It made us proud. This is only the burlesque end of the exquisite art. Though the Tatas have been involved with corporate philanthropy for almost 100 years now, endowing scholarships and running some excellent educational institutes and hospitals, Indian corporations have only recently been invited into the Star Chamber, the Camera Stellata, the brightly lit world of global corporate government, deadly for its adversaries but otherwise so artful that you barely know it's there. What follows in this essay might appear to some to be a somewhat harsh critique. On the other hand, in the tradition of honoring one's adversaries, it could be read as an acknowledgement of the vision, flexibility, sophistication, and unwavering determination of those who have dedicated their lives to keeping the world safe for capitalism. Their enthralling history, which has faded from contemporary memory, began in the United States in the early 20th century when, kitted out legally in the form of endowed foundations, corporate philanthropy began to replace missionary activity as capitalism's and imperialism's road opening and systems maintenance patrol. 31. Among the first foundations to be set up in the United States were the Carnegie Corporation, endowed in 1911 by profits from Carnegie Steel Company, and the Rockefeller Foundation, endowed in 1914 by J.D. Rockefeller, founder of Standard Oil Company. The Tatas and Ambanis of their time. Some of the institutions financed, given seed money, or supported by the Rockefeller Foundation are the United Nations, the CIA, the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, New York's most fabulous Museum of Modern Art, and, of course, the Rockefeller Center in New York, where Diego Rivera's mural had to be blasted off the wall because it mischievously depicted reprobate capitalists and a valiant Lenin. Free speech had taken the day off. Rockefeller was America's first billionaire and the world's richest man. He was an abolitionist, a supporter of Abraham Lincoln, and a teetotaler. He believed his money was given to him by God, which must have been nice for him. 32. Here are a few verses from one of Pablo Neruda's early poems called Standard Oil Company. Their obese emperors from New York are suave smiling assassins who buy silk, nylon, cigars. Petty tyrants and dictators. They buy countries, people, seas, police, county councils. Distant regions where the poor hoard their corn. Like misers their gold. Standard Oil awakens them. Clothes them in uniforms, designates which brother is the enemy. The Paraguayan fights its war. And the Bolivian wastes away in the jungle with its machine gun. A president assassinated for a drop of petroleum. A million-acre mortgage. A swift execution on a morning mortal with light, petrified. A new prison camp for subversives. In Patagonia, a betrayal, scattered shots. Beneath a petroliferous moon. A subtle change of ministers. In the capital, a whisper. Like an oil tide. And zap, you'll see how Standard Oil's letters shine above the clouds. Above the seas, in your home. Illuminating their dominions. 33. When corporate endowed foundations first made their appearance in the United States, there was a fierce debate about their provenance, legality, and lack of accountability. People suggested that if companies had so much surplus money, they should raise the wages of their workers. People made these outrageous suggestions in those days, even in America. The idea of these foundations, so ordinary now, was in fact a leap of the business imagination. Non-tax-paying legal entities with massive resources and an almost unlimited brief, wholly unaccountable, wholly non-transparent. What better way to parlay economic wealth into political, social, and cultural capital, to turn money into power? What better way for usurers to use a minuscule percentage of their profits to run the world? How else would Bill Gates, who admittedly knows a thing or two about computers, find himself designing education, health, and agriculture policies, not just for the US government but for governments all over the world? 34. Over the years, as people witnessed some of the genuinely good work the foundations did, running public libraries, eradicating diseases, the direct connection between corporations and the foundations they endowed began to blur. Eventually, it faded altogether. Now even those who consider themselves left-wing are not shy to accept their largesse. By the 1920s, US capitalism had begun to look outward for raw materials and overseas markets. Foundations began to formulate the idea of global corporate governance. In 1924, the Rockefeller and Carnegie Foundations jointly created what is today the most powerful foreign policy pressure group in the world, the CFR, which later came to be funded by the Ford Foundation as well. By 1947, the newly created CIA was supported by and working closely with the CFR. Over the years, the CFR's membership has included 22 U.S. Secretaries of State. There were 5 CFR members in the 1943 steering committee that planned the United Nations, and an $8.5 million grant from J.D. Rockefeller bought the land on which the United Nations New York headquarters stands. 35. All 11 of the World Bank's presidents since 1946, men who have presented themselves as missionaries to the poor, have been members of the CFR. The exception was George Woods. And he was a trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation and vice president of Chase Manhattan Bank. 36. At Bretton Woods, the World Bank and IMF decided that the US dollar should be the reserve currency of the world, and that in order to enhance the penetration of global capital, it would be necessary to universalize and standardize business practices in an open marketplace. 37. It is toward that end that they spend a large amount of money promoting good governance, as long as they control the strings, the concept of the rule of law, provided they have a say in making the laws, and hundreds of anti-corruption programs, to streamline the system they put in place. 2 of the most opaque, unaccountable organizations in the world go about demanding transparency and accountability from the governments of poorer countries. Given that the World Bank has more or less directed the economic policies of the Third World, coercing and cracking open the market of country after country for global finance. You could say that corporate philanthropy has turned out to be the most visionary business of all time. Corporate endowed foundations administer, trade, and channel their power and place their chessmen on the chessboard through a system of elite clubs and think tanks, whose members overlap and move in and out through the revolving doors. Contrary to the various conspiracy theories in circulation, particularly among left-wing groups, there is nothing secret, satanic, or Freemason-like about this arrangement. It is not very different from the way corporations use shell companies and offshore accounts to transfer and administer their money, except that the currency is power, not money. The transnational equivalent of the CFR is the Trilateral Commission, set up in 1973 by David Rockefeller, former U.S. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, founder member of the Afghan Mujahideen, forefathers of the Taliban, the Chase Manhattan Bank, and some other private eminences. Its purpose was to create an enduring bond of friendship and cooperation between the elites of North America, Europe, and Japan. It has now become a pentalateral commission, because it includes members from China and India, Tarun Das of the CII, and R. Narayana Murthy, ex-CEO of Infosys, Jamshed N. Godrej, Managing Director of Godrej, Jamshed J. Irani, Director of Tata Sons, and Gautam Thapar, CEO of Avantha Group. 38. The Aspen Institute is an international club of local elites, businessmen, bureaucrats, and politicians, with franchises in several countries. Tarun Das is the president of the Aspen Institute, India. Gautam Thapar is chairman. Several senior officers of the McKinsey Global Institute, proposer of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, are members of the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, and the Aspen Institute. 39. The Ford Foundation, liberal foil to the more conservative Rockefeller Foundation, though the two work together constantly, was set up in 1936. Though it is often underplayed, the Ford Foundation has a very clear, well-defined ideology and works extremely closely with the U.S. State Department. Its project of deepening democracy and good governance is very much part of the Bretton Woods scheme of standardizing business practice and promoting efficiency in the free market. After World War II, when communists replaced fascists as the U.S. government's enemy number one, new kinds of institutions were needed to deal with the Cold War. Ford funded RAND, Research and Development Corporation, a military think tank that began with weapons research for the U.S. Defense Services. In 1952, to thwart the persistent communist effort to penetrate and disrupt free nations, it established the Fund for the Republic, which then morphed into the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, whose brief was to wage the Cold War intelligently, without McCarthyite excesses. 40. It is through this lens that we need to view the work that the Ford Foundation is doing with the millions of dollars it has invested in India, its funding of artists, filmmakers, and activists, its generous endowment of university courses and scholarships. The Ford Foundation's declared goals for the future of mankind include interventions in grassroots political movements locally and internationally. In the United States, it provided millions in grants and loans to support the credit union movement that was pioneered by the department store owner Edward Filene in 1919. Filene believed in creating a mass consumption society of consumer goods by giving workers affordable access to credit, a radical idea at the time. Actually, only half of a radical idea, because the other half of what Filene believed in was a more equitable distribution of national income. Capitalists seized on the first half of Filene's suggestion and, by dispersing affordable loans of tens of millions of dollars to working people, turned the U.S. working class into people who are permanently in debt, running to catch up with their lifestyles. 41. Many years later, this idea has trickled down to the impoverished countryside of Bangladesh when Mohammed Yunus and the Grameen Bank brought microcredit to starving peasants with disastrous consequences. The poor of the subcontinent have always lived in debt, in the merciless grip of the local village usurer the Bania. But microfinance has corporatized that, too. Microfinance companies in India are responsible for hundreds of suicides. 200 people in Andhra Pradesh in 2010 alone. A national daily recently published a suicide note by an 18-year-old girl who was forced to hand over her last 150 rupees, $3, her school fees, to bullying employees of the microfinance company. The note read, "Work hard and earn money. Do not take loans." 42. There's a lot of money in poverty, and a few Nobel Prizes, too. By the 1950s, the Rockefeller and Ford Foundations, funding several NGOs and international educational institutions, began to work as quasi-extensions of the U.S. government, which was at the time toppling democratically elected governments in Latin America, Iran, and Indonesia. That was also around the time it made its entry into India, then non-aligned but clearly tilting toward the Soviet Union. The Ford Foundation established a US-style economics course at the Indonesian University. Elite Indonesian students, trained in counterinsurgency by U.S. Army officers, played a crucial part in the 1965 CIA-backed coup in Indonesia that brought General Suharto to power. He repaid his mentors by slaughtering hundreds of thousands of communist rebels. 43. 20 years later, young Chilean students, who came to be known as the Chicago Boys, were taken to the United States to be trained in neoliberal economics by Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago, endowed by J.D. Rockefeller, in preparation for the 1973 CIA-backed coup that killed Salvador Allende and brought in General Pinochet and a reign of death squads, disappearances, and terror that lasted for 17 years. 44 Allende's crime was being a democratically elected socialist and nationalizing Chile's mines. In 1957, the Rockefeller Foundation established the Ramon Magsaysay Prize for Community Leaders in Asia. It was named after Ramon Magsaysay, President of the Philippines, a crucial ally in the U.S. campaign against communism in Southeast Asia. In 2000, the Ford Foundation established the Ramon Magsaysay Emergent Leadership Award. The Magsaysay Award is considered a prestigious award among artists, activists, and community workers in India. Ms. Subbulakshmi and Satyajit Ray won it, and so did Jayaprakash Narain and one of India's finest journalists, P. Sainath. But they did more for the Magsaysay Award than it did for them. In general, it has become a gentle arbiter of what kind of activism is acceptable and what is not. 45. Interestingly, Anna Hazaray's anti-corruption movement last summer was spearheaded by three Magsaysay Award winners: Anna Hazaray, Arvind Kejriwal, and Kiran Bedi. One of Arvind Kejriwal's many NGOs is generously funded by the Ford Foundation. Kiran Bedi's NGO is funded by Coca-Cola and Lehman Brothers. Though Anna Hazaray calls himself a Gandhian, the law he called for, the Jan-Lakpal Bill, was un-Gandhian, elitist, and dangerous. An around-the-clock corporate media campaign proclaimed him to be the voice of the people. Unlike the Occupy Wall Street movement in the United States, the Hazaray movement didn't breathe a word against privatization, corporate power, or economic reforms. On the contrary, its principal media backers successfully turned the spotlight away from massive corporate corruption scandals, which had exposed high-profile journalists, too, and used the public mauling of politicians to call for the further withdrawal of discretionary powers from government, for more reforms, more privatization. The World Bank issued a 2007 assessment from Washington saying the movement would dovetail with its good governance strategy. 46. In 2008, Anna Hazaray received a World Bank Award for Outstanding Public Service. 47. Like all good imperialists, the philanthropoids set themselves the task of creating and training an international cadre that believed that capitalism, and by extension the hegemony of the United States, was in their own self-interest, and who would therefore help to administer the global corporate government in the ways native elites had always served colonialism. So began the Foundation's foray into education and the arts, which would become their third sphere of influence, after foreign and domestic economic policy. They spent, and continue to spend, millions of dollars on academic institutions and pedagogy. Joan Roloffs, in her wonderful book Foundations and Public Policy, The Mask of Pluralism, describes how foundations remodeled the old ideas of how to teach political science and fashioned the disciplines of international and area studies. 48 This provided the U.S. intelligence and security services a pool of expertise in foreign languages and culture to recruit from. The CIA and U.S. State Department continue to work with students and professors in U.S. universities, raising serious questions about the ethics of scholarship. 49 The gathering of information to control people is fundamental to any ruling power. As resistance to land acquisition and the new economic policies spreads across India, in the shadow of outright war in central India, as a containment technique, India's government has embarked on a massive biometrics program, perhaps one of the most ambitious and expensive information gathering projects in the world. The Unique Identification Number, UID. People don't have clean drinking water, or toilets, or food, or money, but they will have election cards and UID numbers. Is it a coincidence that the UID project run by Nandan Nilekani, former CEO of Infosys, ostensibly meant to deliver services to the poor, will inject massive amounts of money into a slightly beleaguered IT industry, 50 to digitize a country with such a large population of the illegitimate and illegible people who are for the most part slum dwellers, hawkers, atavasis without land records will criminalize them, turning them from illegitimate to illegal. The idea is to pull off a digital version of the enclosure of the commons and put huge powers into the hands of an increasingly hardening police state. Nilekani's technocratic obsession with gathering data is consistent with Bill Gates's obsession with digital databases, numerical targets, and scorecards of progress, as though a lack of information is the cause of world hunger, and not colonialism, debt, and skewed profit-oriented corporate policy. 51 Corporate endowed foundations are the biggest funders of the social sciences and the arts, endowing courses and student scholarships in development studies, community studies, cultural studies, behavioral sciences, and human rights. 52 As U.S. universities opened their doors to international students, hundreds of thousands of students, children of the third world elite, poured in. Those who could not afford the fees were given scholarships. Today in countries like India and Pakistan, there is scarcely a family among the upper middle classes that does not have a child who has studied in the United States. From their ranks have come good scholars and academics, but also the prime ministers, finance ministers, economists, corporate lawyers, bankers, and bureaucrats who helped to open up the economies of their countries to global corporations. Scholars of the Foundation's friendly version of economics and political science were rewarded with fellowships, research funds, grants, endowments, and jobs. Those with Foundation-unfriendly views found themselves unfunded, marginalized, and ghettoized, their courses discontinued. Gradually, one particular imagination, a brittle, superficial pretense of tolerance and multiculturalism, that morphs into racism, rabid nationalism, ethnic chauvinism, or warmongering Islamophobia at a moment's notice, under the roof of a single overarching, very unplural economic ideology began to dominate the discourse. It did so to such an extent that it ceased to be perceived as an ideology at all. It became the default position, the natural way to be. It infiltrated normality and colonized ordinariness, and challenging it began to seem as absurd or as esoteric as challenging reality itself. From here it was a quick, easy step to there is no alternative. It is only now, thanks to the Occupy movement, that another language has appeared on U.S. streets and campuses. To see students with banners that say class war or we don't mind you being rich, but we mind you buying our government is, given the odds, almost a revolution in itself. 1 century after it began, corporate philanthropy is as much a part of our lives as Coca-Cola. There are now millions of non-profit organizations, many of them connected through a Byzantine financial maze to the larger foundations. Between them, this independent sector has assets worth nearly $450 billion. The largest of them is the Gates Foundation with $21 billion, followed by the Lilly Endowment, $16 billion, and the Ford Foundation, $15 billion. 53. As the IMF enforced structural adjustment and arm-twisted governments into cutting back on public spending on health, education, child care, and development, the NGOs moved in. 54 The privatization of everything has also meant the NGOization of everything. As jobs and livelihoods disappeared, NGOs have become an important source of employment, even for those who see them for what they are. And they are certainly not all bad. Of the millions of NGOs, some do remarkable, radical work, and it would be a travesty to tar all NGOs with the same brush. However, the corporate or foundation-endowed NGOs are global finance's way of buying into resistance movements, literally as shareholders buy shares in companies and then try to control them from within. They sit like nodes on the central nervous system, the pathways along which global finance flows. They work like transmitters, receivers, shock absorbers, alert to every impulse, careful never to annoy the governments of their host countries. The Ford Foundation requires the organizations it funds to sign a pledge to this effect. Inadvertently, and sometimes advertently, they serve as listening posts, their reports and workshops and other missionary activity feeding data into an increasingly aggressive system of surveillance of increasingly hardening states. The more troubled an area, the greater the numbers of NGOs in it. Mischievously, when India's government or sections of its corporate press want to run a smear campaign against a genuine people's movement, like the Narmada Bachao Andolan, or the protest against the Kudankulam nuclear reactor, they accuse these movements of being NGOs receiving foreign funding. They know very well that the mandate of most NGOs, in particular the well-funded ones, is to further the project of corporate globalization, not thwart it. Armed with their billions, these NGOs have waded into the world, turning potential revolutionaries into salaried activists, funding artists, intellectuals, and filmmakers, gently luring them away from radical confrontation, ushering them in the direction of multiculturalism, gender equity, community development, the discourse couched in the language of identity politics and human rights. The transformation of the idea of justice into the industry of human rights has been a conceptual coup in which NGOs and foundations have played a crucial part. The narrow focus of human rights enables an atrocity-based analysis in which the larger picture can be blocked out and both parties in a conflict, say for example the Maoists and the Indian government, or the Israeli army and Hamas, can both be admonished as human rights violators. The land grab by mining corporations and the history of the annexation of Palestinian land by the State of Israel then become footnotes with very little bearing on the discourse. This is not to suggest that human rights don't matter. They do, but they are not a good enough prism through which to view or remotely understand the great injustices in the world we live in. Another conceptual coup has to do with foundations' involvement with the feminist movement. Why do most official feminists and women's organizations in India keep a safe distance between themselves and organizations like, say, the 90,000-member Krantikari Adivasi Mahila Sangathan, Revolutionary Adivasi Women's Association, that is fighting patriarchy in its own communities and displacement by mining corporations in the Dandakaranya forest? Why is it that the dispossession and eviction of millions of women from land that they owned and worked is not seen as a feminist problem? The hiving off of the liberal feminist movement from grassroots anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist people's movements did not begin with the evil designs of foundations. It began with those movements' inability to adapt and accommodate the rapid radicalization of women that took place in the 1960s and 1970s. The foundations showed genius in recognizing and moving in to support and fund women's growing impatience with the violence and patriarchy in their traditional societies, as well as among even the supposedly progressive leaders of left movements. In a country like India, the schism also ran along the rural-urban divide. Most radical, anti-capitalist movements were located in the countryside, where patriarchy continued to rule the lives of women. Urban women activists who joined these movements, like the Naxalite movement, had been influenced and inspired by the Western feminist movement, and their own journeys toward liberation were often at odds with what their male leaders considered to be their duty, to fit in with the masses. Many women activists were not willing to wait any longer for the revolution in order to end the daily oppression and discrimination in their lives, including from their own comrades. They wanted gender equality to be an absolute, urgent, and non-negotiable part of the revolutionary process and not just a post-revolution promise. Intelligent, angry, and disillusioned women began to move away and look for other means of support and sustenance. As a result, by the late 1980s, around the time when the Indian markets were opened up, the liberal feminist movement in India had become inordinately NGOized. Many of these NGOs have done seminal work on queer rights, domestic violence, AIDS, and the rights of sex workers. But significantly, the liberal feminist movement has not been at the forefront of challenging the new economic policies, even though women have been the greatest sufferers. By manipulating the disbursement of the funds, the foundations have largely succeeded in circumscribing the range of what political activity should be. The funding briefs of NGOs now prescribe what counts as women's issues and what doesn't. The NGOization of the women's movement has also made Western liberal feminism, by virtue of its being the most funded brand, the standard bearer of what constitutes feminism. The battles, as usual, have been played out on women's bodies, extruding Botox at one end and burqas at the other. And then there are those who suffer the double whammy, Botox and the burqa. When, as happened recently in France, an attempt is made to coerce women out of the burqa rather than creating a situation in which a woman can choose what she wishes to do, it's not about liberating her but about unclothing her. It becomes an act of humiliation and cultural imperialism. Coercing a woman out of her burqa is as bad as coercing her into one. It's not about the burqa. It's about the coercion. Viewing gender in this way, shorn of social, political, and economic context, makes it an issue of identity, a battle of props and costumes. It's what allowed the US government to use Western feminist liberal groups as moral cover when it invaded Afghanistan in 2001. Afghan women were, and are, in terrible trouble under the Taliban. But dropping daisy cutters on them was not going to solve the problem. In the NGO universe, which has evolved a strange anodyne language of its own, everything has become a subject, a separate, professionalized, special interest issue. Community development, leadership development, human rights, health, education, reproductive rights, AIDS, orphans with AIDS have all been hermetically sealed into their own silos, each with its own elaborate and precise funding brief. Funding has fragmented solidarity in ways that repression never could. Poverty, too, like feminism, is often framed as an identity problem. As though the poor had not been created by injustice but are a lost tribe who just happen to exist and can be rescued in the short term by a system of grievance redressal, administered by NGOs on an individual, person-to-person basis, and whose long-term resurrection will come from good governance. Under the regime of global corporate capitalism, it goes without saying. Indian poverty, after a brief period in the wilderness while India shone, has made a comeback as an exotic identity in the arts, led from the front by films like Slumdog Millionaire. These stories about the poor, their amazing spirit and resilience, have no villains except the small ones who provide narrative tension and local color. The authors of these works are the contemporary world's equivalent of the early anthropologists, lauded and honored for working on the ground, for their brave journeys into the unknown. You rarely see the rich being examined in these ways. Having worked out how to manage governments, political parties, elections, courts, the media, and liberal opinion, the neoliberal establishment faced one more challenge: how to deal with growing unrest, the threat of people's power. How do you domesticate it? How do you turn protesters into pets? How do you vacuum up people's fury and redirect it into blind alleys? Here too, foundations and their allied organizations have a long and illustrious history. A revealing example is their role in defusing and de-radicalizing the Black civil rights movement in the United States in the 1960s and the successful transformation of Black power into Black capitalism. 55. The Rockefeller Foundation, in keeping with J.D. Rockefeller's ideals, had worked closely with Martin Luther King Sr., father of Martin Luther King Jr. But his influence waned with the rise of the more militant organizations, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panthers. The Ford and Rockefeller Foundations moved in. In 1970 they donated $15 million to moderate Black organizations, giving people grants, fellowships, scholarships, job training programs for dropouts, and seed money for black-owned businesses. 56 Repression, infighting, and the honey trap of funding led to the gradual atrophying of the radical black organizations. Martin Luther King Jr. made the forbidden connections between capitalism, imperialism, racism, and the Vietnam War. As a result, after he was assassinated, even his memory became toxic, a threat to public order. Foundations and corporations worked hard to remodel his legacy to fit a market-friendly format. The Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change, with an operational grant of $2 million, was set up by, among others, the Ford Motor Company, General Motors, Mobil, Western Electric, Procter & Gamble, U.S. Steel, and Monsanto. The center maintains the King Library and archives of the civil rights movement. Among the many programs the King Center runs have been projects that work closely with the United States Department of Defense, the Armed Forces Chaplains Board and others. 57 It co-sponsored the Martin Luther King Jr. lecture series called The Free Enterprise System, an Agent for Nonviolent Social Change. 58. Amen. A similar coup was carried out in the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa. In 1978 the Rockefeller Foundation organized a study commission on U.S. policy toward Southern Africa. The report warned of the growing influence of the Soviet Union on the African National Congress, ANC, and said that U.S. strategic and corporate interests, that is, access to South Africa's minerals, would be best served if there were genuine sharing of political power by all races. The foundations began to support the ANC. The ANC soon turned on the more radical organizations like Steve Biko's Black Consciousness Movement and more or less eliminated it. When Nelson Mandela took over as South Africa's first black president, he was canonized as a living saint, not just because he is a freedom fighter who spent 27 years in prison but also because he deferred completely to the Washington Consensus. Socialism disappeared from the ANC's agenda. South Africa's great peaceful transition, so praised and lauded, meant no land reforms, no demands for reparation, no nationalization of South Africa's mines. Instead there was privatization and structural adjustment. Mandela gave South Africa's highest civilian award, the Order of Good Hope, to his old friend and supporter General Suharto, the killer of communists in Indonesia. Today in South Africa, a clutch of Mercedes-driving former radicals and trade unionists rule the country. But that is more than enough to perpetuate the myth of black liberation. The rise of black power in the United States was an inspirational moment for the rise of a radical, progressive Dalit movement in India, with organizations like the Dalit Panthers mirroring the militant politics of the Black Panthers. But Dalit power, too, in not exactly the same but similar ways, has been fractured and diffused and, with plenty of help from right-wing Hindu organizations and the Ford Foundation, is well on its way to transforming into Dalit capitalism. Dalit Inc. ready to show business can beat caste, the Indian Express reported in December last year. It went on to quote a mentor of the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, "Getting the Prime Minister for a Dalit gathering is not difficult in our society. But for Dalit entrepreneurs, taking a photograph with Tata and Godrej over lunch and tea is an aspiration and proof that they have arrived," he said. 59 Given the situation in modern India, it would be casteist and reactionary to say that Dalit entrepreneurs oughtn't to have a place at the high table. But if this were to be the aspiration, the ideological framework of Dalit politics, it would be a great pity. And unlikely to help the 1 million Dalits who still earn a living off manual scavenging carrying human shit on their heads. Young Dalit scholars who accept grants from the Ford Foundation cannot be too harshly judged. Who else is offering them an opportunity to climb out of the cesspit of the Indian caste system? The shame as well as a large part of the blame for this turn of events also goes to India's communist movement, whose leaders continue to be predominantly upper caste. For years it has tried to force-fit the idea of caste into Marxist class analysis. It has failed miserably, in theory as well as practice. The rift between the Dalit community and the left began with a falling out between the visionary Dalit leader Bhimrao Ambedkar and S.A. Dange, trade unionist and founding member of the Communist Party of India. Dr. Ambedkar's disillusionment with the Communist Party began with the textile workers' strike in Mumbai in 1928, when he realized that despite all the rhetoric about working-class solidarity, the party did not find it objectionable that the untouchables were kept out of the weaving department, and qualified only for the lower-paid spinning department, because the work involved the use of saliva on the threads, which other castes considered polluting. Ambedkar realized that in a society where the Hindu scriptures institutionalize untouchability and inequality, the battle for untouchables, for social and civic rights, was too urgent to wait for the promised communist revolution. The rift between the Ambedkarites and the left has come at a great cost to both. It has meant that a great majority of the Dalit population, the backbone of the Indian working class, has pinned its hopes for deliverance and dignity on constitutionalism, capitalism, and political parties like the Bahujan Samaj Party, which practices an important, but in the long run stagnant, brand of identity politics. In the United States, as we have seen, corporate endowed foundations spawned the culture of NGOs. In India, targeted corporate philanthropy began in earnest in the 1990s, the era of the new economic policies. Membership in the Star Chamber doesn't come cheap. The Tata Group donated $50 million to that needy institution, the Harvard Business School, and another $50 million to Cornell University. Nandan Nilekani of Infosys and his wife Rohini donated $5 million as a startup endowment for the India Initiative at Yale. The Harvard Humanities Center is now the Mahindra Humanities Center, after it received its largest ever donation of $10 million from Anand Mahindra of the Mahindra Group. At home, the Jindal Group, with a major stake in mining, metals, and power, runs the Jindal Global Law School and will soon open the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy. The Ford Foundation runs a law school in the Congo. The New India Foundation, funded by Nandan Nilekani, financed by profits from Infosys, gives prizes and fellowships to social scientists. The Sitaram Jindal Foundation, endowed by the chairman and managing director of Jindal Aluminum Limited, has announced 5 annual cash prizes of 10 million rupees, $195,000, each, to be given to those working in rural development, poverty alleviation, education and moral uplift, environment, and peace and social harmony. The Observer Research Foundation, ORF, currently endowed by Mukesh Ambani, is cast in the mold of the Rockefeller Foundation. It has retired intelligence agents, strategic analysts, politicians, who pretend to rail against each other in parliament, journalists and policy makers as its research fellows and advisors. ORF's objectives seem straightforward enough, to help develop a consensus in favor of economic reforms, and to shape and influence public opinion, creating viable, alternative policy options in areas as divergent as employment generation in backward districts and real-time strategies to counter nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. 60. I was initially puzzled by the preoccupation with nuclear, biological, and chemical threats in ORF's stated objectives. But less so when, in the long list of its institutional partners, I found the names of Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, 2 of the world's leading weapons manufacturers. In 2007 Raytheon announced it was turning its attention to India. 61 Could it be that at least part of India's $32 billion annual defence budget will be spent on weapons, guided missiles, aircraft, warships, and surveillance equipment made by Raytheon and Lockheed Martin? Do we need weapons to fight wars? Or do we need wars to create a market for weapons? After all, the economies of Europe, the United States, and Israel depend hugely on their weapons industry. It's the one thing they haven't outsourced to China. In the new Cold War between the United States and China, India is being groomed to play the role Pakistan played as a US ally in the Cold War with Russia. And look what happened to Pakistan. Many of those columnists and strategic analysts who are playing up the hostilities between India and China, you'll see, can be traced back directly or indirectly to the Indo-American think tanks and foundations. Being a strategic partner of the United States does not mean that the heads of state make friendly phone calls to each other every now and then. It means collaboration, interference, at every level. It means hosting U.S. special forces on Indian soil. A Pentagon commander recently confirmed this to the BBC. It means sharing intelligence, altering agriculture and energy policies, opening up the health and education sectors to global investment. It means opening up retail. It means an unequal partnership in which India is being held close in a bear hug and waltzed around the floor by a partner who will incinerate her the moment she refuses to dance. In the list of ORF's institutional partners, you will also find the Rand Corporation, the Ford Foundation, the World Bank, the Brookings Institution, whose stated mission is to provide innovative and practical recommendations that advance three broad goals: strengthen American democracy, foster the economic and social welfare, security, and opportunity of all Americans, and secure a more open, safe, prosperous, and cooperative international system. You will also find the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation of Germany. Poor Rosa, who died for the cause of communism, to find her name on a list such as this one. Though capitalism is meant to be based on competition, those at the top of the food chain have also shown themselves to be capable of inclusiveness and solidarity. The great Western capitalists have done business with fascists, socialists, despots, and military dictators. They can adapt and constantly innovate. They are capable of quick thinking and immense tactical cunning. But despite having successfully powered through economic reforms, despite having waged wars and militarily occupied countries in order to put in place free market democracies, capitalism is going through a crisis whose gravity has not revealed itself completely yet. Marx said, "What the bourgeoisie therefore produces, above all, are its own grave diggers." Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. 62. The proletariat, as Marx saw it, has been under continuous assault. Factories have shut down, jobs have disappeared, trade unions have been disbanded. Over the years, those making up the proletariat have been pitted against each other in every possible way. In India it has been Hindu against Muslim, Hindu against Christian, Dalit against Adivasi, caste against caste, region against region. And yet all over the world they are fighting back. In China there are countless strikes and uprisings. In India the poorest people in the world have fought back to stop some of the richest corporations in their tracks. Capitalism is in crisis. Trickle-down failed. Now gush-up is in trouble too. The international financial meltdown is closing in. India's growth rate has plummeted to 6.9%. Foreign investment is pulling out. Major international corporations are sitting on huge piles of money, not sure where to invest it, not sure how the financial crisis will play out. This is a major, structural crack in the juggernaut of global capital. Capitalism's real grave diggers may end up being its own delusional cardinals, who have turned ideology into faith. Despite their strategic brilliance, they seem to have trouble grasping a simple fact: capitalism is destroying the planet. The two old tricks that dug it out of past crises, war and shopping, simply will not work. I stood outside Antilla for a long time watching the sun go down. I imagined that the tower was as deep as it was high. That it had a 27-story-long taproot, snaking around below the ground, hungrily sucking sustenance out of the earth, turning it into smoke and gold. Why did the Ambanis choose to call their building Antilla? Antilla is the name of a set of mythical islands whose story dates back to an 8th century Iberian legend. When the Muslims conquered Hispania, 6 Christian Visigothic bishops and their parishioners boarded ships and fled. After days, or maybe weeks, at sea, they arrived at the Isles of Antilla, where they decided to settle and raise a new civilization. They burned their boats to permanently sever their links to their barbarian-dominated homeland. By calling their tower Antilla, do the Ambanis hope to sever their links to the poverty and squalor of their homeland and raise a new civilization? Is this the final act of the most successful secessionist movement in India, the secession of the middle and upper classes into outer space? As night fell over Mumbai, guards in crisp linen shirts with crackling walkie-talkies appeared outside the forbidding gates of Antilla. The lights blazed on, to scare away the ghosts perhaps. The neighbors complain that Antilla's bright lights have stolen the night. Perhaps it's time for us to take back the night. First published in Outlook, March 26, 2012. A perfect day for democracy. Wasn't it? Yesterday, I mean. Spring announced itself in Delhi. The sun was out, and the law took its course. Just before breakfast, Afzal Guru, prime accused in the 2001 Parliament attack, was secretly hanged, and his body was interred in Tihar jail. 1 Was he buried next to Makbul Butt? The other Kashmiri who was hanged in Tihar in 1984. Kashmiris will mark that anniversary tomorrow. Afzal's wife and son were not informed. The authorities intimated the family through speed post and registered post, the Home Secretary told the press. The Director General of J&K Police has been told to check whether they got it or not. No big deal, they're only the family of a Kashmiri terrorist. In a moment of rare unity, the nation, or at least its major political parties, the Congress, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the CPI-M, came together as one, barring a few squabbles about delay and timing, to celebrate the triumph of the rule of law. The conscience of the nation, which broadcasts live from TV studios these days, unleashed its collective intellect on us, the usual cocktail of papal passion and a delicate grip on facts. Like cowards that hunt in packs, they seemed to need each other to keep their courage up, even though the man was dead and gone. Perhaps because deep inside themselves they know that they all colluded to do something terribly wrong. What are the facts? On December 13, 2001, 5 armed men drove through the gates of the Parliament House in a white ambassador fitted out with an improvised explosive device. When they were challenged, they jumped out of the car and opened fire. They killed 8 security personnel and a gardener. In the gun battle that followed, all 5 attackers were killed. In one of the many versions of confessions Afzal Guru made in police custody, he identified the men as Mohammed, Rana, Raja, Hamza, and Haider. That's all we know about them even today. L.K. Advani, the then Home Minister, said they looked like Pakistanis. He should know what Pakistanis look like, right? Being a Sindhi himself. Based only on Afzal's confession, which the Supreme Court subsequently set aside, citing lapses and violations of procedural safeguards, the Government of India recalled its ambassador from Pakistan and mobilized 500,000 soldiers to the Pakistan border. There was talk of nuclear war. Foreign embassies issued travel advisories and evacuated their staff from Delhi. The standoff lasted for months and cost India thousands of crores of rupees, hundreds of millions of dollars. On December 14, 2001, the Delhi Police Special Cell claimed it had cracked the case. On December 15 it arrested the mastermind, Professor Sar Gilani, in Delhi, and Shaukat Guru and Afzal Guru in a fruit market in Srinagar. 3 Subsequently, they arrested Afsan Guru, Shaukat's wife. The media enthusiastically disseminated the special cell's version. These were some of the headlines: Do lecturer was terror plan hub, Varsity Don guided 5 AEN, Don lectured on terror in free time. ZTV broadcast a docudrama called December 13, a recreation that claimed to be the truth based on the police charge sheet. If the police version is the truth, then why have courts? Then Prime Minister Vajpayee and L.K. Advani publicly appreciated the film. The Supreme Court refused to stay the screening, saying that the media would not influence judges. The film was broadcast only a few days before the fast-track court sentenced Afzal, Shaukat, and Gilani to death. Subsequently the High Court acquitted the mastermind, Gilani, and Afsan Guru. The Supreme Court upheld the acquittal. But in its August 5, 2005, judgment it gave Mohammed Afzal 3 life sentences and a double death sentence. Contrary to the lies that have been put about by some senior journalists who would have known better, Afzal Guru was not one of the terrorists who stormed Parliament House on December 13, 2001, nor was he among those who opened fire on security personnel, apparently killing 3 of the 6 who died. That was the Bharatiya Janata Party member in the Rajya Sabha, Chandan Mitra, in the Pioneer, October 7, 2006. Even the police charge sheet does not accuse him of that. The Supreme Court judgment says the evidence is circumstantial, as is the case with most conspiracies, there is and could be no direct evidence amounting to criminal conspiracy. But then it goes on to say, the incident, which resulted in heavy casualties, had shaken the entire nation, and the collective conscience of society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. For who crafted our collective conscience on the Parliament attack case? Could it have been the facts we gleaned in the papers? The films we saw on TV? There are those who will argue that the very fact that the courts acquitted Sar Gilani and convicted Afzal proves that the trial was free and fair. Was it? The trial in the fast-track court began in May 2002. The world was still convulsed by post-9/11 frenzy. The US government was gloating prematurely over its victory in Afghanistan. The Gujarat pogrom was ongoing. And in the Parliament attack case, the law was indeed taking its own course. At the most crucial stage of a criminal case, when evidence is presented, when witnesses are cross-examined, when the foundations of the argument are laid in the High Court and Supreme Court, you can only argue points of law. You cannot introduce new evidence. Afzal Guru, locked in a high-security solitary cell, had no lawyer. The court-appointed junior lawyer did not visit his client even once in jail, he did not summon any witnesses in Afzal's defense and did not cross-examine the prosecution witnesses. The judge expressed his inability to do anything about the situation. Even still, from the word go, the case fell apart. A few examples out of many. How did the police get to Afzal? They said that Sar Gilani led them to him. But the court records show that the message to arrest Afzal went out before they picked up Gilani. The High Court called this a material contradiction but left it at that. The two most incriminating pieces of evidence against Afzal were a cell phone and a laptop confiscated at the time of arrest. The arrest memos were signed by Bismillah, Gilani's brother, in Delhi. The seizure memos were signed by two men of the Jammu and Kashmir police, one of them an old tormentor from Afzal's past as a surrendered militant. The computer and cell phone were not sealed, as evidence is required to be. During the trial it emerged that the hard disk of the laptop had been accessed after the arrest. It contained only the fake Home Ministry passes and the fake identity cards that the terrorists used to access Parliament. And a ZTV video clip of Parliament House. So according to the police, Afzal had deleted all the information except the most incriminating bits, and he was speeding off to hand it over to Ghazi Baba, whom the charge sheet described as the chief of operations. A witness for the prosecution, Kamal Kishore, identified Afzal and told the court he had sold him the crucial SIM card that connected all the accused in the case to each other on December 4, 2001. But the prosecution's own call records showed that the SIM was actually operational from November 6, 2001. It goes on and on, this pile-up of lies and fabricated evidence. The courts note them, but for their pains the police get no more than a gentle rap on their knuckles. Nothing more. Then there's the backstory. Like most surrendered militants, Afzal was easy meat in Kashmir, a victim of torture, blackmail, extortion. In the larger scheme of things, he was a nobody. Anyone who was really interested in solving the mystery of the Parliament attack would have followed the dense trail of evidence that was on offer. No one did, thereby ensuring that the real authors of conspiracy will remain unidentified and uninvestigated. Now that Afzal Guru has been hanged, I hope our collective conscience has been satisfied. Or is our cup of blood still only half full? Gandhian Satyagraha, for example, is a kind of political theatre. In order for it to be effective, it needs a sympathetic audience, which villagers deep in the forest do not have. When a posse of 800 policemen lay a cordon around a forest village at night and begin to burn houses and shoot people, will a hunger strike help? Can starving people go on a hunger strike? And do hunger strikes work when they are not on TV? First published in The Hindu, February 10, 2013. The consequences of hanging Afzal Guru. What are the political consequences of the secret and sudden hanging of Mohammad Afzal Guru, prime accused in the 2001 Parliament attack, going to be? Does anybody know? The memo, in callous bureaucratese, with every name insultingly misspelled, sent by the Superintendent of Central Jail No. 3, To her, New Delhi, to Mrs. Tabassum without Sh Aful Guru, reads. The mercy petition of Sh Mahdaful Guru S/Shohababillah has been rejected by Honourable President of India. Hence the execution of Mahdaful Guru S/Shohababillah has been fixed for September 2, 2013 at 8 am in Central Jail No. 3. This is for your information and for further necessary action. The memo arrived after the execution had already taken place, denying Tabassum one last legal chance the right to challenge the rejection of the mercy petition. 1 Both Afzal and his family, separately, had that right. Both were thwarted. Even though it is mandatory in law, the memo to Tabassum provided no reason for the President's rejection of the mercy petition. If no reason is given, on what basis do you appeal? All the other prisoners on death row in India have been given that last chance. Since Tabassum was not allowed to meet with her husband before he was hanged, since her son was not allowed to get a few last words of advice from his father, since she was not given his body to bury, and since there can be no funeral, what further necessary action does the jail manual prescribe? Anger? Wild, irreparable grief? Unquestioning acceptance? Complete integration? After the hanging, there were unseemly celebrations on the streets. The bereaved wives of the people who were killed in the attack were displayed on TV, with Chairman of the All India Anti-Terrorist Front MS Bitta and his ferocious moustaches playing the CEO of their sad little company. Will anybody tell them that the men who shot their husbands were killed at the same time, in the same place, right there and then? And that those who planned the attack will never be brought to justice because we still don't know who they are? Meanwhile, Kashmir is under curfew, once again. Its people have been locked down like cattle in a pen, once again. They have defied the curfew, once again. 3 people have already been killed in 3 days, and 15 more grievously injured. 2 Newspapers have been shut down, but anybody who trawls the internet will see that this time the rage of young Kashmiris is not defiant and exuberant as it was during the mass uprisings in the summers of 2008, 2009, and 2010, even though 180 people lost their lives on those occasions. This time the anger is cold and corrosive. Unforgiving. Is there any reason why it shouldn't be? For more than 20 years, Kashmiris have endured a military occupation. The tens of thousands who lost their lives were killed in prisons, in torture centers, and in encounters, genuine as well as fake. What sets the execution of Afzal Guru apart is that it has given the young, who have never had any first-hand experience of democracy, a ringside seat to watch the full majesty of Indian democracy at work. They have watched the wheels turning, they have seen all its hoary institutions, the government, police, courts, political parties, and yes, the media, collude to hang a man, a Kashmiri, whom they do not believe to have received a fair trial, and whose guilt was by no means established beyond reasonable doubt. He went virtually unrepresented in the lower court during the most crucial stage of the trial. Not only did the state-appointed counsel never visit his client in prison, he actually admitted incriminating evidence against him. The Supreme Court deliberated on that matter and decided it was okay. 3. They have watched the government pull him out of the death row queue and execute him out of turn. What direction, what form will their new cold, corrosive anger take? Will it lead them to the blessed liberation they so yearn for and have sacrificed a whole generation for, or will it lead to yet another cycle of cataclysmic violence, of being beaten down and then having normalcy imposed on them under soldiers' boots? All of us who live in the region know that 2014 is going to be a watershed year. There will be elections in Pakistan, in India, and in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We know that when the United States withdraws its troops from Afghanistan, the chaos from an already seriously destabilized Pakistan will spill into Kashmir, as it has done before. By executing Afzal Guru in the way that it did, the government of India has taken a decision to fuel that process of destabilization, to actually invite it in. As it did before, by rigging the 1987 elections in Kashmir. After 3 consecutive years of mass protests in the valley ended in 2010, the government invested a great deal in restoring its version of normalcy, happy tourists, voting Kashmiris. The question is, why was it willing to reverse all its own efforts? Leaving aside issues of the legality, the morality, and the venality of executing Afzal Guru in the way that it did, and looking at it just politically, tactically, it is a dangerous and irresponsible thing to have done. But it was done. Clearly and knowingly. Why? I used the word irresponsible advisedly. Look what happened the last time around. In 2001, within a week of the parliament attack, and a few days after Afzal Guru's arrest, the government recalled its ambassador from Pakistan and dispatched 500,000 troops to the border. On what basis was that done? The only thing the public was told is that while Afzal Guru was in the custody of the Delhi Police Special Cell, he had admitted to being a member of the Pakistan-based militant group Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Supreme Court set aside that confession extracted in police custody as inadmissible in law. 4 Does a document that is inadmissible in law become admissible in war? In its final judgment on the case, apart from the now famous statements about satisfying collective conscience and having no direct evidence, the Supreme Court also said there was no evidence that Mohammed Afzal belonged to any terrorist group or organization. 5 So what justified that military aggression, that loss of soldiers' lives, that massive hemorrhaging of public money, and the real risk of nuclear war? Remember how foreign embassies issued travel advisories and evacuated their staff. Was there some intelligence that preceded the parliament attack and the arrest of Afzal Guru that we had not been told about? If so, how could the attack have been allowed to happen? And if the intelligence was accurate enough to justify such dangerous military posturing, don't people in India, Pakistan, and Kashmir have the right to know what it was? Why was that evidence not produced in court to establish Afzal Guru's guilt? In the endless debates around the parliament attack case, on this, perhaps the most crucial issue of all, there has been dead silence from all quarters: leftists, rightists, Hindutvists, secularists, nationalists, seditionists, cynics, critics. Why? Maybe Jaish-e-Mohammed did mastermind the attack. Praveen Swami, perhaps the Indian media's best-known expert on terrorism, who seems to have enviable sources in the Indian police and intelligence agencies, has recently cited the 2003 testimony of former Inter-Services Intelligence Chief Lieutenant General Javed Ashraf Qazi and the 2004 book by Muhammad Amir Rana, a Pakistani scholar, holding the Jaish-e-Mohammed responsible for the parliament attack. 6. This belief in the veracity of the testimony of the chief of an organization whose mandate it is to destabilize India is touching. It still doesn't explain what evidence there was in 2001, when the army mobilization took place. For the sake of argument, let's accept that Jaish-e-Mohammed carried out the attack. Maybe the Inter-Services Intelligence was involved, too. We needn't pretend that the government of Pakistan is innocent of carrying out covert activity over Kashmir. Just as the government of India does in Balochistan and parts of Pakistan. Remember, the Indian Army trained the Muddy Bainai in East Pakistan in the 1970s. It trained 6 different Sri Lankan Tamil militant groups, including the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, in the 1980s. It's a filthy scenario all around. What would a war with Pakistan have achieved then, and what will it achieve now? Apart from a massive loss of life and fattening the bank accounts of some arms dealers. Indian hawks routinely suggest the only way to root out the problem is hot pursuit and the taking out of terrorist camps in Pakistan. Really? It would be interesting to research how many of the aggressive strategic experts and defense analysts on our TV screens have an interest in the defense and weapons industry. They don't even need war. They just need a warlike climate in which military spending remains on an upward graph. This idea of hot pursuit is even stupider and more pathetic than it sounds. What would they bomb? A few individuals? Their barracks and food supplies? Or their ideology? Look how the US government's hot pursuit has ended in Afghanistan. And look how a security grid of 500,000 soldiers has not been able to subdue the unarmed civilian population of Kashmir. And India is going to cross international borders to bomb a country with nuclear arms that is rapidly devolving into chaos? India's professional warmongers derive a great deal of satisfaction from sneering at what they see as the disintegration of Pakistan. Anyone with a rudimentary working knowledge of history and geography would know that the breakdown of Pakistan, into a gangland of crazed, nihilistic religious zealots, is absolutely no reason for anyone to rejoice. The US presence in Afghanistan and Iraq, and Pakistan's official role as America's junior partner in the war on terror, makes that region a much reported place. The rest of the world is at least aware of the dangers unfolding there. Less understood, and harder to read, is the perilous wind that's picking up speed in the world's favorite new superpower. The Indian economy is in considerable trouble. The aggressive, acquisitive ambition that economic liberalization unleashed in the newly created middle class is quickly turning into an equally aggressive frustration. The aircraft they were sitting in has begun to stall just after takeoff. Exhilaration is turning to panic. The general election is due in 2014. Even without an exit poll, I can tell you what the results will be. Though it may not be obvious to the naked eye, once again we will have a Congress Bharatiya Janata Party coalition. Two parties, each with a mass murder of thousands of people belonging to minority communities under their belts. The Communist Party of India Marxist will give support from outside, even though it hasn't been asked to. Oh, and it will be a strong state. On the hanging front, the gloves are already off. Could the next in line be Balwant Singh Rajoana, on death row for the assassination of Punjab's Chief Minister Beant Singh? His execution could revive Khalistani sentiment in the Punjab and put the Akali Dal and the Bharatiya Janata Party on the mat. Perfect old-style Congress politics. 7. But that old-style politics is in some difficulty. In the last few turbulent months, it is not just the image of major political parties but politics itself, the idea of politics as we know it, that has taken a battering. Again and again, whether it's about corruption, rising prices, or rape and the rising violence against women, the new, emerging middle class is at the barricades. They can be water-cannoned or lathi-charged, but they cannot be shot and imprisoned in their thousands, in the way the poor can, in the way Dalits, Adivasis, Muslims, Kashmiris, Nagas, and Manipuris can and have been. The old political parties know that if there is not to be a complete meltdown, this aggression has to be headed off, redirected. They know that they must work together to bring politics back to what it used to be. What better way than a communal conflagration? How else can the secular play at being secular and the communal be communal? Maybe even a little war, so that we can play hawks and doves all over again. What better solution than to aim a kick at that tried and trusted old political football Kashmir? The hanging of Afzal Guru, its brazenness and timing, is deliberate. It has brought politics and anger back onto Kashmir's streets. India hopes to manage it with the usual combination of brute force and poisonous Machiavellian manipulation designed to pit people against one another. The war in Kashmir is presented to the world as a battle between an inclusive secular democracy and radical Islamists. What then should we make of the fact that Mufti Bashir Uddin, the so-called Grand Mufti of Kashmir, which, by the way, is a completely phantom post, who has made the most abominable hate speeches and has issued fatwa after fatwa, intended to present Kashmir as a demonic, monolithic Wahhabi society, is actually a government-anointed cleric. Kids on Facebook will be arrested, but never he. 9 What should we make of the fact that the Indian government looks away while money from Saudi Arabia, that most steadfast partner of the United States, is pouring into Kashmir's madrasas? How different is this from what the CIA did in Afghanistan all those years ago? That whole sorry business created Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban. It has decimated Afghanistan and Pakistan. What sort of incubus will this unleash? The old political football is not going to be all that easy to control. And it's radioactive. A few days ago Pakistan tested a short-range battlefield nuclear missile to protect itself against threats from evolving scenarios. 2 weeks ago the Kashmir police published survival tips for nuclear war. Apart from advising people to build toilet-equipped bomb-proof basements large enough to house their entire families for 2 weeks, it said, during a nuclear attack, motorists should dive out of their cars toward the blast to save themselves from being crushed by their soon-to-be tumbling vehicles. And it warned everyone to expect some initial disorientation as the blast wave may blow down and carry away many prominent and familiar features. 10. Prominent and familiar features may have already blown down. Perhaps we should all jump out of our soon-to-be tumbling vehicles. First published as Does Your Bomb-Proof Basement Have an Attached Toilet? In Outlook, February 25, 2013. The Doctor and the Saint, the Ambedkar-Gandhi Debate. Annihilation of Caste is the nearly 80-year-old text of a speech that was never delivered. When I first read it, I felt as though somebody had walked into a dim room and opened the windows. Reading Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar bridges the gap between what most Indians are schooled to believe in and the reality we experience every day of our lives. My father was a Hindu, a Brahmo. I never met him until I was an adult. I grew up with my mother in a Syrian Christian family in Imanam, a small village in communist-ruled Kerala. And yet all around me were the fissures and cracks of caste. Imanam had its own separate Para-ER church where Para-ER priests preached to an untouchable congregation. Caste was implied in people's names, in the way people referred to each other, in the work they did, in the clothes they wore, in the marriages that were arranged, in the language they spoke. Even so, I never encountered the notion of caste in a single school textbook. Reading Ambedkar alerted me to a gaping hole in our pedagogical universe. Reading him also made it clear why that hole exists and why it will continue to exist until Indian society undergoes radical, revolutionary change. Revolutions can begin, and often have begun, with reading. If you have heard of Malala Yousafzai but not of Shurika Bhatmanga, then do read Ambedkar. Malala was only 15 but had already committed several crimes. She was a girl, she lived in the Swat Valley in Pakistan, she was a BBC blogger, she was in a New York Times video, and she went to school. Malala wanted to be a doctor, her father wanted her to be a politician. She was a brave child. She, and her father, didn't take heed when the Taliban declared that schools were not meant for girls and threatened to kill her if she did not stop speaking out against them. On October 9, 2012, a gunman took her off her school bus and put a bullet through her head. Malala was flown to England, where, after receiving the best possible medical care, she survived. It was a miracle. The US President and the Secretary of State sent messages of support and solidarity. Madonna dedicated a song to her. Angelina Jolie wrote an article about her. Malala was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, she was on the cover of Time. Within days of the attempted assassination, Gordon Brown, former British Prime Minister and the UN Special Envoy for Global Education, launched an I Am Malala petition that called on the government of Pakistan to deliver education to every girl child. The US drone strikes in Pakistan continue with their feminist mission to take out misogynist, Islamist terrorists. Shurika Bhatmanga was 40 years old and had committed several crimes, too. She was a woman, an untouchable, Dalit woman who lived in India, and she wasn't dirt poor. She was more educated than her husband, so she functioned as the head of her family. Dr. Ambedkar was her hero. Like him, her family had renounced Hinduism and converted to Buddhism. Shurika's children were educated. Her two sons Sudhir and Roshan had been to college. Her daughter Priyanka was 17 and finishing high school. Shurika and her husband had bought a little plot of land in the village of Kerlanji in the state of Maharashtra. It was surrounded by farms belonging to castes that considered themselves superior to the Mahar caste that Shurika belonged to. Because she was Dalit and had no right to aspire to a good life, the village panchayat did not permit her to get an electricity connection or turn her thatched mud hut into a brick house. The villagers would not allow her family to irrigate their fields with water from the canal or draw water from the public well. They tried to build a public road through her land, and when she protested, they drove their bullock carts through her fields. They let their cattle loose to feed on her standing crop. Still Shurika did not back down. She complained to the police, who paid no attention to her. Over the months, the tension in the village built to fever pitch. As a warning to her, the villagers attacked a relative of hers and left him for dead. She filed another police complaint. This time, the police made some arrests, but the accused were released on bail almost immediately. At about 6 in the evening of the day they were released, September 29, 2006, about 70 incensed villagers, men and women, arrived in tractors and surrounded the Bhat Manga's house. Her husband Bielal, who was out in the fields, heard the noise and ran home. He hid behind a bush and watched the mob attack his family. He ran to Dusala, the nearest town, and through a relative managed to call the police. You need contacts to get the police to even pick up the phone. They never came. The mob dragged Shurika, Priyanka, and the two boys, one of them partially blind, out of the house. The boys were ordered to rape their mother and sister. When they refused, their genitals were mutilated, and eventually they were lynched. Shurika and Priyanka were gang-raped and beaten to death. The 4 bodies were dumped in a nearby canal, where they were found the next day. 1. At first, the press reported it as a morality murder, suggesting that the villagers were upset because Shurika was having an affair with a relative, the man who had previously been assaulted. Mass protests by Dalit organizations eventually prodded the legal system into taking cognizance of the crime. Citizens' fact-finding committees reported how evidence had been tampered with and fudged. When the lower court finally pronounced a judgment, it sentenced the main perpetrators to death but refused to invoke the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act. The judge held that the Kerlanji massacre was a crime spurred by a desire for revenge. He said there was no evidence of rape and no caste angle to the killing. 2 For a judgment to weaken the legal framework in which it presents a crime, for which it then awards the death sentence, makes it easy for a higher court to eventually reduce, or even commute, the sentence. This is not uncommon practice in India. 3 For a court to sentence people to death, however heinous their crime, can hardly be called just. For a court to acknowledge that caste prejudice continues to be a horrific reality in India would have counted as a gesture toward justice. Instead, the judge simply airbrushed caste out of the picture. Shurika Bhat Manga and her children lived in a market-friendly democracy. So there were no I am Shurika petitions from the United Nations to the Indian government, nor any fiats or messages of outrage from heads of state. Which was just as well, because we don't want daisy cutters dropped on us just because we practice caste. 4. To the untouchables, Ambedkar said, with the sort of nerve that present-day intellectuals in India find hard to summon, Hinduism is a veritable chamber of horrors. 5. For a writer to have to use terms like untouchable, scheduled caste, backward class and other backward classes to describe fellow human beings is like living in a chamber of horrors. Since Ambedkar used the word untouchable with a cold rage, and without flinching, so must I. Today untouchable has been substituted with the Marathi word Dalit, broken people, which is, in turn, used interchangeably with scheduled caste. This, as the scholar Rupa Viswanath points out, is incorrect practice, because the term Dalit includes untouchables who have converted to other religions to escape the stigma of caste, like the Paraiyars in my village who had converted to Christianity, whereas scheduled caste does not. 6 The official nomenclature of prejudice is a maze that can make everything read like a bigoted bureaucrat's file notings. To try and avoid this, I have mostly, though not always, used the word untouchable when I write about the past, and Dalit when I write about the present. When I write about Dalits who have converted to other religions, I specifically say Dalit Sikhs, Dalit Muslims, or Dalit Christians. Let me now return to Ambedkar's point about the Chamber of Horrors. According to the National Crime Records Bureau, a crime is committed against a Dalit by a non-Dalit every 16 minutes, every day. More than 4 untouchable women are raped by touchables. Every week, 13 Dalits are murdered and 6 Dalits are kidnapped. In 2012 alone, the year of the Delhi gang rape and murder, 1,574 Dalit women were raped. The rule of thumb is that only 10% of rapes or other crimes against Dalits are ever reported, and 651 Dalits were murdered. 8 That's just the rape and butchery. Not the stripping and parading naked, the forced shit-eating, literally, 9 the seizing of land, the social boycotts, the restriction of access to drinking water. These statistics wouldn't include, say, Bant Singh of Punjab, a Mazhabi Dalit Sikh 10 who in 2005 had both his arms and a leg cleaved off for daring to file a case against the men who gang-raped his daughter. There are no separate statistics for triple amputees. If the fundamental rights are opposed by the community, no law, no parliament, no judiciary can guarantee them in the real sense of the word, said Ambedkar. What is the use of fundamental rights to the Negro in America, to the Jews in Germany and to the untouchables in India? As Burke said, there is no method found for punishing the multitude. 11. Ask any village policeman in India what his job is and he'll probably tell you it is to keep the peace. That is done, most of the time, by upholding the caste system. Dalit aspirations are a breach of peace. Annihilation of caste is a breach of peace. Other contemporary abominations like apartheid, racism, sexism, economic imperialism, and religious fundamentalism have been politically and intellectually challenged at international forums. How is it that the practice of caste in India, one of the most brutal modes of hierarchical social organization that human society has known, has managed to escape similar scrutiny and censure? Perhaps because it has come to be so fused with Hinduism, and by extension with so much that is seen to be kind and good: mysticism, spiritualism, nonviolence, tolerance, vegetarianism, Gandhi, yoga, backpackers, the Beatles, that, at least to outsiders, it seems impossible to pry it loose and try to understand it. To compound the problem, caste, unlike say apartheid, is not color-coded, and therefore not easy to see. Also, unlike apartheid, the caste system has buoyant admirers in high places. They argue, quite openly, that caste is a social glue that binds as well as separates people and communities in interesting and, on the whole, positive ways. That it has given Indian society the strength and the flexibility to withstand the many challenges it has had to face. 12 The Indian establishment blanches at the idea that discrimination and violence on the basis of caste can be compared to racism or to apartheid. It came down heavily on Dalits who tried to raise caste as an issue at the 2001 World Conference Against Racism in Durban, insisting that caste was an internal matter. It showcased theses by well-known sociologists who argued at length that the practice of caste was not the same as racial discrimination and that caste was not the same as race. 13 Ambedkar would have agreed with them. However, in the context of the Durban Conference, the point Dalit activists were making was that though caste is not the same as race, casteism and racism are indeed comparable. Both are forms of discrimination that target people because of their descent. 14 In solidarity with that sentiment, on January 15, 2014, at a public meeting on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., commemorating Martin Luther King Jr.'s 85th birth anniversary, African Americans signed the Declaration of Empathy, which called for an end to the oppression of Dalits in India. 15. In the current debates about identity and justice, growth and development, for many of the best-known Indian scholars, caste is at best a topic, a subheading, and, quite often, just a footnote. By force-fitting caste into reductive Marxist class analysis, the progressive and left-leaning Indian intelligentsia has made seeing caste even harder. This erasure, this project of unseeing, is sometimes a conscious political act, and sometimes comes from a place of such rarefied privilege that caste has not been stumbled upon, not even in the dark, and therefore it is presumed to have been eradicated, like smallpox. The origins of caste will continue to be debated by anthropologists for years to come, but its organizing principles, based on a hierarchical, sliding scale of entitlements and duties, of purity and pollution, and the ways in which they were, and still are, policed and enforced, are not all that hard to understand. The top of the caste pyramid is considered pure and has plenty of entitlements. The bottom is considered polluted and has no entitlements but plenty of duties. The pollution-purity matrix is correlated to an elaborate system of caste-based, ancestral occupation. In Castes in India, a paper he wrote for a Columbia University seminar in 1916, Ambedkar defined a caste as an endogamous unit, an enclosed class. On another occasion, he described the system as an ascending scale of reverence and a descending scale of contempt. 16. What we call the caste system today is known in Hinduism's founding texts as Varnashrama Dharma or Chaturvarna, the system of 4 varnas. The approximately 4,000 endogamous castes and subcastes, jatis, in Hindu society, each with its own specified hereditary occupation, are divided into 4 varnas: Brahmins, priests, Kshatriyas, soldiers, Vaishyas, traders, and Shudras, servants. Outside of these varnas are the Avarna castes, the Ati Shudras, subhumans, arranged in hierarchies of their own: the untouchables, the unseeables, the unapproachables, whose presence, whose touch, whose very shadow is considered to be polluting by privileged caste Hindus. In some communities, to prevent inbreeding, each endogamous caste is divided into exogamous gotras. Exogamy is then policed with as much ferocity as endogamy, with beheadings and lynchings that have the approval of the community elders. 17. Each region of India has lovingly perfected its own unique version of caste-based cruelty, based on an unwritten code that is much worse than the Jim Crow laws. In addition to being forced to live in segregated settlements, untouchables were not allowed to use the public roads that privileged castes used, they were not allowed to drink from common wells, they were not allowed into Hindu temples, they were not allowed into privileged caste schools, they were not permitted to cover their upper bodies, they were only allowed to wear certain kinds of clothes and certain kinds of jewelry. Some castes, like the Mahars, the caste to which Ambedkar belonged, had to tie brooms to their waists to sweep away their polluted footprints, others had to hang spittoons around their necks to collect their polluted saliva. Men of the privileged castes had undisputed rights over the bodies of untouchable women. Love is polluting. Rape is pure. In many parts of India, much of this continues to this day. 18. What remains to be said about an imagination, human or divine, that has thought up a social arrangement such as this? As if the dharma of varnashrama were not enough, there is also the burden of karma. Those born into the subordinated castes are supposedly being punished for the bad deeds they have done in their past lives. In effect, they are living out a prison sentence. Acts of insubordination could lead to an enhanced sentence, which would mean another cycle of rebirth as an untouchable or as a Shudra. So it's best to behave. There cannot be a more degrading system of social organization than the caste system, said Ambedkar. It is the system that deadens, paralyzes, and cripples the people from helpful activity. 19. The most famous Indian in the world, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, disagreed. He believed that caste represented the genius of Indian society. At a speech at a missionary conference in Madras in 1916, he said, "The vast organization of caste answered not only the religious wants of the community, but it answered too its political needs. The villagers managed their internal affairs through the caste system, and through it they dealt with any oppression from the ruling power or powers. It is not possible to deny the organizing capability of a nation that was capable of producing the caste system its wonderful power of organization." 20. In 1921, in his Gujarati journal Navajivan, he wrote, "I believe that if Hindu society has been able to stand, it is because it is founded on the caste system. To destroy the caste system and adopt the Western European social system means that Hindus must give up the principle of hereditary occupation, which is the soul of the caste system. Hereditary principle is an eternal principle. To change it is to create disorder. I have no use for a Brahmin if I cannot call him a Brahmin for my life. It will be chaos if every day a Brahmin is changed into a Shudra and a Shudra is to be changed into a Brahmin." 21. Though Gandhi was an admirer of the caste system, he believed that there should be no hierarchy between castes, that all castes should be considered equal, and that the Avarna castes, the Ati Shudras, should be brought into the Varna system. Ambedkar's response to this was that the outcast is a byproduct of the caste system. There will be outcasts as long as there are castes. Nothing can emancipate the outcast except the destruction of the caste system. 22. It has been almost 70 years since the August 1947 transfer of power between the Imperial British government and the Government of India. Is caste in the past? How does Varnashrama Dharma play out in our new democracy? A lot has changed. India has had a Dalit president and even a Dalit chief justice. The rise of political parties dominated by Dalits and other subordinated castes is a remarkable, and in some ways a revolutionary, development. Even if the form it has taken is that a small but visible minority the leadership lives out the dreams of the vast majority, given our history, the aggressive assertion of Dalit pride in the political arena can only be a good thing. The complaints about corruption and callousness brought against parties like the Bahujan Samaj Party, BSP, apply to the older political parties on an even larger scale, but charges leveled against the BSP take on a shriller, more insulting tone because its leader is someone like Mayawati, four-term Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, a Dalit, a single woman, and unapologetic about being both. Whatever the BSP's failings may be, its contribution toward building Dalit dignity is an immense political task that ought never to be minimized. The worry is that even as subordinated castes are becoming a force to reckon with in parliamentary democracy, democracy itself is being undermined in serious and structural ways. After the fall of the Soviet Union, India, which was once at the forefront of the non-aligned movement, repositioned itself as a natural ally of the United States and Israel. In the 1990s, the Indian government embarked on a process of dramatic economic reforms, opening up a previously protected market to global capital, with natural resources, essential services, and national infrastructure that had been developed over 50 years with public money now turned over to private corporations. 20 years later, despite a spectacular GDP growth rate, which has recently slowed down, the new economic policies have led to the concentration of wealth in fewer and fewer hands. Today, India's 100 richest people own assets equivalent to one-fourth of its celebrated GDP. 23 In a nation of 1.2 billion, more than 800 million people live on less than Rs 40 cents a day. 24 Giant corporations virtually own and run the country. Politicians and political parties have begun to function as subsidiary holdings of big business. How has this affected traditional caste networks? Some argue that caste has insulated Indian society and prevented it from fragmenting and atomizing like Western society did after the Industrial Revolution. 25 Others argue the opposite. They say that the unprecedented levels of urbanization and the creation of a new work environment have shaken up the old order and rendered caste hierarchies irrelevant if not obsolete. Both claims deserve serious attention. Pardon the somewhat unliterary interlude that follows, but generalizations cannot replace facts. A recent list of billionaires published by Forbes magazine features 55 Indians. 26 The figures, naturally, are based on revealed wealth. Even among these billionaires, the distribution of wealth is a steep pyramid in which the cumulative wealth of the top 10 outstrips the 45 below them. 7 out of those top 10 are Vaishyas, all of them CEOs of major corporations with business interests all over the world. Between them they own and operate ports, mines, oil fields, gas fields, shipping companies, pharmaceutical companies, telephone networks, petrochemical plants, aluminum plants, cell phone networks, television channels, fresh food outlets, high schools, film production companies, stem cell storage systems, electricity supply networks, and special economic zones. They are Mukesh Ambani, Reliance Industries Limited, Lakshmi Mittal, ArcelorMittal, Dilip Shanghvi, Sun Pharmaceuticals, the Ruya Brothers, Ruya Group, K.M. Birla, Aditya Birla Group, Savitri Devi Jindal, O.P. Jindal Group, Gautam Adani, Adani Group, and Sunil Mittal, Bharti Airtel. Of the remaining 45, 19 are Vaishyas, 2. The rest are for the most part Parsis, Baras, and Khatris, all mercantile castes, and Brahmins. There are no Dalits or Adivasis in this list. Apart from big business, Banias, Vaishyas, continue to have a firm hold on small trade in cities and on traditional rural money lending across the country, which has millions of impoverished peasants and Adivasis, including those who live deep in the forests of central India, caught in a spiraling debt trap. The tribal-dominated states in India's northeast Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Assam have, since independence, witnessed decades of insurgency, militarization, and bloodshed. Through all this, Marwari and Bania traders have settled there, kept a low profile, and consolidated their businesses. They now control almost all the economic activity in the region. In the 1931 census, which was the last to include caste as an aspect of the survey, Vaishyas accounted for 2.7% of the population, while the untouchables accounted for 12.5%, 0.27. Given their access to better healthcare and more secure futures for their children, the figure for Vaishyas is likely to have decreased rather than increased. Either way, their economic clout in the new economy is extraordinary. In big business and small, in agriculture as well as industry, caste and capitalism have blended into a disquieting, uniquely Indian alloy. Cronyism is built into the caste system. Vaishyas are only doing their divinely ordained duty. The Artha Shastra, circa 350 BCE, says usury is the Vaishya's right. The Manusmriti, circa 150 CE, goes further and suggests a sliding scale of interest rates, 2% per month for Brahmins, 3% for Kshatriyas, 4% for Vaishyas, and 5% for Shudras. 28 On an annual basis, the Brahmin was to pay 24% interest and the Shudra and Dalit, 60%. Even today, for moneylenders to charge a desperate farmer or landless laborer an annual interest of 60%, or more, for a loan is quite normal. If they cannot pay in cash, they have to pay what is known as bodily interest, which means they are expected to toil for the moneylender from generation to generation to repay impossible debts. It goes without saying that according to the Manusmriti no one can be forced into the service of anyone belonging to a lower caste. Vaishyas control Indian business. What do the Brahmins, the Buddhavas, gods on earth, do? The 1931 census puts their population at 6.4%, but, like the Vaishyas and for similar reasons, that percentage too has probably declined. According to a survey by the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, CSDS, from having a disproportionately high number of representatives in Parliament, Brahmins have seen their numbers drop dramatically. 29 Does this mean Brahmins have become less influential? According to Ambedkar, Brahmins, who were 3% of the population in the Madras Presidency in 1948, held 37% of the gazetted posts and 43% of the non-gazetted posts in government jobs. 30 There is no longer a reliable way to keep track of these trends because after 1931 the project of unseeing set in. In the absence of information that ought to be available, we have to make do with what we can find. In a 1990 piece called Brahmin Power, the writer Khushwant Singh observed, Brahmins form no more than 3.5% of the population of our country, today they hold as much as 70% of government jobs. I presume the figure refers only to gazetted posts. In the senior echelons of the civil service from the rank of deputy secretaries upward, out of 500 there are 310 Brahmins, i.e. 63%, of the 26 state chief secretaries, 19 are Brahmins. Of the 27 governors and LT governors, 13 are Brahmins. Of the 16 Supreme Court judges, 9 are Brahmins. Of the 330 judges of high courts, 166 are Brahmins. Of 140 ambassadors, 58 are Brahmins. Of the total 3,300 IAS officers, 2,376 are Brahmins. They do equally well in electoral posts. Of the 508 Lok Sabha members, 190 were Brahmins. Of 244 in the Rajya Sabha, 89 are Brahmins. These statistics clearly prove that this 3.5% of Brahmin community of India holds between 36% to 63% of all the plum jobs available in the country. How this has come about I do not know. But I can scarcely believe that it is entirely due to the Brahmins' higher IQ. 31. The statistics Khushwant Singh cites may be flawed, but they are unlikely to be drastically flawed. They are a quarter of a century old now. Some new census-based information would help but is unlikely to be forthcoming. According to the CSDS study, 47% of all Supreme Court Chief Justices between 1950 and 2000 were Brahmins. During the same period, 40% of the Associate Justices in the High Courts and lower courts were Brahmin. The Backward Classes Commission, in a 2007 report, said that 37.17% of the Indian bureaucracy was made up of Brahmins. Most of them occupied the top posts. Brahmins have also traditionally dominated the media. Here too, what Ambedkar said in 1945 still has resonance. The untouchables have no press. The Congress press is closed to them and is determined not to give them the slightest publicity. They cannot have their own press, and for obvious reasons. No paper can survive without advertisement revenue. Advertisement revenue can come only from business, and in India all business, both high and small, is attached to the Congress and will not favor any non-Congress organization. The staff of the Associated Press in India, which is the main news distributing agency in India, is entirely drawn from the Madras Brahmins. Indeed, the whole of the press in India is in their hands, and they, for well-known reasons, are entirely pro-Congress and will not allow any news hostile to the Congress to get publicity. These are reasons beyond the control of the untouchables. 32. In 2006, the CSDS did a survey on the social profile of New Delhi's media elite. Of the 315 key decision-makers surveyed from 37 Delhi-based Hindi and English publications and television channels, almost 90% of the decision-makers in the English-language print media and 79% in television were found to be upper caste. Of them, 49% were Brahmins. Not one of the 315 was a Dalit or an Adivasi, only 4% belonged to castes designated as Shudra, and 3% were Muslim, who make up 13.4% of the population. That's the journalists and the media personalities. Who owns the big media houses that they work for? Of the 4 most important English national dailies, 3 are owned by Vaishyas and 1 by a Brahmin family concern. The Times Group, Bennett, Coleman Company, Limited, the largest mass media company in India, whose holdings include the Times of India and the 24-hour news channel Times Now, is owned by the Jain family, Baniyas. The Hindustan Times is owned by the Bhartiyas, who are Marwari Baniyas, the Indian Express by the Goenkas, also Marwari Baniyas. The Hindu is owned by a Brahmin family concern. The Dainik Jagran Hindi Daily, which is the largest selling newspaper in India with a circulation of 55 million, is owned by the Gupta family, Baniyas from Kanpur. Dainik Bhaskar, among the most influential Hindi dailies with a circulation of 17.5 million, is owned by Agarwals, Baniyas again. Reliance Industries, Ltd. Owned by Mukesh Ambani, a Gujarati Baniya, has controlling shares in 27 major national and regional TV channels. The Zee TV network, one of the largest national TV news and entertainment networks, is owned by Subhash Chandra, also a Baniya. In southern India, caste manifests itself somewhat differently. For example, the Enata Group, which owns newspapers, the largest film city in the world, and a dozen TV channels, among other things, is headed by Ramaji Rao of the Kama peasant caste of Andhra Pradesh, which bucks the trend of Brahmin Baniya ownership of big media. Another major media house, the Sun TV Group, is owned by the Marans, who are designated as a backward caste but are politically powerful today. After independence, in an effort to right a historic wrong, the Indian government implemented a policy of reservation, positive discrimination, in universities and for jobs in state-run bodies for those who belong to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. 33 Reservation is the only opportunity the scheduled castes have to break into the mainstream. Of course, the policy does not apply to Dalits who have converted to other religions but continue to face discrimination. To be eligible for the reservation policy, a Dalit needs to have completed high school. According to government data, 71.3% of scheduled caste students drop out before they matriculate, which means that even for low-end government jobs, the reservation policy only applies to 1 in every 4 Dalits. 34 The minimum qualification for a white-collar job is a graduate degree. According to the 2001 census, only 2.24% of the Dalit population are graduates. 35 The policy of reservation, however minuscule the percentage of the Dalit population it applies to, has nevertheless given Dalits an opportunity to find their way into public services, to become doctors, scholars, writers, judges, policemen, and officers of the civil services. Their numbers are small, but the fact that there is some Dalit representation in the echelons of power alters old social equations. It creates situations that were unimaginable even a few decades ago in which, say, a Brahmin clerk may have to serve under a Dalit civil servant. 36 Even this tiny opportunity that Dalits have won for themselves washes up against a wall of privileged caste hostility. The National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, for example, reports that in central public sector enterprises, only 8.4% of the A-grade officers, pardon the horrible term, belong to the scheduled castes, when the figure should be 15%. The same report has some disturbing statistics about the representation of Dalits and Adivasis in India's judicial services. Among Delhi's 20 High Court judges, not one belonged to the scheduled castes, and in all other judicial posts, the figure was 1.2%. Similar figures were reported from Rajasthan. Gujarat had no Dalit or Adivasi judges. In Tamil Nadu, with its legacy of social justice movements, only 4 out of 38 High Court judges were Dalit. Kerala, with its Marxist legacy, had 1 Dalit High Court judge among 25. 37 A study of the prison population would probably reveal an inverse ratio. Former President K.R. Narayanan, a Dalit himself, was mocked by the judicial fraternity when he suggested that scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, who according to the 2011 census make up 25% of India's 1.2 billion population, should find proportionate representation as judges in the Supreme Court. Eligible persons from these categories are available and their underrepresentation or non-representation would not be justifiable, he said in 1999. Any reservation in judiciary is a threat to its independence and the rule of law, was the response of a senior Supreme Court advocate. Another high-profile legal luminary said, "Job quotas are a vexed subject now. I believe the primacy of merit must be maintained." 38. Merit is the weapon of choice for an Indian elite that has dominated a system by allegedly divine authorization and denied knowledge of certain kinds to the subordinated castes for thousands of years. Now that it is being challenged, there have been passionate privileged caste protests against the policy of reservation in government jobs and student quotas in universities. The presumption is that merit exists in an ahistorical social vacuum and that the advantages that come from privileged caste social networking and the establishment's entrenched hostility toward the subordinated castes are not factors that deserve consideration. In truth, merit has become a euphemism for nepotism. In Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, which is regarded as a bastion of progressive social scientists and historians, only 3.29% of the faculty is Dalit and 1.44% Adivasi. 39 While the quotas are meant to be 15% and 7.5%, respectively. This, despite having supposedly implemented reservation for 27 years. In 2010, when the subject was raised, some of its professors emeritus said that implementing the constitutionally mandated reservation policy would prevent JNU from remaining one of the premier centers of excellence. 40 They argued that if reservation was implemented in faculty positions at JNU, the well-to-do will move to foreign and private universities, and the disadvantaged will no longer be able to get world-class education which JNU has been so proud to offer them so far. 41 BN Malik, a professor of life sciences, was less shy. Some castes are genetically malnourished and so very little can be achieved in raising them up, and if they are, it would be undoing excellence and merit. 42 Year after year, privileged caste students have staged mass protests against reservation across India. That's the news from the top. At the other end of New India, the Satcher Committee report tells us that Dalits and Adivasis still remain at the bottom of the economic pyramid where they always were, Below the Muslim community. 43 We know that Dalits and Adivasis make up the majority of the millions of people displaced by mines, dams, and other major infrastructure projects. They are the pitifully low-paid farm workers and the contract laborers who work in the urban construction industry. 70% of Dalits are by and large landless. In states like Punjab, Bihar, Haryana, and Kerala, the figure is as high as 90%. 44. There is one government department in which Dalits are overrepresented by a factor of 6. Almost 90% of those designated as sweepers who clean streets, who go down manholes and service the sewage system, who clean toilets and do menial jobs and employed by the Government of India are Dalits. 45. Even this sector is up for privatization now, which means private companies will be able to subcontract jobs on a temporary basis to Dalits for less pay and with no guarantee of job security. While janitors' jobs in malls and in corporate offices with swanky toilets that do not involve manual scavenging go to non-Dalits, there are, officially, 1.3 million people, 46 mostly women, who continue to earn their living by carrying baskets of human shit on their heads as they clean out traditional-style toilets that use no water. Though it is against the law, the Indian Railways is one of the biggest employers of manual scavengers. Its 14,300 trains transport 25 million passengers across 65,000 kilometers every day. Their shit is funneled straight onto the railway tracks through 172,000 open discharge toilets. This shit, which must amount to several tons a day, is cleaned by hand, without gloves or any protective equipment, exclusively by Dalits. 47 While the prohibition of employment as manual scavengers and their rehabilitation bill, 2012, was cleared by the Cabinet and by the Rajya Sabha in September 2013, the Indian Railways has ignored it. With deepening poverty and the steady evaporation of government jobs, a section of Dalits has to fiercely guard its permanent state employment as hereditary shit cleaners against predatory interlopers. A few Dalits have managed to overcome these odds. Their personal stories are extraordinary and inspirational. Some Dalit businessmen and women have come together to form their own institution, the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is praised and patronized by big business and given plenty of play on television and big media because it helps to give the impression that as long as you work hard, capitalism is intrinsically egalitarian. 48. Time was when a caste Hindu crossing the oceans was said to have lost caste and become polluted. Now, the caste system is up for export. Wherever Hindus go, they take it with them. It exists among the brutalized Tamils in Sri Lanka, it exists among upwardly mobile Indian immigrants in the free world, in Europe as well as in the United States. For about 10 years, Dalit-led groups in the UK have been lobbying to have caste discrimination recognised by British law as a form of racial discrimination. Caste Hindu lobbies have managed to scuttle it for the moment. 49. Democracy hasn't eradicated caste. It has entrenched and modernized it. This is why it's time to read Ambedkar. Ambedkar was a prolific writer. Unfortunately, his work, unlike the writings of Gandhi, Nehru, or Vivekananda, does not shine out at you from the shelves of libraries and bookshops. Of his many volumes, Annihilation of Caste is his most radical text. It is not an argument directed at Hindu fundamentalists or extremists, but at those who considered themselves moderate, those whom Ambedkar called the best of Hindus and some academics call left-wing Hindus. 50 Ambedkar's point is that to believe in the Hindu Shastras and to simultaneously think of oneself as liberal or moderate is a contradiction in terms. When the text of Annihilation of Caste was published, the man who is often called the greatest of Hindus, Mahatma Gandhi, responded to Ambedkar's provocation. Their debate was not a new one. Both men were their generation's emissaries of a profound social, political, and philosophical conflict that had begun long ago and has still by no means ended. Ambedkar, the untouchable, was heir to the anti-caste intellectual tradition that goes back to 200–100 BCE. The practice of caste, which is believed to have its genesis in the Purusha Sukta Hymn 5.1 in the Rig Veda, 1200–900 BCE, faced its first challenge only 1,000 years later, when the Buddhists broke with caste by creating sanghas that admitted everybody, regardless of which caste they belonged to. Yet caste endured and evolved. In the mid-12th century, the Virashaivas led by Baisava challenged caste in South India and were crushed. From the 14th century onward, the beloved Bhakti poet saints Kokamila, Ravidas, Kabir, Tukaram, Mira, Janabai became, and still remain, the poets of the anti-caste tradition. In the 19th and early 20th centuries came Jyotirao Phule and his Satyashodak Samaj in western India, Pandita Ramabai, perhaps India's first feminist, a Marathi Brahmin who rejected Hinduism and converted to Christianity, and challenged that, too. Swami Akhutanand Harihar, who led the Adi Hindu movement, started the Bharatiya Akhut Mahasabha, Parliament of Indian Untouchables, and edited Akhut, the first Dalit journal, Ayan Kalai and Sri Narayana Guru, who shook up the old order. In Malabar and Travancore, and the iconoclast Eathithas and his Sakya Buddhists, who ridiculed Brahmin supremacy in the Tamil world. Among Ambedkar's contemporaries in the anti-caste tradition were E.V. Ramasamy Nayakar, known as Periyar in the Madras Presidency, Jogendranath Mandal of Bengal, and Babu Manguram, who founded the Ad Dharm movement in the Punjab that rejected both Sikhism and Hinduism. These were Ambedkar's people. Gandhi, a Vaishya, born into a Gujarati Bania family, was the latest in a long tradition of privileged caste Hindu reformers and their organizations Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who founded the Brahmo Samaj in 1828, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, who founded the Arya Samaj in 1875, Swami Vivekananda, who established the Ramakrishna Mission in 1897, and a host of other, more contemporary reformist organizations. 52. Putting the Ambedkar-Gandhi debate into context for those unfamiliar with its history and its protagonists will require detours into their very different political trajectories. For this was by no means just a theoretical debate between two men who held different opinions. Each represented very separate interest groups, and their battle unfolded in the heart of India's national movement. What they said and did continues to have an immense bearing on contemporary politics. Their differences were, and remain, irreconcilable. Both are deeply loved and often deified by their followers. It pleases neither constituency to have the other's story told, though the two are inextricably linked. Ambedkar was Gandhi's most formidable adversary. He challenged him not just politically or intellectually, but also morally. To have excised Ambedkar from Gandhi's story, which is the story we all grew up on, is a travesty. Equally, to ignore Gandhi while writing about Ambedkar is to do Ambedkar a disservice, because Gandhi loomed over Ambedkar's world in myriad and unwonderful ways. The Indian national movement, as we know, had a stellar cast. It has even been the subject of a Hollywood blockbuster that won 8 Oscars. In India, we have made a pastime of holding opinion polls and publishing books and magazines in which our constellation of founding fathers, mothers don't make the cut, are arranged and rearranged in various hierarchies and formations. Mahatma Gandhi does have his bitter critics, but he still tops the charts. For others to even get a look in, the father of the nation has to be segregated, put into a separate category. Who, after Mahatma Gandhi, is the greatest Indian? 53. Dr. Ambedkar, who, incidentally, did not even have a walk-on part in Richard Attenborough's Gandhi, though the film was CO-funded by the Indian government, almost always makes it into the final heat. He is chosen more for the part he played in drafting the Indian constitution than for the politics and the passion that were at the core of his life and thinking. You definitely get the sense that his presence on the lists is the result of positive discrimination, a desire to be politically correct. The caveats continue to be murmured: opportunist, because he served as Labour member of the British Viceroy's Executive Council, 1942-46, British stooge, because he accepted an invitation from the British government to the first Round Table Conference in 1930 when congressmen were being imprisoned for breaking the SALT laws, separatist, because he wanted separate electorates for untouchables, anti-national, because he endorsed the Muslim League's case for Pakistan, and because he suggested that Jammu and Kashmir be trifurcate. 54. Notwithstanding the name-calling, the fact, as we shall see, is that neither Ambedkar nor Gandhi allows us to pin easy labels on them that say pro-imperialist or anti-imperialist. Their conflict complicates and perhaps enriches our understanding of imperialism as well as the struggle against it. History has been kind to Gandhi. He was deified by millions of people in his own lifetime. Gandhi's godliness has become a universal and, so it seems, an eternal phenomenon. It's not just that the metaphor has outstripped the man. It has entirely reinvented him. Which is why a critique of Gandhi need not automatically be taken to be a critique of all Gandhians. Gandhi has become all things to all people. Obama loves him and so does the Occupy movement. Anarchists love him and so does the establishment. Narendra Modi loves him and so does Rahul Gandhi. The poor love him and so do the rich. He is the saint of the status quo. Gandhi's life and his writing 48,000 pages bound into 98 volumes of collected works have been disaggregated and carried off, event by event, sentence by sentence, until no coherent narrative remains, if indeed there ever was one. The trouble is that Gandhi actually said everything and its opposite. To cherry pickers, he offers such a bewildering variety of cherries that you have to wonder if there was something the matter with the tree. For example, there's his well-known description of an Arcadian paradise in The Pyramid versus the Oceanic Circle, written in 1946. Independence begins at the bottom. Thus every village will be a republic or panchayat having full powers. It follows, therefore, that every village has to be self-sustained and capable of managing its affairs even to the extent of defending itself against the whole world. In this structure composed of innumerable villages there will be ever-widening, never-ascending circles. Life will not be a pyramid with the apex sustained by the bottom. But it will be an oceanic circle whose center will be the individual always ready to perish for the village. Therefore the outermost circumference will not wield power to crush the inner circle but will give strength to all within and derive its own strength from it. 55. Then there is his endorsement of the caste system in 1921 in Navajivan. It is translated from Gujarati by Ambedkar, who suggested more than once that Gandhi deceived people and that his writings in English and Gujarati could be productively compared. 56. Caste is another name for control. Caste puts a limit on enjoyment. Caste does not allow a person to transgress caste limits in pursuit of his enjoyment. That is the meaning of such caste restrictions as interdining and intermarriage. These being my views, I am opposed to all those who are out to destroy the caste system. 57. Is this not the very antithesis of ever-widening and never-ascending circles? It's true that these statements were made 25 years apart. Does that mean that Gandhi reformed? That he changed his views on caste? He did, at a glacial pace. From believing in the caste system in all its minutiae, he moved to saying that the 4,000 separate castes should fuse themselves into the 4 Varnas, what Ambedkar called the parent of the caste system. Toward the end of Gandhi's life, when his views were just views and did not run the risk of translating into political action, he said that he no longer objected to interdining and intermarriage between castes. Sometimes he said that though he believed in the Varna system, a person's Varna ought to be decided by their worth and not their birth, which was also the Arya Samaj position. Ambedkar pointed out the absurdity of this idea. How are you going to compel people who have acquired a higher status based on birth, without reference to their worth, to vacate that status? How are you going to compel people to recognize the status due to a man, in accordance to his worth, who is occupying a lower status based on his birth? 58. He went on to ask what would happen to women, whether their status would be decided upon their own worth or their husband's worth. Notwithstanding stories and anecdotes from Gandhi's followers about Gandhi's love for untouchables and the inter-caste weddings he attended, in the 98 volumes of his writing, Gandhi never decisively and categorically renounced his belief in Chaturvarna, the system of 4 Varnas. Though he was given to apologizing and agonizing publicly and privately over things like the occasional lapses in his control over his sexual desire. 59. He never agonized over the extremely damaging things he had said and done on caste. Still, why not eschew the negative and concentrate instead on what was good about Gandhi, use it to bring out the best in people? It is a valid question, and one that those who have built shrines to Gandhi have probably answered for themselves. After all, it is possible to admire the work of great composers, writers, architects, sportspersons, and musicians whose views are inimical to our own. The difference is that Gandhi was not a composer or writer or musician or a sportsman. He offered himself to us as a visionary, a mystic, a moralist, a great humanitarian, the man who brought down a mighty empire armed only with truth and righteousness. How do we reconcile the idea of the nonviolent Gandhi, the Gandhi who spoke truth to power, Gandhi the nemesis of injustice, the gentle Gandhi, the androgynous Gandhi, Gandhi the mother, the Gandhi who, allegedly, feminized politics and created space for women to enter the political arena, the eco-Gandhi, the Gandhi of the ready wit and some great one-liners? How do we reconcile all this with Gandhi's views, and deeds, on caste? What do we do with this structure of moral righteousness that rests so comfortably on a foundation of utterly brutal, institutionalized injustice? Is it enough to say that Gandhi was complicated and let it go at that? There is no doubt that Gandhi was an extraordinary and fascinating man, but during India's struggle for freedom, did he really speak truth to power? Did he really ally himself with the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable of his people? It is foolish to take solace in the fact that because the Congress is fighting for the freedom of India, it is, therefore, fighting for the freedom of the people of India and of the lowest of the low, Ambedkar said. The question whether the Congress is fighting for freedom has very little importance as compared to the question for whose freedom is the Congress fighting. 60. In 1931, when Ambedkar met Gandhi for the first time, Gandhi questioned him about his sharp criticism of the Congress, which, it was assumed, was tantamount to criticizing the struggle for the homeland. "Gandhiji, I have no homeland," was Ambedkar's famous reply. "No untouchable worth the name will be proud of this land." 61. History has been unkind to Ambedkar. First it contained him, and then it glorified him. It has made him India's leader of the untouchables, the king of the ghetto. It has hidden away his writings. It has stripped away the radical intellect and the searing insolence. All the same, Ambedkar's followers have kept his legacy alive in creative ways. One of those ways is to turn him into a million mass-produced statues. The Ambedkar statue is a radical and animate object. 62 It has been sent forth into the world to claim the space both physical and virtual, public and private that is the Dalits do. Dalits have used Ambedkar's statue to assert their civil rights, to claim land that is owed them, water that is theirs, commons they are denied access to. The Ambedkar statue that is planted on the commons and rallied around always holds a book in its hand. Significantly, that book is not Annihilation of Caste with its liberating, revolutionary rage. It is a copy of the Indian Constitution that Ambedkar played a vital role in conceptualizing, the document that now, for better or for worse, governs the life of every single Indian citizen. Using the Constitution as a subversive object is one thing. Being limited by it is quite another. Ambedkar's circumstances forced him to be a revolutionary and to simultaneously put his foot in the door of the establishment whenever he got a chance to. His genius lay in his ability to use both these aspects of himself nimbly and to great effect. Viewed through the prism of the present, however, it has meant that he left behind a dual and sometimes confusing legacy, Ambedkar the radical, and Ambedkar the father of the Indian Constitution. Constitutionalism can come in the way of revolution. And the Dalit revolution has not happened yet. We still await it. Before that there cannot be any other, not in India. This is not to suggest that writing a constitution cannot be a radical act. It can be, it could have been, and Ambedkar tried his best to make it one. However, by his own admission, he did not entirely succeed. As India hurtled toward independence, both Ambedkar and Gandhi were seriously concerned about the fate of minorities, particularly Muslims and untouchables, but they responded to the approaching birth of the new nation in very different ways. Gandhi distanced himself more and more from the business of nation building. For him, the Congress Party's work was done. He wanted the party dissolved. He believed, quite rightly, that the state represented violence in a concentrated and organized form, that because it was not a human entity, because it was soulless, it owed its very existence to violence. 63 In Gandhi's understanding, Swaraj, self-rule, lived in the moral heart of his people, though he made it clear that by his people he did not mean the majority community alone. It has been said that Indian Swaraj will be the rule of the majority community, i.e., the Hindus. There could not be a greater mistake than that. If it were to be true, I for one would refuse to call it Swaraj and would fight it with all the strength at my command, for to me Hind Swaraj is the rule of all the people, is the rule of justice. 64. For Ambedkar, the people was not a homogeneous category that glowed with the rosy hue of innate righteousness. He knew that, regardless of what Gandhi said, it would inevitably be the majority community that decided what form Swaraj would take. The prospect of India's untouchables being ruled by nothing other than the moral heart of India's predominantly Hindu people filled him with foreboding. Ambedkar became anxious, even desperate, to maneuver himself into becoming a member of the Constituent Assembly, a position that would enable him to influence the shape and the spirit of the constitution for the emerging nation in real and practical ways. For this he was even prepared to set aside his pride and his misgivings about his old foe, the Congress Party. Ambedkar's main concern was to privilege and legalize constitutional morality over the traditional, social morality of the caste system. Speaking in the Constituent Assembly on November 4, 1948, he said, "Constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. It has to be cultivated. We must realize that our people have yet to learn it. Democracy in India is only a top dressing on an Indian soil which is essentially undemocratic." 65. Ambedkar was seriously disappointed with the final draft of the constitution. Still, he did succeed in putting in place certain rights and safeguards that would, as far as the subordinated castes were concerned, make it a document that was more enlightened than the society it was drafted for. For others, however, like India's Adivasis, the constitution turned out to be just an extension of colonial practice. We'll come to that later. Ambedkar thought of the constitution as a work in progress. Like Thomas Jefferson, he believed that unless every generation had the right to create a new constitution for itself, the earth would belong to the dead and not the living. 66 The trouble is that the living are not necessarily more progressive or enlightened than the dead. There are a number of forces today, political as well as commercial, that are lobbying to rewrite the constitution in utterly regressive ways. Though Ambedkar was a lawyer, he had no illusions about lawmaking. As law minister in post-independence India, he worked for months on a draft of the Hindu Code Bill. He believed that the caste system advanced itself by controlling women, and one of his major concerns was to make Hindu personal law more equitable for women. 67 The bill he proposed sanctioned divorce and expanded the property rights of widows and daughters. The Constituent Assembly dragged its feet over it for 4 years, from 1947 to 1951, and then blocked it. 68 The President, Rajendra Prasad, threatened to stall the bill's passage into law. Hindu sadhus laid siege to Parliament. Industrialists and zamindars warned they would withdraw their support in the coming elections. 69 Eventually, Ambedkar resigned as law minister. In his resignation speech he said, "To leave inequality between class and class, between sex and sex, which is the soul of Hindu society, and to go on passing legislation relating to economic problems is to make a farce of our constitution and to build a palace on a dung heap." 70. More than anything else, what Ambedkar brought to a complicated, multifaceted political struggle, with more than its fair share of sectarianism, obscurantism and skullduggery, was intelligence. Annihilation of caste is often called, even by some Ambedkarites, Ambedkar's utopia, his impracticable, unfeasible dream. He was rolling a boulder up a cliff, they say. How can a society so steeped in faith and superstition be expected to be open to such a ferocious attack on its most deeply held beliefs? After all, for millions of Hindus of all castes, including untouchables, Hinduism in its practice is a way of life that pervades everything: birth, death, war, marriage, food, music, poetry, dance. It is their culture, their very identity. How can Hinduism be renounced only because the practice of caste is sanctioned in its foundational texts, which most people have never read? Ambedkar's point is, how can it not be? How can such institutionalized injustice, even if it is divinely ordained, be acceptable to anyone? It is no use seeking refuge in quibbles. It is no use telling people that the Shastras do not say what they are believed to say, if they are grammatically read or logically interpreted. What matters is how the Shastras have been understood by people. You must take the stand that Buddha took. You must not only discard the Shastras, you must deny their authority as did Buddha and Nanak. You must have the courage to tell the Hindus that what is wrong with them is their religion, the religion which has produced in them this notion of the sacredness of caste. Will you show that courage? 71. Gandhi believed that Ambedkar was throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Ambedkar believed the baby and the bathwater were a single, fused organism. Let us concede but never accept that annihilation of caste is indeed a piece of utopian thinking. If it is, then let us concede and accept how reduced, how depleted, and how pitiable we would be as a people if even this rage, this audacious denunciation did not exist in our midst. Ambedkar's anger gives us all a little shelter, a little dignity. The utopianism that Ambedkar is charged with was very much part of the tradition of the anti-caste movement. The poetry of the Bhakti movement is replete with it. Unlike the nostalgia-ridden, mythical village republics in Gandhi's Ram Rajya, the reign of Lord Ram, the subaltern Bhakti saints sang of towns. 72 They sang of towns in timeless places, where untouchables would be liberated from ubiquitous fear, from unimaginable indignity and endless toil on other people's land. For Ravidas, also known as Radas, Ruidas, Rahadas, that place was Begumpura, the city without sorrow, the city without segregation, where people were free to go wherever they wanted. Where there is no affliction or suffering. Neither anxiety nor fear, taxes nor capital. No menace, no terror, no humiliation. Says Radas the emancipated Kamar. One who shares with me that city is my friend. 73. For Tukaram, the city was Pandharpa, where everybody was equal, where the headman had to work as hard as everyone else, where people danced and sang and mingled freely. For Kabir, it was Prinagar, the city of love. Ambedkar's utopia was a pretty hard-nosed one. It was, so to speak, the city of justice, worldly justice. He imagined an enlightened India, Prabuddha Bharat, that fused the best ideas of the European Enlightenment with Buddhist thought. Prabuddha Bharat was, in fact, the name he gave to the last of the 4 newspapers he edited in his lifetime. If Gandhi's radical critique of Western modernity came from a nostalgic evocation of a uniquely Indian pastoral bliss, Ambedkar's critique of that nostalgia came from an embrace of pragmatic Western liberalism and its definitions of progress and happiness, which, at this moment, is experiencing a crisis from which it may not recover. Gandhi called modern cities an excrescence that served at the present moment the evil purpose of draining the lifeblood of the villages. 74 To Ambedkar, and to most Dalits, Gandhi's ideal village was, understandably, a sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness, and communalism. 75 The impetus toward justice turned Ambedkar's gaze away from the village toward the city, toward urbanism, modernism, and industrialization. Big cities, big dams, big irrigation projects. Ironically, this is the very model of development that hundreds of thousands of people today associate with injustice, a model that lays the environment to waste and involves the forcible displacement of millions of people from their villages and homes by mines, dams, and other major infrastructural projects. Meanwhile, Gandhi, whose mythical village is so blind to appalling, inherent injustice, has, as ironically, become the talisman for these struggles for justice. While Gandhi promoted his village republic, his pragmatism, or what some might call his duality, allowed him to support and be supported by big industry and big dams as well. 76. The rival utopias of Gandhi and Ambedkar represented the classic battle between tradition and modernity. If utopias can be said to be right and wrong, then both were right, and both were also grievously wrong. Gandhi was prescient enough to recognize the seed of cataclysm that was implanted in the project of Western modernity. God forbid that India should ever take to industrialism after the manner of the West. The economic imperialism of a single tiny island kingdom is today keeping the world in chains. If an entire nation of 300 millions took to similar economic exploitation, it would strip the world bare like locusts. 77. As the earth warms up, as glaciers melt, and forests disappear, Gandhi's words have turned out to be prophetic. But his horror of modern civilization led him to eulogize a mythical Indian past that was, in his telling, just and beautiful. Ambedkar, on his part, was painfully aware of the iniquity of that past, but in his urgency to move away from it, he failed to recognize the catastrophic dangers of Western modernity. Ambedkar's and Gandhi's very different utopias ought not to be appraised or assessed by the end product alone, the village or the city. Equally important is the impetus that drove those utopias. For Ambedkarites to call mass struggles against contemporary models of development eco-romantic, and for Gandhians to hold Gandhi out as a symbol of justice and moral virtue, are shallow interpretations of the very different passions that drove the two men. The towns the Bhakti poet saints dreamed of, Beghampura, Pandharpa, Srinagar, had one thing in common. They all existed in a time and space that was liberated from the bonds of Brahmanism. Brahmanism was the term that the anti-caste movement preferred over Hinduism. By Brahmanism, they didn't mean Brahmins as a caste or a community. They meant the domino effect, what Ambedkar called the infection of imitation, that the caste that first enclosed itself the Brahmins set off. Some closed the door, he wrote, others found it closed against them. 78. The infection of imitation, like the half-life of a radioactive atom, decays exponentially as it moves down the caste ladder but never quite disappears. It has created what Ambedkar describes as a system of graded inequality in which there is no such class as a completely unprivileged class except the one which is at the base of the social pyramid. The privileges of the rest are graded. Even the low is privileged as compared with lower. Each class being privileged, every class is interested in maintaining the system. 79. The exponential decay of the radioactive atom of caste means that Brahmanism is practiced not just by the Brahmin against the Kshatriya or the Vaishya against the Shudra, or the Shudra against the untouchable, but also by the untouchable against the unapproachable against the unseeable. It means there is a quotient of Brahmanism in everybody, regardless of which caste they belong to. It is the ultimate means of control in which the concept of pollution and purity and the perpetration of social as well as physical violence, an inevitable part of administering an oppressive hierarchy, is not just outsourced, but implanted in everybody's imagination, including those at the bottom of the hierarchy. It's like an elaborate enforcement network in which everybody polices everybody else. The unapproachable polices the unseeable, the malice resent the Madagas turn upon the Dakalas, who sit on the Relis, the Vani Yars quarrel with the Para Yars, who in turn could beat up the Arundhati Yars. Brahmanism makes it impossible to draw a clear line between victims and oppressors, even though the hierarchy of caste makes it more than clear that there are victims and oppressors. The line between touchables and untouchables, for example, is dead clear. Brahmanism precludes the possibility of social or political solidarity across caste lines. As an administrative system, it is pure genius. A single spark can light a prairie fire was Mao Zedong's famous message to his guerrilla army. Perhaps. But Brahmanism has given us in India a labyrinth instead of a prairie. And the poor little single spark wanders, lost in a warren of firewalls. Brahmanism, Ambedkar said, is the very negation of the spirit of liberty, equality, and fraternity. 80. Annihilation of Caste is the text of a speech Ambedkar was supposed to deliver in Lahore in 1936 to an audience of privileged caste Hindus. The organization that had been bold enough to invite him to deliver its presidential address was the Jatpat Todak Mandal, Forum for Break-up of Caste, of Lahore, a radical offshoot of the Arya Samaj. Most of its members were privileged caste Hindu reformers. They asked to be provided the text of the speech in advance, so that they could print and distribute it. When they read it and realized that Ambedkar was going to launch an intellectual assault on the Vedas and Shastras, On Hinduism itself, they wrote to him. Those of us who would like to see the conference terminate without any untoward incident would prefer that at least the word Veda be left out for the time being. I leave this to your good sense. I hope, however, in your concluding paragraphs you will make it clear that the views expressed in the address are your own and that the responsibility does not lie on the Mandal. 81. Ambedkar refused to alter his speech, and so the event was cancelled. His text ought not to have come as such a surprise to the Mandal. Just a few months previously, on October 13, 1935, at the Depressed Classes Conference in Yula in the Bombay Presidency, now in the state of Maharashtra, Ambedkar had told an audience of more than 10,000 people. Because we have the misfortune of calling ourselves Hindus, we are treated thus. If we were members of another faith, none would treat us so. Choose any religion which gives you equality of status and treatment. We shall repair our mistake now. I had the misfortune of being born with the stigma of an untouchable. However, it is not my fault, but I will not die a Hindu, for this is in my power. 82. At that particular moment in time, the threat of religious conversion by an untouchable leader of Ambedkar's standing came as the worst possible news to Hindu reformers. Conversion was by no means new. Seeking to escape the stigma of caste, untouchable and other degraded laboring castes had begun to convert to other religions centuries ago. Millions had converted to Islam during the years of Muslim rule. Later, millions more had taken to Sikhism and Christianity. Sadly, caste prejudice in the subcontinent trumps religious belief. Though their scriptures do not sanction it, elite Indian Muslims, Sikhs, and Christians all practice caste discrimination. 83. Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal all have their own communities of untouchable sweepers. So does Kashmir. But that's another story. The mass conversion of oppressed caste Hindus, particularly to Islam, continues to sit uncomfortably with Hindu supremacist history writing, which dwells on a golden age of Hinduism that was brought to naught by the cruelty and vandalism of Muslim rule. 84. Vandalism and cruelty there certainly was. Yet it meant different things to different people. Here is Jyotiba Phule, 1827–90, the earliest of the modern anti-caste intellectuals, on the subject of the Muslim rule and of the so-called golden age of the Arya Bhatts, Brahmins. The Muslims, destroying the carved stone images of the cunning Arya Bhatts, forcibly enslaved them and brought the Shudras and Ati Shudras in great numbers out of their clutches and made them Muslims, including them in the Muslim religion. Not only this, but they established interdining and intermarriage with them and gave them all equal rights. They made them all as happy as themselves and forced the Arya Bhatts to see all this. 85. By the turn of the century, however, religious conversion came to have completely different implications in India. A new set of unfamiliar considerations entered the mix. Opposing an unpopular regime was no longer just a question of a conquering army riding into the capital, overthrowing the monarch and taking the throne. The old idea of empire was metamorphosing into the new idea of the nation-state. Modern governance now involved addressing the volatile question of the right to representation. Who had the right to represent the Indian people? The Hindus, the Muslims, the Sikhs, the Christians, the privileged castes, the oppressed castes, the farmers, the workers? How would the self in self-rule, the SWA in Swaraj, be constituted? Who would decide? Suddenly, a people who belonged to an impossibly diverse range of races, castes, tribes, and religions who, between them, spoke more than 1,000 languages had to be transformed into modern citizens of a modern nation. The process of synthetic homogenization began to have the opposite effect. Even as the modern Indian nation constituted itself, it began to fracture. Under the new dispensation, demography became vitally important. The empirical taxonomy of the British census had solidified and freeze-dried the rigid but not entirely inflexible hierarchy of caste, adding its own prejudices and value judgments to the mix, classifying entire communities as criminals and warriors and so on. The untouchable castes were entered under the accounting head Hindu. In 1930, according to Ambedkar, the untouchables numbered about 44.5 million. 86 The population of African Americans in the U.S. around the same time was 8.8 million. The large-scale exodus of untouchables from the Hindu fold would have been catastrophic for the Hindu majority. In pre-partition, undivided Punjab, for example, between 1881 and 1941, the Hindu population dropped from 43.8% to 29.1%, due largely to the conversion of the subordinated castes to Islam, Sikhism, and Christianity. 87. Hindu reformers hurried to stem this migration. The Arya Samaj, founded in 1875 in Lahore by Dayananda Saraswati, born Mool Shankar, a Gujarati Brahmin from Kathiawar, was one of the earliest. It preached against the practice of untouchability and banned idol worship. Dayananda Saraswati initiated the Shuddhai program in 1877, to purify the impure, and, in the early 20th century, his disciples took this up on a mass scale in North India. In 1899, Swami Vivekananda of the Ramakrishna Math, the man who became famous in 1893 when he addressed the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago in his sadhu's robes, said, "Every man going out of the Hindu pale is not only a man less, but an enemy the more." 88 A raft of new reformist outfits appeared in Punjab, committed to saving Hinduism by winning the hearts and minds of untouchables, the Shraddhananda Dailitudar Sabha, the All India Ekhuttodar Committee, the Punjab Ekut Uddar Mandal 89 and the Jatpat Todak Mandal, which was part of the Arya Samaj. The reformers' use of the words Hindu and Hinduism was new. Until then, they had been used by the British as well as the Mughals, but it was not the way people who were described as Hindus chose to describe themselves. Until the panic over demography began, they had always foregrounded their jati, their caste identity. The first and foremost thing that must be recognized is that Hindu society is a myth. The name Hindu is itself a foreign name, said Ambedkar. It was given by the Mohammedans to the natives who lived east of the river Indus for the purpose of distinguishing themselves. It does not occur in any Sanskrit work prior to the Mohammedan invasion. They did not feel the necessity of a common name, because they had no conception of their having constituted a community. Hindu society as such does not exist. It is only a collection of castes. 90. When reformers began to use the word Hindu to describe themselves and their organizations, it had less to do with religion than with trying to forge a unified political constitution out of a divided people. This explains the reformers' constant references to the Hindu nation or the Hindu race. 91. This political Hinduism later came to be called Hindutva. 92. The issue of demography was addressed openly and head-on. In this country, the government is based on numbers, wrote the editor of Pratap, a Kanpur newspaper, on January 10, 1921. Shuddhai has become a matter of life and death for Hindus. The Muslims have grown from negative quantity into 70 million. The Christians number 4 million. 220 million Hindus are finding it hard to live because of 70 million Muslims. If their numbers increase, only God knows what will happen. It is true that Shuddhai should be for religious purposes alone, but the Hindus have been obliged by other considerations as well to embrace their other brothers. If the Hindus do not wake up now, they will be finished. 93. Conservative Hindu organizations like the Hindu Mahasabha took the task beyond rhetoric, and against their own deeply held beliefs and practice began to proselytize energetically against untouchability. Untouchables had to be prevented from defecting. They had to be assimilated, their proteins broken down. They had to be brought into the big house, but kept in the servants' quarters. Here is Ambedkar on the subject. It is true that Hinduism can absorb many things. The beef-eating Hinduism, or strictly speaking Brahmanism, which is the proper name of Hinduism in its earlier stage, absorbed the non-violence theory of Buddhism and became a religion of vegetarianism. But there is one thing which Hinduism has never been able to do, namely to adjust itself to absorb the untouchables or to remove the bar of untouchability. 94. While the Hindu reformers went about their business, anti-caste movements led by untouchables began to organize themselves, too.
Swami Akhudanand Harihar presented the Prince of Wales with a charter of 17 demands including land reform, separate schools for untouchable children, and separate electorates. Another well-known figure was Babu Mangaram. He was a member of the revolutionary, anti-imperialist Gaddar party established in 1913, predominantly by Punjabi migrants in the United States and Canada. Gaddar, revolt, was an international movement of Punjabi Indians who had been inspired by the 1857 mutiny, also called the First War of Independence. Its aim was to overthrow the British by means of armed struggle. It was, in some ways, India's first communist party. Unlike the Congress, which had an urban, privileged caste leadership, the Gaddar party was closely linked to the Punjab peasantry. Though it has ceased to exist, its memory continues to be a rallying point for several left-wing revolutionary parties in Punjab. However, when Babu Mangaram returned to India after a decade in the United States, the caste system was waiting for him. He found he was untouchable again. 95 In 1926, he founded the Ad Dharm movement, with Ravidas, the Bhakta saint, as its spiritual hero. Ad Dharmists declared that they were neither Sikh nor Hindu. Many untouchables left the Arya Samaj to join the Ad Dharm movement. 96 Babu Mangaram went on to become a comrade of Ambedkar's. The anxiety over demography made for turbulent politics. There were other lethal games afoot. The British government had given itself the right to rule India by imperial fiat and had consolidated its power by working closely with the Indian elite, taking care never to upset the status quo. 97 It had drained the wealth of a once wealthy subcontinent, or, shall we say, drained the wealth of the elite in a once wealthy subcontinent. It had caused famines in which millions had died while the British government exported food to England. 98 None of that stopped it from also lighting sly fires that ignited caste and communal tension. In 1905, it partitioned Bengal along communal lines. In 1909, it passed the Morley-Minto reforms, granting Muslims a separate electorate in the central as well as provincial legislative councils. It began to question the moral and political legitimacy of anybody who opposed it. How could a people who practiced something as primitive as untouchability talk of self-rule? How could the Congress Party, run by elite, privileged caste Hindus, claim to represent the Muslims? Or the untouchables? Coming from the British government, it was surely wicked, but even wicked questions need answers. The person who stepped into the widening breach was perhaps the most consummate politician the modern world has ever known, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. If the British had their imperial mandate to raise them above the fray, Gandhi had his Mahatmahood. Gandhi returned to India in 1915 after 20 years of political activity in South Africa and plunged into the national movement. His first concern, as any politician's would be, was to stitch together the various constituencies that would allow the Indian National Congress to claim it was the legitimate and sole representative of the emerging nation. It was a formidable task. The temptations and contradictions of attempting to represent everybody, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, privileged castes, subordinated castes, peasants, farmers, serfs, zamindars, workers, and industrialists, were all absorbed into the otherworldly provenance of Gandhi's Mahatmahood. Like Shiva in the myth, who swallowed poison to save the world in the story of the Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean of milk, Gandhi stood foremost among his peers and fellow churners and tried to swallow the poison that rose up from the depths as he helped to roil the new nation into existence. Unfortunately, Gandhi was not Shiva, and the poison eventually overwhelmed him. The greater the Congress Party's impulse to hegemony, the more violently things blew apart. The three main constituencies it had to win over were the conservative, privileged caste Hindus, the untouchables, and the Muslims. For the conservative Hindus, the Congress Party's natural constituency, Gandhi held aloft the utopia of Ram Rajya and the Bhagavad Gita, his spiritual dictionary. It's the book most Gandhi statues hold. He called himself a Sanatani Hindu. Sanatan Dharma, by virtue of being eternal law, positions itself as the origin of all things, the container of everything. Spiritually, it is a generous and beautiful idea, the very epitome of tolerance and pluralism.
Politically, it is used in the opposite way, for the very narrow purpose of assimilation and domination, in which all religions Islam, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Christianity are sought to be absorbed. They're expected to function like small concerns under the umbrella of a larger holding company. To woo its second major constituency, the Untouchables, the Indian National Congress passed a resolution in 1917 abolishing untouchability. Annie Besant of the Theosophical Society, a founding member of the Congress, presided over the meeting. Ambedkar called it a strange event. 99 He republished Besant's essay, published in the Indian Review in 1909, in which she had made a case for segregating untouchable children from the children of purer castes in schools. Their bodies at present are ill-odorous and foul with the liquor and strong-smelling food out of which for generations they have been built up. It will need some generations of purer food and living to make their bodies fit to sit in the close neighborhood of a schoolroom with children who have received bodies trained in habits of exquisite personal cleanliness and fed on pure foodstuffs. We have to raise the depressed classes to a similar level of purity, not drag the clean to the level of the dirty, and until that is done, close association is undesirable. 100. The third big constituency the Congress Party needed to address was the Muslims, who, for caste Hindus, counted on the purity pollution scale as mlekha impure, sharing food and water with them was forbidden. In 1920, the Congress decided to ally with conservative Indian Muslims who were leading the pan-Islamist agitation against the partitioning of the Ottoman territories by the Allies after World War I. The Sultan of the defeated Ottomans was the Caliph, the spiritual head of Sunni Islam. Sunni Muslims equated the partition of the Ottoman Empire with a threat to the Islamic Caliphate itself. Led by Gandhi, the Congress Party leapt into the fray and included the Caliphate agitation in its first national satyagraha. The satyagraha had been planned to protest the Rowlatt Act passed in 1919 to extend the British government's wartime emergency powers. Whether or not Gandhi's support for the Caliphate movement was just ordinary political opportunism is a subject that has been debated endlessly. The historian Faisal Devji argues convincingly that at this point Gandhi was acting with a certain internationalism, as a responsible imperial subject, which was how he saw himself in his years in South Africa. He was attempting to morally transform empire and hold it accountable to all its subjects. 101 Gandhi called Caliphate an ideal and asked that the struggle of non-cooperation be recognized as a struggle of religion against irreligion. 102 By this he meant that Hinduism and Islam should join forces to transform a Christianity that, as Gandhi saw it, was losing its moral core. It was during the first non-cooperation movement that Gandhi made religion and religious symbolism the central tenet of his politics. Perhaps he thought he was lighting a wayside fire for pilgrims to warm their souls. But it ended in a blaze that has still not been put out. By expressing solidarity with a pan-Islamic movement, Gandhi was throwing his turban into a much larger ring. Though he went to great lengths to underline his Hinduness, he was staking his claim to be more than just a Hindu or even an Indian leader. He was aspiring to be the leader of all the subjects of the British Empire. Gandhi's support for Caliphate, however, played straight into the hands of Hindu extremists, who had by then begun to claim that Muslims were not true Indians because the center of gravity of Muslim fealty lay outside of India. The Congress Party's alliance with conservative Muslims angered conservative Hindus as well as moderate Muslims. In 1922, when the non-cooperation movement was at its peak, things went out of control. A mob killed 22 policemen and burnt down a police station in Trishra in the United Provinces, today's Uttar Pradesh. Gandhi saw this violence as a sign that people had not yet evolved into true satyagrahis, that they were not ready for non-violence and non-cooperation. Without consulting any other leaders, Gandhi unilaterally called off the satyagraha. Since the non-cooperation movement and the Caliphate movement were conjoined, it meant an end to the Caliphate movement, too. Infuriated by this arbitrariness, the leaders of the Caliphate movement parted ways with the Congress. Things began to unravel. By 1925, Dr. K. B. Hedgewar had founded the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, a Hindu nationalist organization. B. S. Monye, one of the early ideologues of the RSS, travelled to Italy in 1931 and met Mussolini. Inspired by European fascism, the RSS began to create its own squads of stormtroopers. Today they number in the millions. RSS members include former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Home Minister L.K. Advani, and four-time Chief Minister of Gujarat Narendra Modi. By the time World War II broke out, Hitler and Mussolini were the RSS's spiritual and political leaders, and so they still remain. The RSS subsequently declared that India was a Hindu nation and that Muslims in India were the equivalent of the Jews in Germany. In 1939, M.S. Golwalkar, who succeeded Hedgewar as the head of the RSS, wrote in what is regarded as the RSS Bible, "We, or our nationhood defined." To keep up the purity of its race and culture, Germany shocked the world by purging the country of the Semitic races, the Jews. Race pride at its highest has been manifested here, a good lesson for us in Hindustan to learn and profit by. 103. By 1940, the Muslim League, led by M.A. Jinnah, had passed the Pakistan Resolution. In 1947, in what must surely count as one of the most callous, iniquitous acts in history, the British government drew a hurried border through the country that cut through communities and people, villages and homes, with less care than it might have taken to slice up a leg of lamb. Gandhi, the apostle of peace and non-violence, lived to see the movement he thought he led dissolve into a paroxysm of genocidal violence in which 500,000 people, a million, according to Stanley Wolpert in A New History of India, lost their lives and almost 12 million people lost their homes, their past, and everything they had ever known. 104 Through the horror of partition, Gandhi did all he could to still the madness and bloodlust. He travelled deep into the very heart of the violence. He prayed, he pleaded, he fasted, but the incubus had been unleashed and could not be recalled. The hatred spilled over and consumed everything that came in its path. It continues to branch out, overground and underground. It has bequeathed the subcontinent a dangerous, deeply wounded psyche. Amidst the frenzy of killing, ethnic cleansing, and chest-thumping religious fundamentalism on both sides, the government of Pakistan kept its head about one thing: it declared that untouchable municipal sweepers were part of the country's essential services and impounded them, refusing them permission to move to India. Who else was going to clean people's shit in the land of the pure? Ambedkar raised the matter with Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in a letter in December 1947. 105 With great difficulty Ambedkar managed to help at least a section of the essential services get across the border. Even today in Pakistan, while various Islamist sects slaughter each other over who is the better, more correct, more faithful Muslim, there does not seem to be much heartache over the very un-Islamic practice of untouchability. 5 months after partition, in January 1948, Gandhi was shot dead at a prayer meeting on the lawns of Birla House, where he usually lived when he visited Delhi. His assassin was Nath Uram Godse, a Brahmin and a former activist of the Hindu Mahasabha and the RSS. Godse was, if such a thing is possible, a most respectful assassin. First he saluted Gandhi for the work he had done to awaken people, and then he shot him. After pulling the trigger, he stood his ground. He made no attempt to escape or to kill himself. In his book, Why I Assassinated Mahatma Gandhi, he said. But in India communal franchise, separate electorates and the like had already undermined the solidarity of the nation, more of such were in the offing and the sinister policy of communal favoritism was being pursued by the British with the utmost tenacity and without any scruple. Gandhiji therefore found it most difficult to obtain the unquestioned leadership of the Hindus and Muslims as in South Africa. But he had been accustomed to be the leader of all Indians. And quite frankly he could not understand the leadership of a divided country. It was absurd for his honest mind to think of accepting the generalship of any army divided against itself. 106. Gandhi's assassin seemed to feel that he was saving the Mahatma from himself. Godse and his accomplice, Narayan Apt, climbed the gallows carrying a saffron flag, a map of undivided India and, ironically, a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, Gandhi's spiritual dictionary. The Gita, essentially Krishna's counsel to Arjuna during the battle of the Mahabharata, in which brothers fought brothers, is a philosophical and theological treatise on devotion and ethical practice on a battlefield. Ambedkar wasn't enamored of the Bhagavad Gita. His view was that the Gita contained an unheard of defense of murder. He called it a book that offers a philosophic basis to the theory of Chaturvarna by linking it to the theory of innate, inborn qualities in men. 107. Mahatma Gandhi died a sad and defeated man. Ambedkar was devastated. He wanted his adversary exposed, not killed. The country went into shock. All that came later. We're getting ahead of the story. For more than 35 years before that, Gandhi's Mahatmahood had billowed like a sail in the winds of the national movement. He captured the world's imagination. He roused hundreds of thousands of people into direct political action. He was the cynosure of all eyes, the voice of the nation. In 1931, at the Second Round Table Conference in London, Gandhi claimed with complete equanimity that he represented all of India. In his first public confrontation with Ambedkar, over Ambedkar's proposal for a separate electorate for untouchables, Gandhi felt able to say, "I claim myself in my own person to represent the vast mass of untouchables." 108. How could a privileged caste Bania claim that he, in his own person, represented 45 million Indian untouchables unless he believed he actually was a Mahatma? Mahatmahood provided Gandhi with an amplitude that was not available to ordinary mortals. It allowed him to use his inner voice effectively, and often. It allowed him the bandwidth to make daily broadcasts on the state of his hygiene, his diet, his bowel movements, his enemas, and his sex life, and to draw the public into a net of prurient intimacy that he could then use and manipulate when he embarked on his fasts and other public acts of self-punishment. It permitted him to contradict himself constantly and then say, "My aim is not to be consistent with my previous statements on a given question, but to be consistent with the truth as it may present itself to me in a given moment. The result has been that I have grown from truth to truth." 109. Ordinary politicians oscillate from political expediency to political expediency. A Mahatma can grow from truth to truth. How did Gandhi come to be called a Mahatma? Did he begin with the compassion and egalitarian instincts of a saint? Did they come to him along the way? In his recent biography of Gandhi, the historian Ramachandra Guha argues that it was the 2 decades he spent working in South Africa that made Gandhi a Mahatma. 110 His canonization. The first time he was publicly called Mahatma was in 1915, soon after he returned from South Africa to begin work in India, at a meeting in Gondal, close to his hometown, Porbandar, in Gujarat. 111 At the time, few in India knew more than some very sketchy, rather inaccurate accounts of the struggles he had been engaged in. These need to be examined in some detail because whether or not they made him a Mahatma, they certainly shaped and defined his views on caste, race, and imperialism. His views on race presaged his views on caste. What happened in South Africa continues to have serious implications for the Indian community there. Fortunately, we have the Mahatma's own words, and inconsistencies, to give us the detail and texture of those years. 112 To generations who have been raised on a diet of Gandhi hagiographies, including myself, to learn of what happened in South Africa is not just disturbing, it is almost stupefying. The Shining Path. Gandhi, 24 years old and trained as a lawyer in London's Inner Temple, arrived in South Africa in May 1893. He had a job as legal advisor to a wealthy Gujarati Muslim merchant. Imperial Britain was tightening its grip on the African continent. Gandhi was unkindly jolted into political awakening a few months after he arrived. Half the story is legendary. Gandhi was thrown out of a whites-only first-class coach of a train in Pietermaritzburg. The other half of the story is less known. Gandhi was not offended by racial segregation. He was offended that passenger Indian merchants who were predominantly Muslim but also privileged caste Hindus who had come to South Africa to do business, were being treated on a par with native black Africans. Gandhi's argument was that passenger Indians came to Natal as British subjects and were entitled to equal treatment on the basis of Queen Victoria's 1858 proclamation, which asserted the equality of all imperial subjects. 113.
In 1894, he became secretary of the Natal Indian Congress, founded and funded by rich Indian merchants and traders. The membership fee, of £3, was a princely sum that meant the Natal Indian Congress would remain an elite club. For a sense of proportion 12 years later, the Zulus would rise in rebellion against the British for imposing an unaffordable £1 poll tax on them. One of the earliest political victories for the Natal Indian Congress came in 1895 with a solution to what was known as the Durban Post Office problem. The post office had only two entrances, one for blacks and one for whites. Gandhi petitioned the authorities and had a third entrance opened so that Indians did not need to use the same entrance as the Kafirs. 114 In an open letter to the Natal Legislative Assembly dated December 19, 1894, he says that both the English and the Indians spring from common stock, called the Indo-Aryan, and cites Max Muller, Arthur Schopenhauer, and William Jones to buttress his argument. He complains that the Indian is being dragged down to the position of a raw Kafir. 115 As spokesman for the Indian community, Gandhi was always careful to distinguish and distance passenger Indians from indentured, bonded, workers. Whether they are Hindus or Mohammedans, they are absolutely without any moral or religious instruction worthy of the name. They have not learned enough to educate themselves without any outside help. Placed thus, they are apt to yield to the slightest temptation to tell a lie. After some time, lying with them becomes a habit and a disease. They would lie without any reason, without any prospect of bettering themselves materially, indeed, without knowing what they are doing. They reach a stage in life when their moral faculties have completely collapsed owing to neglect. 116. The Indian indentured labour whose moral faculties were in such a state of collapse were largely from the subordinated castes and lived and worked in conditions of virtual slavery, incarcerated on sugarcane farms. They were flogged, starved, imprisoned, often sexually abused, and died in great numbers. 117. Gandhi soon became the most prominent spokesperson for the cause of the passenger Indians. In 1896, he travelled to India where he addressed packed and increasingly indignant meetings about the racism that Indians were being subjected to in South Africa. At the time, the white regime was getting increasingly anxious about the rapidly expanding Indian population. For them Gandhi was the leader of the coolies, their name for all Indians. 118 In a perverse sense, their racism was inclusive. It didn't notice the distinctions that Gandhi went to such great lengths to make. When Gandhi returned to Durban in January 1897, the news of his campaign had preceded him. His ship was met by thousands of hostile white demonstrators, who refused to let it dock. It took several days of negotiation before Gandhi was allowed to disembark. On his way home, on January 12, 1897, he was attacked and beaten. He bore the attack with fortitude and dignity. 119 2 days later, in an interview with the Natal Advertiser, Gandhi once again distanced himself from the coolies. I have said most emphatically, in the pamphlets and elsewhere, that the treatment of the indentured Indians is no worse or better in Natal than they receive in any other parts of the world. I have never endeavoured to show that the indentured Indians have been receiving cruel treatment. 120. In 1899, the British went to war with Dutch settlers over the spoils of South Africa. Diamonds had been discovered in Kimberley in 1870 and gold on the Witwatersrand in 1886. The Anglo-Boer War, as it was called then, is known more properly today as the South African War or the White Man's War. Thousands of black Africans and indentured Indian labourers were dragooned into the armies on either side. The Indians were not given arms, so they worked as menials and stretcher-bearers. Gandhi and a band of passenger Indians, who felt it was their responsibility as imperial subjects, volunteered their services to the British. Gandhi was enlisted in the Ambulance Corps. It was a brutal war in which British troops fought Boer guerrillas. The British burnt down thousands of Boer farms, slaughtering people and cattle as they swept through the land. Tens of thousands of Boer civilians, mostly women and children, were moved into concentration camps, in which almost 30,000 people died.
Many simply starved to death. 121 These concentration camps were the first of their kind, the progenitors of Hitler's extermination camps for Jews. Several years later, after he returned to India, when Gandhi wrote about the South African War in his memoirs, he suggested that the prisoners in the camps were practicing a cheerful form of satyagraha, which was the course of action he prescribed to the Jews of Germany too. 122. Boer women understood that their religion required them to suffer in order to preserve their independence, and therefore, patiently and cheerfully endured all hardships. They starved, they suffered biting cold and scorching heat. Sometimes a soldier intoxicated by liquor or maddened by passion might even assault these unprotected women. Still the brave women did not flinch. 123. After the war, the British announced that their troops would be given a slab each of Queen's chocolate as a reward for their bravery. Gandhi wrote a letter to the colonial secretary to ask for the largest to be extended to the ambulance corps leaders, who had volunteered without pay. It will be greatly appreciated by them and prized as a treasure if the terms under which the gift has been graciously made by Her Majesty would allow of its distribution among the Indian leaders. 124 The colonial secretary replied curtly to say that the chocolate was only for non-commissioned officers. In 1901, with the Boer War now behind him, Gandhi spoke of how the objective of the Natal Indian Congress was to achieve a better understanding between the English and the Indians. He said he was looking forward to an imperial brotherhood, toward which everyone who was the friend of the empire should aim. 125. This was not to be. The Boers managed to outmaneuver and out-brotherhood Gandhi. In 1902, they signed the Treaty of Vereeniging with the British. According to the treaty, the Boer republics of the Transvaal and the Orange Free State became colonies of the British Empire under the sovereignty of the British Crown. In return, the British government agreed to give the colonies self-rule. The Boers became the British government's brutal lieutenants. Jan Smuts, once a dreaded Boer terrorist, switched sides and eventually led the British Army of South Africa in World War I. The white folks made peace. They divided the diamonds, the gold, and the land between themselves. Blacks, Indians, and coloreds were left out of the equation. Gandhi was not deterred. A few years after the South African War, he once again volunteered for active service. In 1906, the Zulu chief Bambe the Comansansa led his people in an uprising against the British government's newly imposed £1 poll tax. The Zulus and the British were old enemies and had fought each other before. In 1879, the Zulus had routed the British army when it attacked the Zulu kingdom, a victory that put the Zulu on the world map. Eventually, over the years, because they could not match the firepower of British troops, they were conquered and driven off their land. Still, they refused to work on the white man's farms, which is why bonded, indentured labor was shipped in from India. Time and again, the Zulus had risen up. During the Bambe the Rebellion, the rebels, armed only with spears and cowhide shields, fought British troops equipped with modern artillery. As the news of the rebellion came in, Gandhi published a series of letters in Indian Opinion, a Gujarati English newspaper he had started in 1903. One of its chief benefactors was Sir Ratanji Jamsetji Tata of the Tata Industrial Empire. In a letter dated November 18, 1905, Gandhi said, "At the time of the Boer War, it will be remembered, the Indians volunteered to do any work that might be entrusted to them, and it was with great difficulty that they could get their services accepted even for ambulance work. General Butler has certified as to what kind of work the Natal Indian Volunteer Ambulance Corps did. If the government only realized what reserve force is being wasted, they would make use of it and would give Indians a thorough training for actual warfare." 126. On April 14, 1906, Gandhi wrote again in Indian Opinion, translated from Gujarati. "What is our duty during these calamitous times in the colony? It is not for us to say whether the revolt of the Kafirs Zulus is justified or not. We are in Natal by virtue of British power. Our very existence depends on it. It is therefore our duty to render whatever help we can." There was a discussion in the press as to what part the Indian community would play in the event of an actual war. We have already declared in the English columns of this journal that the Indian community is prepared to play its part, and we believe what we did during the Boer War should also be done now. 127. The rebellion was eventually contained. Chief Bambatha was captured and beheaded. 4,000 Zulus were killed, thousands more flogged and imprisoned. Even Winston Churchill, Master of War, at the time Under Secretary of State, was disturbed by the violence. He said, "It is my duty to warn the Secretary of State that this further disgusting butchery will excite in all probability great disapproval in the House of Commons." The score between black and white stands at present at about 3,500 to 8,128. Gandhi, on his part, never regretted the role he played in the White Man's War and in the Bambatha uprising. He just reimagined it. Years later, in 1928, in Satyagraha in South Africa 129, the memoirs he wrote in Urawada Central Jail, both stories had, shall we say, evolved. By then the chessmen on the board had moved around. Gandhi had turned against the British. In his new account, the truth about the stretcher-bearer corps in the Bambatha rebellion had grown into another truth. The Zulu rebellion broke out just while attempts were being made to impose further disabilities upon Indians in the Transvaal, therefore I made an offer to the government to raise a stretcher-bearer corps for service with the troops. The corps was on active service for a month. We had to cleanse the wounds of several Zulus which had not been attended to for as many as 5 or 6 days and were therefore stinking horribly. We liked the work. The Zulus could not talk to us, but from their gestures and the expression in their eyes they seemed to feel as if God had sent them our succor. 130. The retrospectively constructed image of the flogged, defeated Zulu, a dumb animal conveying his gratitude to God's missionaries of peace, is completely at odds, as we shall see, with his views about Zulus that were published in the pages of his newspapers during those years. In Gandhi's reimagining of the story of the Bambatha rebellion, the broken Zulu becomes the inspiration for another of his causes, celibacy. While I was working with the Corps, 2 ideas which had long been floating in my mind became firmly fixed. First, an aspirant after a life exclusively devoted to service must lead a life of celibacy. Second, he must accept poverty as a constant companion through life. He may not take up any occupation which would prevent him or make him shrink from undertaking the lowliest of duties or largest risks. 131. Gandhi's experiments with poverty and celibacy began in the Phoenix settlement, a commune he had set up in 1904. It was built on a 100-acre plot of land in the heart of Natal amidst the sugar fields that were worked by Indian indentured labor. The members of the commune included a few Europeans and, non-indentured, Indians, but no black Africans. In September 1906, only months after the Bambatha rebellion, despite his offers of friendship and his demonstrations of loyalty, Gandhi was let down once again. The British government passed the Transvaal Asiatic Law Amendment Act. Its purpose was to control Indian merchants, who were regarded as competition to white traders, from entering the Transvaal. 132. Every male Asian had to register himself and produce on demand a thumbprint certificate of identity. Unregistered people were liable to be deported. There was no right of appeal. Suddenly, a community whose leader had been dreaming of an imperial brotherhood had been once again reduced to a status lower than that of the aboriginal races of South Africa and the colored people. 133. Gandhi led the struggle of the passenger Indians bravely and from the front. 2,000 people burned their passes in a public bonfire. Gandhi was assaulted mercilessly, arrested, and imprisoned. And then his worst nightmares became a reality. The man who could not bear to even share the entrance to a post office with Kafirs now had to share a prison cell with them. We were all prepared for hardships, but not quite for this experience. We could understand not being classed with the whites, but to be placed on the same level with the natives seemed to be too much to put up with. I then felt that Indians had not launched our passive resistance too soon. Here was further proof that the obnoxious law was meant to emasculate the Indians. Apart from whether or not this implies degradation, I must say it is rather dangerous. Kafirs as a rule are uncivilized, the convicts even more so. They are troublesome, very dirty, and live almost like animals. 134. A year later, the 16th of the 20 years he would spend in South Africa, he wrote My Second Experience in Jail in Indian Opinion, January 16, 1909. I was given a bed in a cell where there were mostly Kafir prisoners who had been lying ill. I spent the night in this cell in great misery and fear. I read the Bhagavad Gita which I had carried with me. I read the verses which had a bearing on my situation and meditating on them, managed to compose myself. The reason why I felt so uneasy was that the Kafir and Chinese prisoners appeared to be wild, murderous, and given to immoral ways. The Chinese appeared to be worse. He came near the bed and looked closely at me. I kept still. Then he went to a Kafir lying in bed. The two exchanged obscene jokes, uncovering each other's genitals. I have resolved in my mind on an agitation to ensure that Indian prisoners are not lodged with Kafirs or others. We cannot ignore the fact that there is no common ground between them and us. Moreover, those who wish to sleep in the same room as them have ulterior motives for doing so. 135. From inside jail, Gandhi began to petition the white authorities for separate wards in prisons. He led battles demanding segregation on many counts. He wanted separate blankets because he worried that a blanket that has been used by the dirtiest of Kafirs may later fall to an Indian's lot. 136. He wanted prison meals specially suited to Indians, rice served with ghee. 137. And refused to eat the mealy pap that the Kafirs seemed to relish. He also agitated for separate lavatories for Indian prisoners. 138. 20 years later, in 1928, the truth about all this had transmogrified into another story altogether. Responding to a proposal for segregated education for Indians and Africans in South Africa, Gandhi wrote, Indians have too much in common with the Africans to think of isolating themselves from them. They cannot exist in South Africa for any length of time without the active sympathy and friendship of the Africans. I am not aware of the general body of the Indians having ever adopted an air of superiority towards their African brethren, and it would be a tragedy if any such movement were to gain ground among the Indian settlers of South Africa. 139. Then, in 1939, disagreeing with Jawaharlal Nehru, who believed that black Africans and Indians should stand together against the white regime in South Africa, Gandhi contradicted himself once more. However much one may sympathize with the Bantus, Indians cannot make common cause with them. 140. Gandhi was an educated, well-travelled man. He would have been aware of the winds that were blowing in other parts of the world. His disgraceful words about Africans were written around the same time W.E.B. Du Bois wrote The Souls of Black Folk. One ever feels this two-ness: an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. 141. Gandhi's attempts to collaborate with a colonial regime were taking place at the same time that the anarchist Emma Goldman was saying. The centralization of power has brought into being an international feeling of solidarity among the oppressed nations of the world, a solidarity which represents a greater harmony of interests between the working man of America and his brothers abroad than between the American miner and his exploiting compatriot, a solidarity which fears not foreign invasion, because it is bringing all the workers to the point when they will say to their masters, "Go and do your own killing. We have done it long enough for you." 142. Pandita Ramabai, 1858–1922, Gandhi's contemporary from India, did not have his unfortunate instincts. Though she was born a Brahmin, she renounced Hinduism for its patriarchy and its practice of caste, became a Christian, and quarrelled with the Anglican Church too, earning a place of pride in India's anti-caste tradition. She travelled to the US in 1886, where she met Harriet Tubman, who had once been a slave, whom she admired more than anybody she had ever met. Contrast Gandhi's attitude toward the African people to Pandita Ramabai's description of her meeting with Harriet Tubman. Harriet still works. She has a little house of her own, where she and her husband live and work together for their own people. Harriet is very large and strong. She hugged me like a bear and shook me by the hand till my poor little hand ached. 143. In 1873, Jyotirao Phule dedicated his Ghulam Giri, slavery, to the good people of the United States as a token of admiration for their sublime disinterested and self-sacrificing devotion in the cause of Negro slavery, and with an earnest desire, that my countrymen may take their noble example as their guide in the emancipation of their Shudra brothers from the trammels of Brahmin thraldom. 144. Phule, who, among other things, campaigned for widow remarriage, girls' education, and started a school for untouchables, described how the owners of slaves treated the slaves as beasts of burden, raining kicks and blows on them all the time and starving them. And how they would harness the slaves as bullocks and make them plough the fields in the blazing Sunday. Phule believed that the Shudra and Ati Shudra would understand slavery better than anyone else because they have a direct experience of slavery as compared to the others who have never experienced it. So, the Shudras were conquered and enslaved by the Brahmins. 145. The connection between racism and casteism was made more than a century before the 2001 Durban Conference. Empathy sometimes achieves what scholarship cannot. Despite all of Gandhi's suffering in unsegregated South African prisons, the Satyagraha against the pass laws did not gain much traction. After leading a number of protests against registering and fingerprinting, Gandhi suddenly announced that Indians would agree to be fingerprinted as long as it was voluntary. It would not be the first time that he would make a deal that contradicted what the struggle was about in the first place. Around this time, his wealthy architect friend Herman Kallenbach gifted him 1,100 acres of farmland just outside Johannesburg. Here he set up his second commune, Tolstoy Farm, with 1,000 fruit trees on it. On Tolstoy Farm he began his experiments in purity and spirituality and developed his homegrown protocol for the practice of satyagraha. Given Gandhi's proposals to partner with the British in their colonization of South Africa and British reluctance to accept that partnership, satyagraha, appealing to your opponent with the force of truth and love, was the perfect political tool. Gandhi was not trying to overwhelm or destroy a ruling structure, he simply wanted to be friends with it. The intensity of his distaste for the raw Kafir was matched by his affection and admiration for the British. Satyagraha seemed to be a way of reassuring them, a way of saying, you can trust us. Look at us. We would rather harm ourselves than harm you. This is not to suggest that satyagraha is not, and cannot be, in certain situations, an effective means of political resistance. I am merely describing the circumstances in which Gandhi began his experiments with satyagraha. Essentially, his idea of satyagraha revolved around a regimen of renunciation and purification. Renunciation naturally segued into a missionary approach to politics. The emphasis on purity and purification obviously derived from the caste system, though Gandhi inverted the goalposts and called his later ministrations to untouchables a process of self-purification. On the whole, it was a brand of hair-shirt Christianity combined with his own version of Hinduism and esoteric vegetarianism, which ended up underlining the impurity of Dalits, Muslims, and all the rest of us meat-eaters, in other words, the majority of the Indian population. The other attraction was brahmacharya celibacy. The practice of semen retention and complete sexual abstinence became the minimum qualification for a pure satyagrahi. Crucifixion of the flesh, denial of pleasure and desire, and eventually almost every normal human instinct became a major theme. Even eating came in for some serious stick. Taking food is as dirty an act as answering the call of nature. 146. Would a person who was starving think of eating as a dirty act? Gandhi always said that he wanted to live like the poorest of the poor. The question is, can poverty be simulated? Poverty, after all, is not just a question of having no money or no possessions. Poverty is about having no power. As a politician, it was Gandhi's business to accumulate power, which he did effectively. Satyagraha wouldn't have worked, even as much as it did, if it wasn't for his star power. If you are powerful, you can live simply, but you cannot be poor. In South Africa, it took a lot of farmland and organic fruit trees to keep Gandhi in poverty. The battle of the poor and the powerless is one of reclamation, not renunciation. But Gandhi, like many successful godmen, was an astute politician. He understood that the act of renunciation by someone who has plenty to renounce has always appealed to the popular imagination. Gandhi would eventually discard his Western suit and put on a dhoti in order to dress like the poorest of the poor. Ambedkar, on the other hand, born unmoneyed, untouchable, and denied the right to wear clothes that privileged caste people wore, would show his defiance by wearing a three-piece suit. The irony is that while Gandhi was performing the rituals of poverty in Tolstoy Farm, he was not questioning the accumulation of capital or the unequal distribution of wealth. He was not holding out for improved working conditions for the indentured, or for the return of land to those it had been stolen from. He was fighting for Indian merchants' right to expand their businesses to the Transvaal and to compete with British merchants. For centuries before Gandhi and for years after him, Hindu rishis and yogis have practiced feats of renunciation far more arduous than Gandhi's. However, they have usually done it alone, on a snowy mountainside or in a cave set in a wind-blown cliff. Gandhi's genius was that he yoked his otherworldly search for moksha to a very worldly, political cause and performed both, like a fusion dance, for a live audience, in a live-in theatre. Over the years, he expanded his strange experiments to include his wife as well as other people, some of them too young to know what they were being subjected to. Toward the end of his life, as an old man in his 70s, he took to sleeping with two young girls, Manu, his 17-year-old grandniece, and Abha, who were known as his walking sticks. 147 He did this, he said, in order to gauge the degree of success or failure of his conquest over sexual desire. Leaving aside the very contentious, disturbing issues of consent and propriety, leaving aside the effect it had on the girls, the experiment raises another distressing, almost horrifying question. For Gandhi to extrapolate from the results of sleeping with 2, or 3, or 4, women that he had, or had not, conquered heterosexual desire suggests that he viewed women not as individuals, but as a category. That, for him, a very small sample of a few physical specimens, including his own grandniece, could stand in for the whole species. Gandhi wrote at length about the experiments he conducted at Tolstoy Farm. On one occasion, he describes how he slept with young boys and girls spread around him, taking care to arrange the order of the beds but knowing full well that any amount of such care would have been futile in case of a wicked mind. Then, I sent the boys reputed to be mischievous and the innocent young girls to bathe in the same spot at the same time. I had fully explained the duty of self-restraint to the children, who were all familiar with my Satyagraha doctrine. I knew, and so did the children, that I loved them with a mother's love. Was it a folly to let the children meet there for bath and yet to expect them to be innocent? The trouble that Gandhi had been anticipating spoiling for, actually with a mother's prescience, took place. One day, one of the young men made fun of two girls, and the girls themselves or some child brought me the information. The news made me tremble. I made inquiries and found that the report was true. I remonstrated with the young men, but that was not enough. I wished the two girls to have some sign on their person as a warning to every young man that no evil eye might be cast upon them, and as a lesson to every girl that no one dare assail their purity. The passionate Ravana could not so much as touch Sita with evil intent while Rama was thousands of miles away. What mark should the girls bear so as to give them a sense of security and at the same time to sterilize the sinner's eye? This question kept me awake for the night. By morning, Gandhi had made his decision. He gently suggested to the girls that they might let him cut off their fine long hair. At first they were reluctant. He kept the pressure up and managed to win the elderly women of the farm over to his side. The girls came around after all, and at once the very hand that is narrating this incident set to cut off their hair. And afterwards analyzed and explained my procedure before my class, with excellent results. I never heard of a joke again. 148. There is no mention of what punishment the same mind that had thought up the idea of cutting the girls' hair had thought up for the boys. Gandhi did indeed make the space for women to participate in the national movement. But those women had to be virtuous, they had to, so to speak, bear marks upon their person that would sterilize the sinner's eye. They had to be obedient women who never challenged the traditional structures of patriarchy. Gandhi may have enjoyed and learned a great deal from his experiments. But he's gone now, and left his followers with a legacy of a joyless, joke-free world, no desire, no sex, which he described as a poison worse than snakebite. 149 No food, no beads, no nice clothes, no dance, no poetry, and very little music. It is true that Gandhi fired the imagination of millions of people. It's also true that he has debilitated the political imagination of millions with his impossible standards of purity and righteousness as a minimum qualification for political engagement. Chastity is one of the greatest disciplines without which the mind cannot attain the requisite firmness. A man who loses stamina becomes emasculated and cowardly. Several questions arise. How is one to carry one's wife with one? Yet those who wish to take part in great work are bound to solve these puzzles. 150. No questions seem to have arisen as to how one was to carry one's husband with one. Nor any thoughts on whether satyagraha would be effective, for example, against the hoary tradition of marital rape. In 1909, Gandhi published his first and most famous political tract, Hind Swaraj. It was written in Gujarati and translated into English by Gandhi himself. It is considered to be a piece of genuinely original thinking, a classic. Gandhi himself remained pleased with it to the end of his days. Hind Swaraj defines Gandhi in the way annihilation of caste defines Ambedkar. Soon after it was published, copies of it were seized in Bombay, and it was banned for being seditious. The ban was lifted only in 1938. 151. It was conceived of as Gandhi's response to Indian socialists, impatient young nihilists and nationalists he had met in London. Like the Bhagavad Gita, and Jyotirao Phule's Ghulam Giri, Hind Swaraj is written as a conversation between two people. Its best and most grounded passages are those in which he writes about how Hindus and Muslims would have to learn to accommodate each other after Swaraj. This message of tolerance and inclusiveness between Hindus and Muslims continues to be Gandhi's real, lasting, and most important contribution to the idea of India. Nevertheless, in Hind Swaraj, Gandhi, like many right-wing Hindu nationalists would do in the future, 152 superimposes Hinduism's spiritual map, the map of its holy places, on the territorial map of India and uses that to define the boundaries of the country. By doing so, consciously or unconsciously, Gandhi presents the homeland as unmistakably Hindu. But he goes on, in the manner of a good host, to say that a country must have a faculty for assimilation and that the Hindus, the Mohammedans, the Parsis and the Christians who have made India their country, are fellow countrymen. 153 The time Gandhi spent in South Africa, where the majority of his clients, and later his political constituency, were wealthy Muslim businessmen, seems to have made him more attentive to the Muslim question than he might have otherwise been. For the sin of this attentiveness, this obviously unforgivable complexity, he paid with his life. The rest of Hind Swaraj is a trenchant, some say lyrical, denunciation of modernity. Like the Luddites, but with no calls for machine smashing, it indicts the Industrial Revolution and modern machinery. It calls the British Parliament a sterile woman and a prostitute. It condemns doctors, lawyers, and the railways and dismisses Western civilization as satanic. It might not have been a crude or even excessive adjective to use from the point of view of the genocide of tens of millions of people in the Americas, in Australia, the Congo, and West Africa that was an inalienable part of the colonial project. But it was a little odd, considering Gandhi's proposals for an imperial brotherhood. And even odder, considering his respect for the British and his disdain for the uncivilized raw Kafir. What then is civilization? The reader eventually asks the editor. The editor then launches into an embarrassing, chauvinistic reverie of a mythical India. I believe that the civilization India has evolved is not to be beaten in the world. 154 It's tempting to reproduce the whole chapter, but since that isn't possible, here are some key passages. A man is not necessarily happy because he is rich or unhappy because he is poor. The rich are often seen to be unhappy, the poor to be happy. Millions will always remain poor. Observing all this, our ancestors dissuaded us from luxuries and pleasures. We have managed with the same kind of plough as it existed thousands of years ago. We have retained the same kind of cottages we had in former times, and our indigenous education remains the same as before. We have had no system of life-corroding competition. Each followed his own occupation or trade, and charged a regulation wage. It was not that we did not know how to invent machinery, but our forefathers knew that, if we set our hearts after such things, we would become slaves and lose our moral fiber. A nation with a constitution like this is fitter to teach others than to learn from others. This nation had courts, lawyers and doctors, but they were all within bounds. Justice was tolerably fair. 155. Gandhi's valorization of the mythic village came at a point in his life when he does not seem to have even visited an Indian village. 156, and yet his faith in it is free of doubt or caveats. The common people lived independently, and followed their agricultural occupation. They enjoyed true home rule. And where this cursed modern civilization has not reached, India remains as it was before. I would certainly advise you and those like you who love the motherland to go into the interior that has yet not been polluted by the railways, and to live there for at least 6 months. You might be patriotic and speak of home rule. Now you see what I consider to be real civilization. Those who want to change conditions such as I have described are enemies of the country and are sinners. 157. Other than the vague allusion to the idea of people following an ancestral occupation or trade that was rewarded by a regulation wage, caste is absent in Gandhi's reverie. Though Gandhi later insisted that untouchability had troubled him since he was a boy. 158. In Hind Swaraj he makes absolutely no mention of it. Around the time Hind Swaraj was published, the first biographies of Gandhi were also published. M.K. Gandhi, an Indian patriot in South Africa by Reverend Joseph Doak, a minister of the Johannesburg Baptist Church, in 1909, and M.K. Gandhi, a sketch of his life and work in 1910 by Henry S. L. Pollock, one of Gandhi's closest friends and most admiring of disciples. These contained the first intimations of coming Mahatmahood. In 1910, the separate British colonies of Natal, the Cape, the Transvaal, and the Orange Free State united to become the Union of South Africa, a self-governing dominion under the British Crown, with Louis Botha as its first Prime Minister. Segregation began to harden. Around then, only 3 years before he was to leave South Africa, Gandhi condescendingly began to admit that Africans were the original inhabitants of the land. The Negroes alone are the original inhabitants of this land. We have not seized the land from them by force, we live here with their goodwill. The whites, on the other hand, have occupied the country forcibly and appropriated it to themselves. 159. By now he seems to have forgotten that he had actively collaborated with the whites in their wars to forcibly occupy the country, appropriate the land, and enslave Africans. Gandhi chose to ignore the scale and extent of the brutality that was taking place around him. Did he really believe that it was the Negroes' goodwill that allowed Indian merchants to ply their trade in South Africa, and not, despite its racist laws, British colonialism? In 1906, during the Zulu Rebellion, he had been less woolly about things like goodwill when he said, "We are in Natal by virtue of British power. Our very existence depends on it." By 1911, the anxiety of the white folks about the burgeoning Indian population led to legislation that stopped the import of labor from India. 160. Then came 1913, the year the first volume of Marcel Proust's À la recherche du temps perdu was first published, the year Rabindranath Tagore won the Nobel Prize for Literature, South Africa's Year of Blood. It was the year the foundations for apartheid were laid, the year of the Land Act, legislation that created a system of tenure that deprived the majority of South Africa's inhabitants of the right to own land. It was the year African women marched against the pass laws that herded them into townships and restricted inter-province movement, the year white mine workers and railway workers, and then African mine workers, went on strike. It was the year Indian workers rose against a new £3 tax and against a new marriage law that made their existing marriages illegal and their children illegitimate. The year the £3 tax was imposed on those who had worked off their indenture and wanted to live on in South Africa as free citizens. Being unaffordable, the tax would have forced workers to re-indenture and lock themselves into a cycle of servitude. For the first time in 20 years, Gandhi aligned himself politically with the people he had previously taken care to distance himself from. He stepped in to lead the Indian workers' strike. In fact, they did not need leading. 4 years before, during, and after Gandhi, they had waged their own heroic resistance. It could be argued that they were fortunate to have escaped Gandhi's attentions, because they did not just wage a resistance, they also broke caste in the only way it can be broken. They transgressed caste barriers, got married to each other, made love, and had babies. Gandhi travelled from town to town, addressing coal miners and plantation workers. The strike spread from the collieries to the sugar plantations. Nonviolent satyagraha failed. There was rioting, arson, and bloodshed. Thousands were arrested as they defied the new immigration bill and crossed the border into the Transvaal. Gandhi was arrested, too. He lost control of the strike. Eventually, he signed a settlement with Jan Smuts. The settlement upset many in the Indian community, who saw it as a Pyrrhic victory. One of its most controversial clauses was the one in which the government undertook to provide free passage to Indians who wished to return permanently to India. It reinforced and formalized the idea that Indians were sojourners who could be repatriated. In their 1948 election manifesto, the Apartheid National Party called for the repatriation of all Indians. Indians finally became full-fledged citizens only in 1960, when South Africa became a republic. PSAR, an old adversary of Gandhi's, had accused him of being primarily concerned with the rights of the passenger Indians. During the struggle against the first proposal of the draft immigration bill in 1911, while some Indians, including AR, were agitating for the free movement of all Indians to all provinces, Gandhi and Henry Pollock were petitioning for 6 new entrants a year to be allowed into the Transvaal. 161 AR was editor of the African Chronicle, a newspaper with a predominantly Tamil readership that reported the terrible conditions in which indentured labourers worked and lived. About the Gandhi-Smuts settlement, AR said that Gandhi's ephemeral fame and popularity in India rest on no glorious achievement for his countrymen, but on a series of failures, which has resulted in causing endless misery, loss of wealth, and deprivation of existing rights. He added that Gandhi's leadership over the previous 2 decades had resulted in no tangible good to anyone. On the contrary, Gandhi and his band of passive resistors had made themselves an object of ridicule and hatred among all sections of the community in South Africa. 162, a joke among some blacks and Indians goes like this: things were good then, back in 1893. Gandhi only got thrown off a train. By 1920, we couldn't even get on 1.163. Though it was not put down in writing, part of the Gandhi-Smuts settlement seems to have been that Gandhi would have to leave South Africa. 164. In all his years in South Africa, Gandhi maintained that Indians deserved better treatment than Africans. The jury is still out on whether or not Gandhi's political activity helped or harmed the Indian community in the long run. But his consistent attempts to collaborate with the British government certainly made the Indian community vulnerable during the rise of African nationalism. When Indian political activists joined the liberation movement under African leadership in the 1950s and saw their freedom as being linked to the freedom of African people, they were breaking with Gandhi's politics, not carrying on his legacy. When Indians joined the Black consciousness movement in the 1970s seeking to build a broader black identity, they were actually upending Gandhian politics. It is these people, many of whom did their time in Robben Island with Nelson Mandela and other African comrades, who have saved the South African Indian community from being painted as a race of collaborators and from being isolated, even expelled, like the Indians in Uganda were in 1972. That Gandhi is a hero in South Africa is as undeniable as it is baffling. One possible explanation is that after he left South Africa, Gandhi was re-imported, this time as the shining star of the freedom struggle in India. The Indian community in South Africa, already cut adrift from its roots, was, after Gandhi left, further isolated and brutalized by the apartheid regime. Gandhi's cult status in India and his connection to South Africa would have provided South African Indians with a link to their history and their motherland. In order for Gandhi to be a South African hero, it became necessary to rescue him from his past and to rewrite it. Gandhi himself began that project. Some writers of history completed it. Toward the end of Gandhi's stay in South Africa, the first few biographies had spread the news, and things were moving fast on the Messiah front. The young Reverend Charles Freer Andrews travelled to South Africa and fell on his knees when he met Gandhi at the Durban dock. 165 Andrews, who became a lifelong devotee, went on to suggest that Gandhi, the leader of the humblest, the lowliest, and lost, was a living avatar of Christ's spirit. Europeans and Americans vied with one another to honour him. In 1915, Gandhi returned to India via London, where he was awarded something far better than the Queen's chocolate. For his services to the British Empire, he was honoured with the Kaisari Hind Gold Medal for public service, presented to him by Lord Hardinge of Penshurst. He returned it in 1920 before the first national non-cooperation movement. Honoured thus, he arrived in India fitted out as the Mahatma great soul who had fought racism and imperialism and had stood up for the rights of Indian workers in South Africa. He was 46 years old. To honour the returning hero, G.D. Birla, a leading Indian industrialist, and a fellow Bania, organised a grand reception in Calcutta. The Birlas ran an export-import business based in Calcutta and Bombay. They traded in cotton, wheat, and silver. G.D. Birla was a wealthy man who was chafing at the bit, offended by the racism he had personally encountered at the hands of the British. He had had several run-ins with the colonial government. He became Gandhi's chief patron and sponsor and paid him a generous monthly retainer to cover the costs of running his ashrams and for his Congress Party work. There were other industrialist sponsors as well, but Gandhi's arrangement with G.D. Birla lasted for the rest of his days. 166 In addition to mills and other businesses, G.D. Birla owned a newspaper, Hindustan Times, where Gandhi's son, Devdas, eventually worked as managing editor. So the Mahatma who promoted homespun khadi and the wooden charkha was sponsored by a mill owner. The man who raged against the machine was kept afloat by industrialists. This arrangement was the precursor to the phenomenon of the corporate-sponsored NGO. Once the finances were in place and the ashrams were up and running, Gandhi set off on his mission of rallying people against the British government, yet never harming the old hierarchies that he, and his sponsors, intrinsically believed in. He travelled the length and breadth of the country to get to know it. His first satyagraha was in Champaran, Bihar, in 1917. 3 years prior to his arrival there, landless peasants living on the verge of famine, labouring on British-owned indigo plantations, had risen in revolt against a new regime of British taxes. Gandhi travelled to Champaran and set up an ashram from where he backed their struggle. The people were not sure exactly who he was. Jacques Paukpadas, who studied the Champaran Satyagraha, writes, rumours, reported that Gandhi had been sent into Champaran by the viceroy, or even the king, to redress all the grievances of the Rayats farmers and that his mandate overruled all the local officials and the courts. 167 Gandhi stayed in Champaran for a year and then left. Says Paukpadas, it is a fact that from 1918 onwards, after Gandhi had left and the planters' influence had begun to fade away, the hold of the rural oligarchy grew stronger than ever. To rouse people against injustice and yet control them and persuade them to his view of injustice, Gandhi had to make some complicated maneuvers. In 1921, when peasants, Kisans, rose against their Indian landlords, zamindars, in the United Provinces, Gandhi sent them a message. Whilst we will not hesitate to advise Kisans when the moment comes to suspend payment of taxes to government, it is not contemplated that at any stage of non-cooperation we would seek to deprive the zamindars of their rent. The Kisan movement must be confined to the improvement of the status of the Kisans and the betterment of the relations between the zamindars and them. The Kisans must be advised scrupulously to abide by the terms of their agreement with the zamindars, whether such agreement is written or inferred from custom. 168. Inferred from custom. We needn't guess what that means. It's the whole ball of wax. Though Gandhi spoke of inequality and poverty, though he sometimes even sounded like a socialist,
At no point in his political career did he ever seriously criticize or confront an Indian industrialist or the landed aristocracy. This was of a piece with his doctrine of trusteeship, or what today goes by the term corporate social responsibility, CSR. Expanding on this in an essay called Equal Distribution, Gandhi said, "The rich man will be left in possession of his wealth, of which he will use what he reasonably requires for his personal needs and will act as a trustee for the remainder to be used for society." In this argument, honesty on the part of the trustee is assumed. 169. To justify the idea of the rich becoming the guardians of the poor, he argued that the rich cannot accumulate wealth without the cooperation of the poor in society. 170. And then, to empower the poor wards of the rich guardians, if this knowledge were to penetrate to and spread amongst the poor, they would become strong and would learn how to free themselves by means of non-violence from the crushing inequalities which have brought them to the verge of starvation. 171. Gandhi's ideas of trusteeship echo almost verbatim what American capitalists, the robber barons like J.D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie, were saying at the time. Carnegie writes in The Gospel of Wealth, 1889. This, then, is held to be the duty of the man of wealth, first, to set an example of modest, unostentatious living, shunning display or extravagance, to provide moderately for the legitimate wants of those dependent upon him, and after doing so to consider all surplus revenues which come to him simply as trust funds, which he is called upon to administer, and strictly bound as a matter of duty to administer, in the manner which, in his judgment, is best calculated to produce the most beneficial results for the community, the man of wealth thus becoming the mere agent and trustee for his poorer brethren, bringing to their service his superior wisdom, experience, and ability to administer, doing for them better than they would or could do for themselves. 172. The contradictions mattered little, because by then Gandhi was far beyond all that. He was a Sanatani Hindu, which is how he described himself, and an avatar of Christ, which is how he allowed himself to be described. The trains he travelled in were mobbed by devotees seeking darshan, a sighting. The biographer D.G. Tendulkar, who travelled with him, describes the phenomenon as mass conversions to the new creed. This simple faith moved India's millions, who greeted him everywhere with cries of Mahatma Gandhi ki jai. Prostitutes of Barisal, the Marwari merchants of Calcutta, Oriya coolies, railway strikers, Santals eager to present Kadi chatters, all claimed his attention. Wherever he went he had to endure the tyranny of love. 173. In his classic essay, Gandhi as Mahatma, the historian Shahid Amin describes how the combination of cleverly planted rumors by local Congress leaders, adulatory and sometimes hallucinatory newspaper reporting, a gullible people, and Gandhi's extraordinary charisma built up mass hysteria which culminated in the deification of Mahatma Gandhi. Even back then, not everyone was convinced. An editorial in The Pioneer of April 23, 1921, said, "The very simple people in the east and south of the United Provinces afford a fertile soil in which a belief in the power of the Mahatmaji, who is after all little more than a name of power to them, may grow." The editorial was criticizing an article that had appeared in Swadesh, a Gorakhpur newspaper, that had published rumors about the miracles that surrounded Gandhi. He had made fragrant smoke waft up from a well, a copy of the Holy Quran had appeared in a locked room, a buffalo that belonged to an ahir who refused money to a sadhu begging in the Mahatma's name had perished in a fire, and a Brahmin who had defied Gandhi's authority had gone mad. 174. The taproot of Gandhi's Mahatmahood had found its way into a fecund rill, where feudalism met the future, where miracles met modernity. From there it drew sustenance and prospered. The skeptics were few and did not count for much. Gandhi was by now addressing rallies of up to 200,000 people. The hysteria spread abroad. In 1921, the Unitarian minister John Haynes Holmes of the Community Church in New York, in a sermon called "Who is the Greatest Man in the World?" introduced Gandhi to his congregation as the suffering Christ of the 20th century. 175 years later, in 1958, Martin Luther King, Jr. would do the same. Christ furnished the spirit and motivation, while Gandhi furnished the method. 176. They presented Gandhi with a whole new constituency, a paradoxical gift for a man who so feared and despised
Africans. Perhaps because the Western Christian world was apprehensive about the spreading influence of the Russian Revolution, and was traumatized by the horror of World War I, Europeans and Americans vied to honor the living avatar of Christ. It didn't seem to matter that unlike Gandhi, who was from a well-to-do family, his father was the prime minister of the princely state of Porbandar, Jesus was a carpenter from the slums of Jerusalem who stood up against the Roman Empire instead of trying to make friends with it. And he wasn't sponsored by big business. The most influential of Gandhi's admirers was the French dramatist Romain Rolland, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1915. He had not met Gandhi when in 1924 he published Mahatma Gandhi, the man who became one with the universal being. It sold more than 100,000 copies and was translated into several European languages. 177 It opens with Tagore's invocation from the Upanishads. He is the one luminous, creator of all, Mahatma. Always in the hearts of the people enshrined. Revealed through love, intuition, and thought. Whoever knows him, immortal becomes. Gandhi said he found a real vision of truth in the book. He called Rolland his self-chosen advertiser in Europe. 178 By 1924, on the list of executives of his own organization, All India Spinners Association, his name appeared as Mahatma Gandhi. 179 Sad then, for him to say in the first paragraph of his response to annihilation of caste, whatever label he wears in the future, Dr. Ambedkar is not the man to allow himself to be forgotten. As though pointing to the profound horrors of the caste system was just a form of self-promotion for Ambedkar. This is the man, or, if you are so inclined, the saint, that Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, born in 1891 into an untouchable Mahar family, presumed to argue with. The Cactus Grove. Ambedkar's father, Ramji Sekpal, and both his grandfathers were soldiers in the British Army. They were Mahars from the Konkan, then a part of the Bombay Presidency and, at the time, a hotbed of nationalist politics. The two famous congressmen, Bal Gangadhar Tilak of the Garam Dal, militant faction, and Gandhi's mentor, Gopal Krishna Gokula, of the Naram Dal, moderate faction, were both Chitpavan Brahmins from the Konkan. It was Tilak who famously said, "Swaraj is my birthright, and I shall have it." The Konkan coast was also home to Ambedkar's political forebear, Jyotirao Phule, who called himself Jyoti Mali, the gardener. Phule was from Satara, the town where Ambedkar spent his early childhood. The Mahars were considered untouchables and, though they were landless agricultural labourers, they were comparatively better off than the other untouchable castes. In the 17th century, they served in the army of Shivaji, the Maratha king of western India. After Shivaji's death, they served the Peshwas, an oppressive Brahminical regime that treated them horribly. It was the Peshwas who forced Mahars to hang pots around their necks and tie brooms to their hips. Unwilling to enter into a trusteeship of this sort, the Mahars shifted their loyalty to the British. In 1818, in the Battle of Corjayan, a small British regiment of Mahar soldiers defeated the massive army of the last Peshwa ruler, Bajirao. 2.180 The British subsequently raised a Mahar regiment, which is still part of the Indian Army. Over time, a section of the Mahar population left their villages and moved to the city. They worked in the Bombay mills and as casual, unorganized labor in the city. The move widened their horizons and perhaps accounts for why the Mahars were politicized quicker than other untouchable communities in the region. Ambedkar was born on April 14, 1891, in the cantonment town of Mountnir Indore in central India. He was the 14th and last child of Ramji Sekpal and Bhimabai Mirbadkar Sekpal. His mother died when he was 2 years old, the same year that his father retired from the army. The family was brought up in the Bhakti tradition of Kabir and Tukaram, but Ramji Sekpal also educated his children in the Hindu epics. As a young boy, Ambedkar was skeptical about the Ramayana and the Mahabharata and their capricious lessons in morality. He was particularly distressed by the story of the killing and dismembering of the low-born Karna. Karna was born of Surya, the sun god, and the unmarried Kunti. Abandoned by his mother, he was brought up by a lowly charioteer. Karna was killed while he was repairing his chariot wheel on the battlefield by his half-brother Arjun on the advice of Krishna. Ambedkar argued with his father. Krishna believed in fraud. His life is nothing but a series of frauds. Equal dislike I have for Rama. 181 later, in a series of essays called Riddles in Hinduism, published posthumously, he would expand on the themes of what he saw as inexcusable misogyny in Rama's and Krishna's slippery ethics. 182. Ambedkar's encounters with humiliation and injustice began from his early childhood. When Gandhi was serving in the South African War, Ambedkar was 10 years old, living with his aunt and going to a local government school in Satara. Thanks to a new British legislation 183 he was allowed to go to a touchable school, but he was made to sit apart from his classmates, on a scrap of gunny sack, so that he would not pollute the classroom floor. He remained thirsty all day because he was not allowed to drink from the touchable's tap. Satara's barbers would not cut his hair, not even the barbers who sheared goats and buffaloes. This cruelty continued in school after school. His older brothers were not allowed to learn Sanskrit because it was the language of the Vedas, and the colonization of knowledge was a central tenet of the caste system. If a Shudra listens intentionally to the Vedas, the Gautama Dharma Sutra says, his ears must be filled with molten tin or lac. Much later, in the 1920s, Ambedkar studied Sanskrit, and in the 1940s also studied Pali, and became familiar with Brahminical texts, and when he wrote Annihilation of Caste, he deployed this knowledge explosively. Eventually, in 1897, the family moved to Achal in Bombay. In 1907, Ambedkar matriculated, the only untouchable student in Elphinstone High School. It was an exceptional achievement for a Mahar boy. Soon after, he was married to 9-year-old Ramabai, not to be confused with Pandita Ramabai, in a ceremony that took place in a shed built over a city drain. While he was doing his bachelor's degree at Elphinstone College, a well-wisher introduced him to Sayajirao Gaekwad, the progressive Maharaja of Baroda. The Maharaja gave him a scholarship of Rs 25.50 a month to complete his graduation. The Maharaja was one of a number of unusual, privileged caste Hindu individuals who helped or allied with Ambedkar in times of adversity and in his political confrontations. The times were turbulent. The Morley Minto reforms, which advocated a separate electorate for Muslims, had been passed. Nationalists were infuriated and saw the reforms as a British ploy to undermine the unity of the growing national movement. Tilak was convicted of sedition and deported to Mandalay. In 1910, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, a young follower of Tilak, was arrested for organising an armed revolt against the Morley Minto reforms. In prison Savarkar turned toward political Hinduism and in 1923 wrote Hindutva, who is a Hindu. When Ambedkar graduated, he became one of 3 students who was given a scholarship by Sayajirao Gaekwad to travel abroad to continue his studies. In 1913, Gandhi's last year in South Africa, the boy who had to sit on a gunny sack on his classroom floor was admitted to Columbia University in New York. It was while he was there, under the tutelage of John Dewey, of Dewey in liberalism fame, Edwin Seligman, James Shotwell, James Harvey Robinson, and A. A. Goldenweiser, that he wrote his original, path-breaking paper on castes in India, their mechanism, genesis, and development, 184, in which he argued that caste could not be equated with either race or class, but was a unique social category in itself, an enclosed, endogamous class. When he wrote it, Ambedkar was only 25 years old. He returned briefly to India and then went to London to study economics at the London School of Economics and simultaneously take a degree in law at Gray's Inn in London, a degree he had to abandon halfway but completed later. Ambedkar returned to Baroda in 1917. To repay his scholarship, he was expected to serve as military secretary to the Maharaja. He came back to a very different reception from the one Gandhi received. There were no glittering ceremonies, no wealthy sponsors. On the contrary, from spending hours reading in the university library with its endless books, and eating at dining tables with napkins and cutlery, Ambedkar returned to the thorny embrace of the caste system.
Afraid of even accidentally touching Ambedkar, clerks and peons in his office would fling files at him. Carpets were rolled up when he walked in and out of office so that they would not be polluted by him. He found no accommodation in the city. His Hindu, Muslim, and Christian friends, even those he had known at Columbia, turned him down. Eventually, by masquerading as a Parsi, he got a room at a Parsi inn. When the owners discovered he was an untouchable, he was thrown onto the street by armed men. I can even now vividly recall it and never recall it without tears in my eyes, Ambedkar wrote. It was then for the first time I learnt that a person who is untouchable to a Hindu is also untouchable to a Parsi. 185. Unable to find accommodation in Baroda, Ambedkar returned to Bombay, where, after initially teaching private tutorials, he got a job as a professor at Sydenham College. In 1917, Hindu reformers were wooing untouchables with an edge of desperation. The Congress had passed its resolution against untouchability. Both Gandhi and Tilak called untouchability a disease that was antithetical to Hinduism. The first All India Depressed Classes Conference was held in Bombay, presided over by Ambedkar's patron and mentor, Maharaja Sayajirao Gaekwad, and attended by several luminaries of the time, including Tilak. They passed the All India Anti-Untouchability Manifesto, which was signed by all of them, except Tilak, who managed to find a way around it. 186. Ambedkar stayed away from these meetings. He had begun to grow skeptical about these very public but completely out-of-character displays of solicitude for untouchables. He saw that these were ways in which, in the changing times, the privileged castes were maneuvering to consolidate their control over the untouchable community. While his audience, his constituency, and his chief concern were the untouchables, Ambedkar believed that it was not just the stigma, the pollution purity issues around untouchability, but caste itself that had to be dismantled. The practice of untouchability, cruel as it was, the broom tied to the waist, the pot hung around the neck, was the performative, ritualistic end of the practice of caste. The real violence of caste was the denial of entitlement, to land, to wealth, to knowledge, to equal opportunity. The caste system is the feudal version of the doctrine of trusteeship. The entitled must be left in possession of their entitlement and be trusted to use it for the public good. How can a system of such immutable hierarchy be maintained if not by the threat of egregious, ubiquitous violence? How do landlords force laborers, generation after generation, to toil night and day on subsistence wages? Why would an untouchable laborer, who is not allowed to even dream of being a landowner one day, put his or her life at the landlord's disposal, to plough the land, to sow seed, and harvest the crop, if it were not out of sheer terror of the punishment that awaits the wayward? Farmers, unlike industrialists, cannot afford strikes. Seed must be sown when it must be sown, the crop must be harvested when it must be harvested. The farm worker must be terrorized into abject submission, into being available when he must be available. How were African slaves forced to work on American cotton fields? By being flogged, by being lynched, and if that did not work, by being hung from a tree for others to see and be afraid. Why are the murders of insubordinate Dalits even today never simply murders but ritual slaughter? Why are they always burnt alive, raped, dismembered, and paraded naked? Why did Shurika Bhatmanga and her children have to die the way they did? Ambedkar tried to provide an answer. Why have the mass of people tolerated the social evils to which they have been subjected? There have been social revolutions in other countries of the world. Why have there not been social revolutions in India, is a question that has incessantly troubled me. There is only one answer which I can give, and it is that the lower classes of Hindus have been completely disabled for direct action on account of this wretched caste system. They could not bear arms, and without arms they could not rebel. They were all ploughmen, or rather condemned to be ploughmen, and they were never allowed to convert their ploughshares into swords. They had no bayonets, and therefore everyone who chose, could and did sit upon them. On account of the caste system, they could receive no education. They could not think out or know the way to their salvation. They were condemned to be lowly, and not knowing the way of escape, and not having the means of escape,
they became reconciled to eternal servitude, which they accepted as their inescapable fate. 187. In rural areas, the threat of actual physical violence sometimes paled before the specter of the social boycott that Orthodox Hindus would proclaim against any untouchable who dared to defy the system. This could mean anything from daring to buy a piece of land, wearing nice clothes, smoking a bidi in the presence of a caste Hindu, or having the temerity to wear shoes or ride a mare in a wedding procession. The crime could even be an attitude, a posture that was less craven than an untouchable's is meant to be. It's the opposite of the boycott that the civil rights movement in the US used as a campaign tool. The American blacks at least had a modicum of economic clout to boycott buses and businesses that held them in contempt. Among privileged castes, the social boycott in rural India traditionally means hukka pani bond, no hukka, tobacco, and no pani, water, for a person who has annoyed the community. Though it's called a social boycott, it is an economic as well as social boycott. For Dalits, that is lethal. The sinners are denied employment in the neighborhood, denied the right to food and water, denied the right to buy provisions in the village bania's shop. They are hounded out and left to starve. The social boycott continues to be used as a weapon against Dalits in Indian villages. It is non-cooperation by the powerful against the powerless. Non-cooperation, as we know it, turned on its head. In order to detach caste from the political economy, from conditions of enslavement in which most Dalits lived and worked, in order to elide the questions of entitlement, land reforms, and the redistribution of wealth, Hindu reformers cleverly narrowed the question of caste to the issue of untouchability. They framed it as an erroneous religious and cultural practice that needed to be reformed. Gandhi narrowed it even further to the issue of Banjas scavengers, a mostly urban and therefore somewhat politicized community. From his childhood, he resurrected the memory of Uka, the boy scavenger who used to service the household's lavatory, and often spoke of how the Gandhi family's treatment of Uka had always troubled him. 188 Rural untouchables. Ploughmen, potters, tanners, and their families lived in scattered, small communities, in hutments on the edges of villages, beyond polluting distance. Urban untouchables, Banjas, Churas, and Murtars scavengers, as Gandhi liked to call them, lived together in numbers and actually formed a political constituency. In order to discourage them from converting to Christianity, Lala Mulk Rajbala, a Hindu reformer of the Punjabi Khatri caste, rebaptized them in 1910, and they came to collectively be called Balmikis. Gandhi seized upon the Balmikis and made them his show window for untouchability. Upon them he performed his missionary acts of goodness and charity. He preached to them how to love and hold on to their heritage and how to never aspire toward anything more than the joys of their hereditary occupation. All through his life, Gandhi wrote a great deal about the importance of scavenging as a religious duty. It did not seem to matter that people in the rest of the world were dealing with their shit without making such a fuss about it. Delivering the presidential address at the Kathiawar political conference in Bhavnagar on January 8, 1925, Gandhi said, "If at all I seek any position, it is that of a Banji. Cleansing of dirt is sacred work which can be done by a Brahmin as well as a Banji, the former doing it with and the latter without the knowledge of its holiness. I respect and honor both of them. In the absence of either of the two, Hinduism is bound to face extinction. I like the path of service, therefore, I like the Banji. I have personally no objection to sharing my meal with him, but I am not asking you to interdine with or intermarry him. How can I advise you?" 189. Gandhi's attentiveness toward the Balmikis, his greatly publicized visits to Banji colonies, paid dividends, despite the fact that he treated them with condescension and contempt. When he stayed in one such colony in 1946, half the residents were moved out before his visit and the shacks of the residents torn down and neat little huts constructed in their place. The entrances and windows of the huts were screened with matting, and during the length of Gandhi's visit, were kept sprinkled with water to provide a cooling effect. The local temple was whitewashed and new brick paths were laid. In an interview with Margaret Bourke-White, a photojournalist for Life magazine, one of the men in charge of Gandhi's visit, Dinanath Tien of the Birla Company, explained the improvements in the untouchable colony, we have cared for Gandhiji's comfort for the last 20 years. 190. In his History of the Balmiki Workers of Delhi, the scholar Vijay Prashad says when Gandhi staged his visits to the Balmiki colony on Mandir Marg, formerly Reading Road, in 1946, he refused to eat with the community. "You can offer me goat's milk," he said, "but I will pay for it. If you are keen that I should take food prepared by you, you can come here and cook my food for me." Balmiki elders recount tales of Gandhi's hypocrisy, but only with a sense of uneasiness. When a Dalit gave Gandhi nuts, he fed them to his goat, saying that he would eat them later, in the goat's milk. Most of Gandhi's food, nuts and grains, came from Birla House. He did not take these from the Dalits. Radical Balmikis took refuge in Ambedkarism, which openly confronted Gandhi on these issues. 191. Ambedkar realized that the problem of caste would only be further entrenched unless untouchables were able to organize, mobilize, and become a political constituency with their own representatives. He believed that reserved seats for untouchables within the Hindu fold, or within the Congress, would just produce pliable candidates, servants who knew how to please their masters. He began to develop the idea of a separate electorate for untouchables. In 1919, he submitted a written testimony to the South Borough Committee on Electoral Reforms. The committee's brief was to propose a scheme of territorial constituencies based on existing land revenue districts and separate communal representation for Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs, for a new constitution that was to be drafted to prepare for home rule. The Congress boycotted the committee. To his critics, who called him a collaborator and a traitor, Ambedkar said that home rule was as much the right of the untouchable as it was of the Brahmin, and it was the duty of privileged castes to do what they could to put everybody on an equal plane. In his testimony, Ambedkar argued that untouchables were as separate a social group from touchable Hindus as Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs. The right of representation and the right to hold office under the state are the two most important rights that make up citizenship. But the untouchability of the untouchables puts these rights far beyond their reach. In a few places they do not even possess such insignificant rights as personal liberty and personal security, and equality before law is not always assured to them. These are the interests of the untouchables. And as can be easily seen, they can be represented by the untouchables alone. They are distinctively their own interests and none else can truly voice them. Hence it is evident that we must find the untouchables to represent their grievances, which are their interests, and, secondly, we must find them in such numbers as will constitute a force sufficient to claim redress. 192. The British government did not, at that point, pay much attention to his testimony, though his presentation did perhaps provide the basis for Ambedkar being invited to the first Round Table Conference 10 years later, in 1930. Around this time, Ambedkar started his first journal, Muk Nayak, leader of the voiceless. Tilak's newspaper, Kesari, refused to carry even a paid advertisement announcing the publication of Muk Nayak. 193. The editor of Muk Nayak was P. N. Batkar, the first Mahar to matriculate and go to college. 194. Ambedkar wrote the first 13 editorials himself. In the first one, he described Hindu society in a chilling metaphor as a multi-storied tower with no staircase and no entrance. Everybody had to die in the story they were born in. In May 1920, backed by Chhatrapati Shahu, the Maharaja of Kolhapur, known for his anti-Brahmin views and for pioneering the policy of reservation in education and jobs as far back as 1902, Ambedkar and his colleagues organized the first All India Depressed Classes Conference in Nagpur. It was agreed that no untouchable representative chosen by a caste Hindu majority could, or would, genuinely work against Chaturvarna. The 1920s marked the beginning of an era of direct action by untouchables for the right to use wells, schools, courts, offices, and public transport. In 1924, in what came to be known as the Vaikom Satyagraha, the Ezavas, a community designated Shudra, and the Pulayas, who were untouchables, agitated to use the public roads that skirted the Mahadeva temple in Vaikom, 20 miles from Kottayam in Travancore, now in the state of Kerala. One of the leaders of the Vaikom Satyagraha was George Joseph, a Syrian Christian, and an admirer of Gandhi. Gandhi, on his part, disapproved of a non-Hindu intervening in what he believed to be an internal matter of the Hindus. 195. The same logic had not applied 3 years before, when he led the Caliphate movement. He was also reluctant to support a full-blown satyagraha in an Indian-ruled state. During the course of the Vaikom Satyagraha, George Joseph was imprisoned. He became deeply disillusioned by what he saw as Gandhi's inexcusable ambivalence on the issue of caste. As the tension in Vaikom rose, C. Rajagopalachari, 196 Congress leader and Gandhi's chief lieutenant, travelled to Vaikom to oversee matters. On May 27, 1924, he reassured the worried privileged caste Hindus of Vaikom in a public speech. Let not the people of Vaikom or any other place fear that Mahatmaji wants caste abolished. Mahatmaji does not want the caste system abolished but holds that untouchability should be abolished. Mahatmaji does not want you to dine with Tyas or Pulayas. What he wants is that we must be prepared to touch or go near other human beings as you go near a cow or a horse. Mahatmaji wants you to look upon so-called untouchables as you do at the cow and the dog and other harmless creatures. 197. Gandhi himself arrived in Vaikom in March 1925 to arbitrate. He consulted with the Brahmin priests of the temple who did not allow him, a non-Brahmin, to enter the sanctum and the Queen of Travancore, and negotiated a compromise. The roads were realigned so that they were no longer within polluting distance from the temple. The contentious portion of the road remained closed to Christians and Muslims as well as Avarnas, untouchables, who continued to have no right to enter the temple. Saying he was unable to satisfy the orthodox friends, Gandhi advised the withdrawal of Satyagraha, 198, but the local Satyagrahis continued with their struggle. 12 years later, in November 1936, the Maharaja of Travancore issued the first temple entry proclamation in India. 199. If one of Gandhi's first major political actions was the solution to the problem of the Durban post office, Ambedkar's was the Mahad Satyagraha of 1927. In 1923, the Legislative Council of Bombay, whose elections had been boycotted by the Congress, passed a resolution, the Bole Resolution, that allowed untouchables to use public tanks, wells, schools, courts, and dispensaries. In the town of Mahad, the municipality declared that it had no objection if untouchables used the Chavadar tank in the town. Passing a resolution was one thing, acting on it quite another. After 4 years of mobilization, the untouchables gathered courage and, in March 1927, held a 2-day conference in Mahad. Money for the conference was raised by public contribution. In an unpublished manuscript, the scholar Anand Teltamdi quotes Anant Vinayak Chitrat, one of the organizers of the Mahad Satyagraha, saying that 40 villages contributed Rs 3.6 cents each, and a play about Tukaram was staged in Bombay that made Rs 23.47 cents, making the total collection Rs 143, $2.93. Contrast this with Gandhi's troubles. Just a few months before the Mahad Satyagraha, on January 10, 1927, Gandhi wrote to his industrialist patron, G. D. Birla. My thirst for money is simply unquenchable. I need at least Rs 200,000 for khadi, untouchability, and education. The dairy work makes another 50,000. Then there is the ashram expenditure. No work remains unfinished for want of funds, but God gives after severe trials. This also satisfies me. You can give as you like for whatever work you have faith in. 200. The Mahad conference was attended by about 3,000 untouchables, and a handful of progressive members of the privileged castes. V. D. Savarkar, out of jail by now, was one of the supporters of the Mahad Satyagraha. Ambedkar presided over the meeting. On the morning of the second day, people decided to march to the Chavadar tank and drink water. The privileged castes watched in horror as a procession of untouchables walked through the town, 4 abreast, and drank water from the tank. After the shock subsided came the violent counterattack, with clubs and sticks. 20 untouchables were injured. Ambedkar urged his people to stay firm and not to strike back. A rumor was deliberately spread that the untouchables planned to enter the Virshwar temple, which added a hysterical edge to the violence. The untouchables scattered. Some found shelter in Muslim homes. For his own safety, Ambedkar spent the night in the police station. Once calm returned, the Brahmins purified the tank with prayers, and with 108 pots of cow dung, cow urine, milk, curd, and ghee. 201 The symbolic exercise of their rights did not satisfy the Mahad Satyagrahis. In June 1927, an advertisement appeared in Bajkrit Bharat, Excluded India, a fortnightly Ambedkar had founded, asking those members of the depressed classes who wished to take the agitation further to enlist themselves. The orthodox Hindus of Mahad approached the sub-judge of the town and got a temporary legal injunction against the untouchables using the tank. Still, the untouchables decided to hold another conference and regrouped in Mahad in December. Ambedkar's disenchantment with Gandhi was still some years away. Gandhi had, in fact, spoken approvingly of the untouchables' composure in the face of the attacks from the orthodoxy, so his portrait was put up on stage. 202. 10,000 people attended the second Mahad conference. On this occasion Ambedkar and his followers publicly burnt a copy of the Manusmriti 203 and Ambedkar gave a stirring speech. Gentlemen, you have gathered here today in response to the invitation of the Satyagraha Committee. As the chairman of that committee, I gratefully welcome you all. This lake at Mahad is public property. The caste Hindus of Mahad are so reasonable that they not only draw water from the lake themselves but freely permit people of any religion to draw water from it, and accordingly people of other religions, such as Islam, do make use of this permission. Nor do the caste Hindus prevent members of species considered lower than the human, such as birds and beasts, from drinking at the lake. Moreover, they freely permit beasts kept by untouchables to drink at the lake. The caste Hindus of Mahad prevent the untouchables from drinking the water of the Chavidar lake not because they suppose that the touch of the untouchables will pollute the water or that it will evaporate and vanish. Their reason for preventing the untouchables from drinking it is that they do not wish to acknowledge by such permission that castes declared inferior by sacred tradition are in fact their equals. It is not as if drinking the water of the Chavidar lake will make us immortal. We have survived well enough all these days without drinking it. We are not going to the Chavidar lake merely to drink its water. We are going to the lake to assert that we too are human beings like others. It must be clear that this meeting has been called to set up the norm of equality. Time and again, Ambedkar returned to the theme of equality. Men may not all be equal, he said, but equality was the only possible governing principle because the classification and assortment of human society was impossible. To sum up, untouchability is not a simple matter, it is the mother of all our poverty and lowliness and it has brought us to the abject state we are in today. If we want to raise ourselves out of it, we must undertake this task. We cannot be saved in any other way. It is a task not for our benefit alone, it is also for the benefit of the nation. Even this will not be enough. The inequality inherent in the four castes system must be rooted out. Our work has been begun to bring about a real social revolution. Let no one deceive himself by supposing that it is a diversion to quieten minds entranced with sweet words. The work is sustained by strong feeling, which is the power that drives the movement. No one can now arrest it. I pray to God that the social revolution that begins here today may fulfill itself by peaceful means. We say to our opponents too, please do not oppose us. Put away the orthodox scriptures. Follow justice. And we assure you that we shall carry out our program peacefully. 204. The thousands attending the conference were in a militant mood and wanted to defy the court injunction and march to the tank. Ambedkar decided against it, hoping that after hearing the matter, the courts would declare that untouchables had the right to use public wells. He thought that a judicial order would be a substantial step forward from just a municipal resolution. Although the High Court did eventually lift the injunction, it found a technical way around making a legal declaration in favor of the untouchables. 205, like the judge who, almost 80 years later, wrote the Kerlanji verdict. That same month, December 1927, Gandhi spoke at the All India Suppressed Classes Conference in Lahore, where he preached a gospel opposite to Ambedkar's. He urged untouchables to fight for their rights by sweet persuasion and not by satyagraha, which becomes duragraha when it is intended to give rude shock to the deep-rooted prejudices of the people. 206 He defined duragraha as devilish force, which was the polar opposite of satyagraha, soul force. 207 Ambedkar never forgot Gandhi's response to the Mahad Satyagraha. Writing in 1945, "In what Congress and Gandhi have done to the untouchables," he said, "the untouchables were not without hope of getting the moral support of Mr. Gandhi. Indeed, they had very good ground for getting it. For the weapon of Satyagraha, the essence of which is to melt the heart of the opponent by suffering, was the weapon which was forged by Mr. Gandhi, and who had led the Congress to practice it against the British government for winning Swaraj. Naturally, the untouchables expected full support from Mr. Gandhi to their Satyagraha against the Hindus, the object of which was to establish their right to take water from public wells and to enter public Hindu temples. Mr. Gandhi, however, did not give his support to the Satyagraha. Not only did he not give his support, he condemned it in strong terms. 208 Logically, the direction in which Ambedkar was moving ought to have made him a natural ally of the Communist Party of India, founded in 1925, 2 years before the Mahad Satyagraha. Bolshevism was in the air. The Russian Revolution had inspired communists around the world. In the Bombay Presidency, the trade union leader S.A. Dange, a Maharashtrian Brahmin, organized a large section of the Bombay textile workers into a breakaway union, the Gurney Kamgar Union, India's first communist trade union, with 70,000 members. At the time, a large section of the workforce in the mills were untouchables, many of them Mahars, who were employed only in the much lower paid spinning department, because in the weaving department workers had to hold thread in their mouths, and the untouchables' saliva was believed to be polluting to the product. In 1928, Dange led the Gurney Kamgar Union's first major strike. Ambedkar suggested that one of the issues that ought to be raised was equality and equal entitlement within the ranks of workers. Dange did not agree, and this led to a long and bitter falling out. 209 Years later, in 1949, Dange, who is still a revered figure in the communist pantheon, wrote a book, Marxism, An Ancient Indian Culture, India from Primitive Communism to Slavery, in which he argued that ancient Hindu culture was a form of primitive communism in which Brahman is the commune of Aryan man and Yagna ritual fire sacrifices its means of production, the primitive commune with the collective mode of production. D.D. Kozambi, the mathematician and Marxist historian, said in a review, "This is so wildly improbable as to plunge into the ridiculous." 210 The Bombay mills have since closed down, though the Gurney Kamgar Union still exists. Mill workers are fighting for compensation and housing and resisting the takeover of mill lands for the construction of malls. The Communist Party has lost its influence, and the union has been taken over by the Shiv Sena, a party of militant Maharashtrian Hindu chauvinists. Years before Ambedkar and Dange were disagreeing about the internal inequalities between labourers, Gandhi was already an established labour organizer. What were his views on workers and strikes? Gandhi returned from South Africa at a time of continuous labour unrest. 211 The textile industry had done well for itself during World War I, but the prosperity was not reflected in workers' wages. In February 1918, mill workers in Ahmedabad went on strike. To mediate the dispute, Ambalal Sarabhai, president of the Ahmedabad Mill Owners Association, turned to Gandhi, who had set up his ashram in Sabarmati, just outside Ahmedabad. It was the beginning of Gandhi's lifelong career as a labour union organizer in India. By 1920, he had managed to set up a labour union called the Major Mahajan San, which translates as the Workers and Mill Owners Association. The English name was the Textile Labour Union. Ainashuyaben, Ambalal Sarabhai's sister, a labour organizer, was elected president for life, and Gandhi became a pivotal member of the advisory committee, also for life. The union did work at improving the hygiene and living conditions of workers, but no worker was ever elected to the union leadership. No worker was permitted to be present at closed-door arbitrations between the management and the union. The union was divided up into a federation of smaller, occupation-based unions whose members worked in the different stages of the production process. In other words, the structure of the Union institutionalized caste divisions. According to a worker interviewed by the scholar Jan Bremen, untouchables were not allowed into the common canteen, they had separate drinking water tanks and segregated housing. 212. In the Union, Gandhi was the prime organizer, negotiator, and decision-maker. In 1921, when workers did not turn up for work for 3 days, Gandhi was infuriated. Hindu and Muslim workers have dishonored and humiliated themselves by abstaining from mills. Labor cannot discount me. I believe no one in India can do so. I am trying to free India from bondage and I refuse to be enslaved by workers. 213. Here is a 1925 entry from a report of the Textile Labor Union. We don't know who wrote it, but its content and its literary cadence are unmistakably similar to what Gandhi had said about indentured labor in South Africa more than 30 years before. They are not as a rule armed with sufficient intelligence and moral development to resist the degrading influences which surround them on all sides in a city like this. So many of them sink in one way or another. A large number of them lose their moral balance and become slaves to liquor habits. Many go down as physical wrecks and waste away from tuberculosis. 214. Since Gandhi's main sponsor was a mill owner and his main constituency was supposed to be the laboring class, Gandhi developed a convoluted thesis on capitalists and the working class. The mill owner may be wholly in the wrong. In the struggle between capital and labor, it may be generally said that more often than not capitalists are in the wrong box. But when labor comes fully to realize its strength, I know it can become more tyrannical than capital. The mill owners will have to work on the terms dictated by labor, if the latter could command the intelligence of the former. It is clear, however, that labor will never attain to that intelligence. It would be suicidal if the laborers rely upon their numbers or brute force, i.e., violence. By doing so they would do harm to industries in the country. If on the other hand they take their stand on pure justice and suffer in their person to secure it, not only will they always succeed but they will reform their masters, develop industries, and both masters and men will be as members of one and the same family. 215. Gandhi took a dim view of strikes. But his views on sweepers' strikes, which he published in 1946, were even more stringent than those on other workers' strikes. There are certain matters on which strikes would be wrong. Sweepers' grievances come in this category. My opinion against sweepers' strikes dates back to about 1897 when I was in Durban. A general strike was mooted there, and the question arose as to whether scavengers should join it. My vote was registered against the proposal. Just as a man cannot live without air, so too he cannot exist for long if his home and surroundings are not clean. One or the other epidemic is bound to break out, especially when modern drainage is put out of action. A bangy scavenger may not give up his work even for a day. And there are many other ways open to him for securing justice. 216. It's not clear what the other ways were for securing justice. Untouchables on Satyagraha were committing duragraha. Sweepers on strike were sinning. Everything other than sweet persuasion was unacceptable. While workers could not strike for fair wages, it was perfectly correct for Gandhi to be generously sponsored by big industrialists. It was with this same sense of exceptionalism that in his reply to Annihilation of Caste he wrote, as point number 1, he Ambedkar has priced it at 8 annas, I would have advised 2 or at least 4 annas. The differences between Ambedkar and the new Communist Party of India were not superficial. They went back to first principles. Communists were people of the book, and the book was written by a German Jew who had heard of, but had not actually encountered, Brahmanism. This left Indian communists without theoretical tools to deal with caste. Since they were people of the book, and since the caste system had denied Shudra and untouchable castes the opportunity of learning, by default the leaders of the Communist Party of India and its subsequent offshoots belonged to, and by and large continue to belong to, the privileged castes, mostly Brahmin. Despite intentions that may have been genuinely revolutionary, it was not just theoretical tools they lacked, but also a ground-level understanding and empathy with the masses who belonged to the subordinated castes.
While Ambedkar believed that class was an important and even primary prism through which to view and understand society, he did not believe it was the only one. Ambedkar believed that the two enemies of the Indian working class were capitalism, in the liberal sense of the word, and Brahminism. Reflecting perhaps on his experience in the 1928 textile workers' strike, he asks in Annihilation of Caste. That seizure of power must be by a proletariat. The first question I ask is, will the proletariat of India combine to bring about this revolution? Can it be said that the proletariat of India, poor as it is, recognizes no distinctions except that of the rich and poor? Can it be said that the poor in India recognize no such distinctions of caste or creed, high or low? 217. To Indian communists, who treated caste as a sort of folk dialect derived from the classical language of class analysis, rather than as a unique, fully developed language of its own, Ambedkar said, "The caste system is not merely a division of labor. It is also a division of laborers." 218. Unable to reconcile his differences with the communists, and still looking for a political home for his ideas, Ambedkar decided to try and build one himself. In 1938, he founded his own political party, the Independent Labour Party. As its name suggests, the program of the ILP was broad-based, overtly socialist, and not limited to issues of caste. Its manifesto announced the principle of state management and state ownership of industry whenever it may become necessary in the interests of the people. It promised a separation between the judiciary and the executive. It said it would set up land mortgage banks, agriculturist producers cooperatives, and marketing societies. 219 Though it was a young party, the Independent Labour Party did extremely well in the 1937 elections, winning 16 of the 18 seats it contested in the Bombay Presidency and the Central Provinces and Berar. In 1939, the British government, without consulting any Indians, declared that India was at war with Germany. In protest, the Congress Party resigned from all provincial ministries, and the provincial assemblies were dissolved. The brief but vigorous political life of the Independent Labour Party came to an abrupt end. Angered by Ambedkar's display of independence, the Communists denounced him as an opportunist and an imperial stooge. In his book History of the Indian Freedom Struggle, Ems Nambudai Rupad, they, Brahmin, former Chief Minister of Kerala and head of the first ever democratically elected communist government in the world, wrote about the conflict between Ambedkar and the left. However, this was a great blow to the freedom movement. For this led to the diversion of the people's attention from the objective of full independence to the mundane cause of uplift of Harijan's untouchables. 220. The rift has not mended and has harmed both sides mortally. For a brief period in the 1970s, the Dalit Panthers in Maharashtra tried to bridge the gap. They were the progeny of Ambedkar the radical, as opposed to Ambedkar the writer of the constitution. They gave the Marathi word Dalit oppressed, broken in all India currency, and used it to refer not just to untouchable communities, but to the working people, the landless and poor peasants, women, and all those who are being exploited politically and economically and in the name of religion. 221 This was a phenomenal and politically confident act of solidarity on their part. They saw Dalits as a nation of the oppressed. They identified their friends as revolutionary parties set to break down the caste system and class rule, and left parties that are left in the true sense, and their enemies as landlords, capitalists, moneylenders, and their lackeys. Their manifesto, essential reading for students of radical politics, fused the thinking of Ambedkar, Phule, and Marx. The founders of the Dalit Panthers Namdeo Dhasal, Aaron Campbell, and Rajat Hale were writers and poets, and their work created a renaissance in Marathi literature. It could have been the beginning of the revolution that India needed and is still waiting for, but the Dalit Panthers swiftly lost their bearings and disintegrated. The caste class question is not an easy one for political parties to address. The Communist Party's theoretical obtuseness to caste has lost it what ought to have been its natural constituency. The Communist Party of India and its offshoot, the Communist Party of India, Marxist, have more or less become bourgeois parties enmeshed in parliamentary politics.
Those that split away from them in the late 1960s and independent Marxist-Leninist parties in other states, collectively known as the Naxalites, named after the first uprising in the village of Naxalbari in West Bengal, have tried to address the issue of caste and to make common cause with Dalits, but with little success. The few efforts they made to seize land from big zamindars and redistribute it to laborers failed because they did not have the mass support or the military firepower to see it through. Their sidelong nod to caste as opposed to a direct engagement with it has meant that even radical communist parties have lost the support of what could have been a truly militant and revolutionary constituency. Dalits have been fragmented and pitted against each other. Many have had to move either into mainstream parliamentary politics or with the public sector being hollowed out, and job opportunities in the private sector being denied to them into the world of NGOs, with grants from the European Union, the Ford Foundation, and other funding agencies with a long, selfing history of defusing radical movements and harnessing them to market forces. 222 There is no doubt that this funding has given a few Dalits an opportunity to be educated in what are thought to be the world's best universities. This, after all, is what made Ambedkar the man he was. However, even here, the Dalits' share in the massive NGO money pie is minuscule. And within these institutions, some of which are generously funded by big corporations to work on issues of caste discrimination. 223 Like Gandhi was, Dalits can be treated in unfair and ugly ways. In his search for primitive communism, S.A. Dange would have been better advised to look toward indigenous Adivasi communities rather than toward the ancient Vedic Brahmins and their yagnas. Gandhi too could have done the same. If anybody was even remotely living out his ideal of frugal village life, of stepping lightly on the earth, it was not the Vedic Hindus, it was the Adivasis. For them, however, Gandhi showed the same level of disdain that he did for black Africans. Speaking in 1896 at a public meeting in Bombay, he said, "The Santals of Assam will be as useless in South Africa as the natives of that country." 224. On the Adivasi question, Ambedkar too stumbles. So quick to react to slights against his own people, Ambedkar, in a passage in Annihilation of Caste, echoes the thinking of colonial missionaries and liberal ideologues and adds his own touch of Brahmanism. 13 million people living in the midst of civilization are still in a savage state, and are leading the life of hereditary criminals. The Hindus will probably seek to account for this savage state of the Aborigines by attributing to them congenital stupidity. They will probably not admit that the Aborigines have remained savages because they made no effort to civilize them, to give them medical aid, to reform them, to make them good citizens. Civilizing the Aborigines means adopting them as your own, living in their midst, and cultivating fellow feeling, in short, loving them. The Hindu has not realized that these Aborigines are a source of potential danger. If these savages remain savages, they may not do any harm to the Hindus. But if they are reclaimed by non-Hindus and converted to their faiths, they will swell the ranks of the enemies of the Hindus. 225. Today, Adivasis are the barricade against the pitiless march of modern capitalism. Their very existence poses the most radical questions about modernity and progress, the ideas that Ambedkar embraced as one of the ways out of the caste system. Unfortunately, by viewing the Adivasi community through the lens of Western liberalism, Ambedkar's writing, which is otherwise so relevant in today's context, suddenly becomes dated. Ambedkar's opinions about Adivasis betrayed a lack of information and understanding. First of all, Hindu evangelists like the Hindu Mahasabha had been working to assimilate the Adivasis since the 1920s, just like they were Balmikizing castes that were forced into cleaning and scavenging work. Tribes like the Ho, the Oraon, the Kols, the Santals, the Mundas, and the Gonds did not wish to be civilized or assimilated. They had rebelled time and again against the British as well as against zamindars and Bania moneylenders, and had fought fiercely to protect their land, culture, and heritage. Thousands had been killed in these uprisings, but unlike the rest of India, they were never conquered. They still have not been. Today, they are the armed, militant end of a spectrum of struggles. They are waging nothing short of a civil war against the Indian state, which has signed over Adivasi homelands to infrastructure and mining corporations. They are the backbone of the decades-long struggle against big dams in the Narmada Valley. They make up the ranks of the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army of the Communist Party of India, Maoist, that is fighting tens of thousands of paramilitary forces that have been deployed by the government in the forests of central India. In a 1945 address in Bombay, The Communal Deadlock and a Way to Solve It, discussing the issue of proportionate representation, Ambedkar brought up the issue of Adivasi rights once again. He said, "My proposals do not cover the Aboriginal tribes, although they are larger in number than the Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Indian Christians, and Parsis. The Aboriginal tribes have not as yet developed any political sense to make the best use of their political opportunities, and they may easily become mere instruments in the hands either of a majority or a minority and thereby disturb the balance without doing any good to themselves." 226. This unfortunate way of describing a community was sometimes aimed at non-Adivasis, too, in an equally troubling manner. At one point in Annihilation of Caste, Ambedkar resorts to using the language of eugenics, a subject that was popular with European fascists. Physically speaking, the Hindus are a C3 people. They are a race of pygmies and dwarfs, stunted in stature and wanting in stamina. 227. His views on Adivasis had serious consequences. In 1950, the Indian constitution made the state the custodian of Adivasi homelands, thereby ratifying British colonial policy. The Adivasi population became squatters on their own land. By denying them their traditional rights to forest produce, it criminalized a whole way of life. It gave them the right to vote, but snatched away their livelihood and dignity. 228. How different are Ambedkar's words on Adivasis from Gandhi's words on untouchables when he said, "Muslims and Sikhs are all well organized. The untouchables are not. There is very little political consciousness among them, and they are so horribly treated that I want to save them against themselves. If they had separate electorates, their lives would be miserable in villages which are the strongholds of Hindu orthodoxy. It is the superior class of Hindus who have to do penance for having neglected the untouchables for ages. That penance can be done by active social reform and by making the lot of the untouchables more bearable by acts of service, but not by asking for separate electorates for them." 229. Gandhi said this at the Second Round Table Conference in London in 1931. It was the first public face-to-face encounter between Ambedkar and Gandhi. The confrontation. The Congress had boycotted the first Round Table Conference in 1930 but nominated Gandhi as its representative in the second. The aim of the conference was to frame a new constitution for self-rule. The princely states and representatives of various minority communities, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Parsis, and untouchables were present. Adivasis went unrepresented. For untouchables, it was a historic occasion. It was the first time that they had been invited as a separately represented constituency. One of the several committees that made up the conference was the Minority Committee, charged with the task of finding a workable solution to the growing communal question. It was potentially the most inflammable and, perhaps for that reason, was chaired by the British Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald. It was to this committee that Ambedkar submitted his memorandum, a scheme of political safeguards for the protection of the depressed classes in the future constitution of a self-governing India. It was, for its time, within the framework of liberal debates on rights and citizenship, a revolutionary document. In it, Ambedkar tried to do in law what he dreamt of achieving socially and politically. This document was an early draft of some of the ideas that Ambedkar eventually managed to put into the constitution of post-1947 India. Under condition number 1, equal citizenship, it says, "The depressed classes cannot consent to subject themselves to majority rule in their present state of hereditary bondsmen. Before majority rule is established, their emancipation from the system of untouchability must be an accomplished fact. It must not be left to the will of the majority. The depressed classes must be made free citizens entitled to all the rights of citizenship in common with other citizens of the state." 230. The memorandum went on to delineate what would constitute fundamental rights and how they were to be protected. It gave untouchables the right to access all public places. It dwelt at length on social boycotts and suggested they be declared a criminal offence. It prescribed a series of measures by which untouchables would be protected from social boycotts and caste Hindus punished for instigating and promoting them. Condition number 5 asked that a public service commission be set up to ensure untouchables adequate representation in the services. This is what has eventually evolved into the system of reservation in educational institutions and government jobs, against which privileged castes in recent times have militantly agitated. 231. The most unique aspect of Ambedkar's memorandum was his proposal for a system of positive discrimination within the electoral system. Ambedkar did not believe that universal adult franchise alone could secure equal rights for untouchables. Since the untouchable population was scattered across the country in little settlements on the outskirts of Hindu villages, Ambedkar realized that within the geographical demarcation of a political constituency, they would always be a minority and would never be in a position to elect a candidate of their own choice. He suggested that untouchables, who had been despised and devalued for so many centuries, be given a separate electorate so that they could, without interference from the Hindu orthodoxy, develop into a political constituency with a leadership of its own. In addition to this, and in order that they retain their connection with mainstream politics, he suggested that they be given the right to vote for general candidates, too. Both the separate electorate and the double vote were to last for a period of only 10 years. Though the details were not agreed upon, when the conference concluded, all the delegates unanimously agreed that the untouchables should, like the other minorities, have a separate electorate. 232. While the first Round Table Conference was in session in London, India was in turmoil. In January 1930, the Congress had declared its demand for Purna Swaraj, complete independence. Gandhi showcased his genius as a political organizer and launched his most imaginative political action yet, the Salt Satyagraha. He called on Indians to march to the sea and break the British salt tax laws. Hundreds of thousands of Indians rallied to his call. Jails filled to overflowing. 90,000 people were arrested. Between salt and water, between the touchables Satyagraha and the untouchables Duragraha lay a sharply divided universe of politics, of philosophy, and of morality. At its Karachi session in March 1931, the Congress passed a resolution of fundamental rights for a free India. 233. It was a valuable, enlightened document, and it included some of the rights Ambedkar had been campaigning for. It laid the foundation for a modern, secular, and largely socialist state. The rights included the freedoms of speech, press, assembly, and association, equality before law, universal adult franchise, free and compulsory primary education, a guaranteed living wage for every citizen, and limited hours of work. It underlined the protection of women and peasants and state ownership or control of key industries, mines, and transport. Most important, it created a firewall between religion and the state. Notwithstanding the admirable principles of the Resolution of Fundamental Rights that had been passed, the view from the bottom was slightly different. The 1930 elections to the provincial legislatures coincided with the Salt Satyagraha. The Congress had boycotted the elections. In order to embarrass respectable Hindus who did not heed the boycott and stood as independent candidates, the Congress fielded mock candidates who were untouchables: 2 cobblers, a barber, a milkman, and a sweeper. The idea was that no self-respecting, privileged caste Hindu would want to be part of an institution where he or she was put on a par with untouchables. 234. Putting up untouchables as mock candidates was a Congress party tactic that had begun with the 1920 elections and went on right up to 1943. Ambedkar says, what were the means adopted by the Congress to prevent Hindus from standing on an independent ticket? The means were to make the legislatures objects of contempt. Accordingly, the Congress, in various provinces, started processions carrying placards saying, "Who will go to the legislatures? Only barbers, cobblers, potters and sweepers." In the processions, one man would utter the question as part of the slogan and the whole crowd would repeat as answer the second part of the slogan. 235. At the Round Table Conference, Gandhi and Ambedkar clashed, both claiming that they were the real representatives of the untouchables. The conference went on for weeks. Gandhi eventually agreed to separate electorates for Muslims and Sikhs but would not countenance Ambedkar's argument for a separate electorate for untouchables. He resorted to his usual rhetoric, "I would far rather that Hinduism died than that untouchability lived." 236. Gandhi refused to acknowledge that Ambedkar had the right to represent untouchables. Ambedkar would not back down, either. Nor was there a call for him to. Untouchable groups from across India, including Manguram of the Ad Dharm movement, sent telegrams in support of Ambedkar. Eventually Gandhi said, "Those who speak of the political rights of untouchables do not know their India, do not know how Indian society is today constructed, and therefore I want to say with all the emphasis that I can command that if I was the only person to resist this thing I would resist it with my life." 237. Having delivered his threat, Gandhi took the boat back to India. On the way, he dropped in on Mussolini in Rome and was extremely impressed by him and his care of the poor, his opposition to superurbanization, his efforts to bring about coordination between capital and labor. 238. A year later, Ramsay MacDonald announced the British government's decision on the communal question. It awarded the untouchables a separate electorate for a period of 20 years. At the time, Gandhi was serving a sentence in Yerrawada Central Jail in Pune. From prison, he announced that unless the provision of separate electorates for untouchables was revoked, he would fast to death. He waited for a month. When he did not get his way, Gandhi began his fast from prison. This fast was completely against his own maxims of satyagraha. It was barefaced blackmail, nothing less manipulative than the threat of committing public suicide. The British government said it would revoke the provision only if the untouchables agreed. The country spun like a top. Public statements were issued, petitions signed, prayers offered, meetings held, appeals made. It was a preposterous situation. Privileged caste Hindus, who segregated themselves from untouchables in every possible way, who deemed them unworthy of human association, who shunned their very touch, who wanted separate food, water, schools, roads, temples, and wells, now said that India would be balkanized if untouchables had a separate electorate. And Gandhi, who believed so fervently and so vocally in the system that upheld that separation, was starving himself to death to deny untouchables a separate electorate. The gist of it was that the caste Hindus wanted the power to close the door on untouchables, but on no account could untouchables be given the power to close the door on themselves. The masters knew that choice was power. As the frenzy mounted, Ambedkar became the villain, the traitor, the man who wanted to dissever India, the man who was trying to kill Gandhi. Political heavyweights of the Garam Dal, militants, as well as the Naram Dal, moderates, including Tagore, Nehru, and C. Rajagopalachari, weighed in on Gandhi's side. To placate Gandhi, privileged caste Hindus made a show of sharing food on the streets with untouchables, and many Hindu temples were thrown open to them, albeit temporarily. Behind those gestures of accommodation, a wall of tension built up, too. Several untouchable leaders feared that Ambedkar would be held responsible if Gandhi succumbed to his fast, and this in turn, could put the lives of ordinary untouchables in danger. One of them was M.C. Raja, the untouchable leader from Madras, who, according to an eyewitness account of the events, said, "For thousands of years we had been treated as untouchables, downtrodden, insulted, despised. The Mahatma is staking his life for our sake, and if he dies, for the next thousands of years we shall be where we have been, if not worse. There will be such a strong feeling against us that we brought about his death, that the mind of the whole Hindu community and the whole civilized community will kick us downstairs further still. I am not going to stand by you any longer. I will join the conference and find a solution, and I will part company from you." 239. What could Ambedkar do? He tried to hold out with his usual arsenal of logic and reason, but the situation was way beyond all that. He didn't stand a chance. After 4 days of the fast, on September 24, 1932, Ambedkar visited Gandhi in Yerrawada prison and signed the Pune Pact. The next day in Bombay he made a public speech in which he was uncharacteristically gracious about Gandhi, I was astounded to see that the man who held such divergent views from mine at the Round Table Conference came immediately to my rescue and not to the rescue of the other side. 240. Later, though, having recovered from the trauma, Ambedkar wrote, "There was nothing noble in the fast. It was a foul and filthy act. It was the worst form of coercion against a helpless people to give up the constitutional safeguards of which they had become possessed under the Prime Minister's award and agree to live on the mercy of the Hindus. It was a vile and wicked act. How can the untouchables regard such a man as honest and sincere?" 241. According to the pact, instead of separate electorates, the untouchables would have reserved seats in general constituencies. The number of seats they were allotted in the provincial legislatures increased, from 78 to 148, but the candidates, because they would now have to be acceptable to their privileged caste-dominated constituencies, lost their teeth. 242 Uncle Tom won the day. Gandhi saw to it that leadership remained in the hands of the privileged castes. In the New Jim Crow, Michelle Alexander describes how, in the United States, criminalization and mass incarceration have led to the disenfranchisement of an extraordinary percentage of the African American population. 243 In India, in a far slighter way, an apparently generous form of enfranchisement has ensured the virtual disenfranchisement of the Dalit population. Nevertheless, what to Ambedkar was a foul and filthy act appeared to others as nothing less than a divine miracle. Louis Fisher, author of perhaps the most widely read biography of Gandhi ever written, said, "The fast could not kill the curse of untouchability which was more than 3,000 years old, but after the fast, untouchability forfeited its public approval, the belief in it was destroyed." Gandhi's epic fast snapped a long chain that stretched back into antiquity and had enslaved tens of millions. Some links of the chain remained. Many wounds from the chain remained. But nobody would forge new links, nobody would link the links together again. The Pune Pact marked a religious reformation, a psychological revolution. Hinduism was purging itself of a millennial sickness. The mass purified itself in practice. If Gandhi had done nothing else in his life but shatter the structure of untouchability, he would have been a great social reformer. Gandhi's agony gave vicarious pain to his adorers who knew they must not kill God's messenger on earth. It was evil to prolong his suffering. It was blessed to save him by being good to those whom he had called the children of God. 244. On the great occasion of the Pune Pact, contradicting the stand he took at the Round Table Conference, Gandhi was quite willing to accept Ambedkar's signature on the pact as the representative of the untouchables. Gandhi himself did not sign the pact, but the list of the other signatories is interesting. G. D. Birla, Gandhi's industrialist patron, Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya, a conservative Brahmin leader and founder of the right-wing Hindu Mahasabha, of which Gandhi's future assassin, Nathuram Godse, was a member, V. D. Savarkar, accused of conspiracy in Gandhi's assassination, who also served as president of the Mahasabha, Pal Wankar Balu, an untouchable cricketer of the Shamhar caste, who was celebrated earlier as a sporting idol by Ambedkar and whom the Congress and the Hindu Mahasabha propped up as an opponent of Ambedkar. 245 And, of course, M.C. Raja, who would, much later, regret his collusion with Gandhi, the Hindu Mahasabha, and the Congress. 246. Among the many reasons that criticism of Gandhi is not just frowned upon, but often censored in India, secularists tell us, is that Hindu nationalists, from whose midst Gandhi's assassins arose, and whose star is on the ascendant in India these days, will seize upon such criticism and turn it to their advantage. The fact is there was never much daylight between Gandhi's views on caste and those of the Hindu right. From a Dalit point of view, Gandhi's assassination could appear to be more a fratricidal killing than an assassination by an ideological opponent. Even today, Narendra Modi, Hindu nationalism's most aggressive proponent and a possible future prime minister, is able to invoke Gandhi in his public speeches without the slightest discomfort. Modi invoked Gandhi to justify the introduction of two anti-minority legislations in Gujarat: the Anti-Conversion Law of 2003, called the Gujarat Freedom of Religion Act, and the amendment to the old cow slaughter law in 2011.247, many of Modi's pronouncements are delivered from the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar, a spanking new convention hall whose foundation contains sand brought in special urns from each of Gujarat's 18,000 villages, many of which continue to practice egregious forms of untouchability. 247. After the Pune Pact, Gandhi directed all his energy and passion toward the eradication of untouchability. For a start, he rebaptized untouchables and gave them a patronizing name, Harijans. Hari is the name for a male deity in Hinduism, Jan is people. So Harijans are people of God, though in order to infantilize them even further, in translation they are referred to as children of God. In this way, Gandhi anchored untouchables firmly to the Hindu faith. 248. He founded a new newspaper called Harijan. He started the Harijan Sevak Sangh, Harijan Service Society, which he insisted would be manned only by privileged caste Hindus who had to do penance for their past sins against untouchables. Ambedkar saw all this as the Congress's plan to kill untouchables by kindness. 249. Gandhi toured the country, preaching against untouchability. He was heckled and attacked by Hindus even more conservative than himself, but he did not swerve from his purpose. Everything that happened was harnessed to the cause of eradicating caste. In January 1934, there was a major earthquake in Bihar. Almost 20,000 people lost their lives. Writing in the Harijan on February 24, Gandhi shocked even his colleagues in the Congress when he said it was God's punishment to the people for the sin of practicing untouchability. None of this stopped the Congress party from continuing with a tradition it had invented. It once again fielded mock untouchable candidates in the 1934 elections to the Central Legislature. 250. Gandhi could not, it appears, conceive of a role for untouchables other than as victims in need of ministration. That they had also been psychologically hardwired into the caste system, that they too might need to be roused out of thousands of years of being conditioned to think of themselves as subhuman, was an antithetical, intimidating idea to Gandhi. The Pune Pact was meant to defuse or at least delay the political awakening of untouchables. What Gandhi's campaign against untouchability did, and did effectively, was to rub balm on injuries that were centuries old. To a vast mass of untouchables, accustomed only to being terrorized, shunned, and brutalized, this missionary activity would have induced feelings of gratitude and even worship. Gandhi knew that. He was a politician. Ambedkar was not. Or, at any rate, not a very good one. Gandhi knew how to make charity an event, a piece of theatre, a spectacular display of fireworks. So, while the doctor was searching for a more lasting cure, the saint journeyed across India distributing a placebo. The chief concern of the Harijan Sevak Sangh was to persuade privileged castes to open up temples to untouchables. Ironic, because Gandhi was no temple-goer himself. Nor was his sponsor G. D. Birla, who, in an interview with Margaret Bourke-White, said, "Frankly speaking, we build temples but we don't believe in temples. We build temples to spread a kind of religious mentality." 251. The opening of temples had already begun during the days of Gandhi's epic fast. Under pressure from the Harijan Sevak Sangh, hundreds of temples were thrown open to untouchables. Some, like the Guruvayur temple in Kerala, refused point blank. Gandhi contemplated a fast but soon changed his mind. 252. Others announced that they were open to untouchables but found ways of humiliating them and making it impossible for them to enter with any sort of dignity. A temple entry bill was tabled in the Central Legislature in 1933. Gandhi and the Congress supported it enthusiastically. But when it became apparent that the privileged castes were seriously opposed to it, they backed out. 253. Ambedkar was skeptical about the temple entry program. He saw that it had a tremendous psychological impact on untouchables, but he recognized temple entry as the beginning of assimilation of Hinduizing and Brahminizing untouchables, drawing them further into being partners in their own humiliation. If the infection of imitation of Brahminism had been implanted in untouchables even when they had been denied entry into temples for centuries, what would temple entry do for them? On February 24, 1933, Ambedkar issued a statement on temple entry. What the depressed classes want is a religion that will give them equality of social status. Nothing can be more odious and vile than that admitted social evils should be sought to be justified on the ground of religion. The depressed classes may not be able to overthrow inequities to which they are subjected. But they have made up their mind not to tolerate a religion that will lend its support to the continuance of these inequities. 254. Ambedkar was only echoing what a 14-year-old untouchable Mang girl, Mutabai Salve, had said long ago. She was a student in the school for untouchable children that Jyotirao and Savitri Phule ran in Pune. In 1855, she said, "Let that religion, where only one person is privileged and the rest are deprived, perish from the earth, and let it never enter our minds to be proud of such a religion." 255. Ambedkar had learned from experience that Christianity, Sikhism, Islam, and Zoroastrianism were not impervious to caste discrimination. In 1934, he had a reprise of his old experiences. He was visiting the Dalit Abbot fort, in the princely state of Hyderabad, with a group of friends and co-workers. It was the month of Ramzan. Dusty and tired from their journey, Ambedkar and his friends stopped to drink water and wash their faces from a public tank. They were surrounded by a mob of angry Muslims calling them deads, a derogatory term for untouchables. They were abused, nearly assaulted, and prevented from touching the water. This will show, Ambedkar writes in his autobiographical notes, that a person who is untouchable to a Hindu, is also untouchable to a Mohammedan. 256. A new spiritual home was nowhere in sight. Still, at the 1935 Yula Conference, Ambedkar renounced Hinduism. In 1936, he published the incendiary, and overpriced, as Gandhi patronizingly commented, text of Annihilation of Caste that set out the reasons for why he had done so. That same year, Gandhiji too made a memorable contribution to literature. He was by now 68 years old. He wrote a classic essay called The Ideal Banji. The Brahmin's duty is to look after the sanitation of the soul, the Banjis that of the body of society, and yet our woebegone Indian society has branded the Banji as a social pariah, set him down at the bottom of the scale, held him fit only to receive kicks and abuse, a creature who must subsist on the leavings of the caste people and dwell on the dung heap. If only we had given due recognition to the status of the Banji as equal to that of the Brahmin, our villages, no less their inhabitants, would have looked a picture of cleanliness and order. I therefore make bold to state without any manner of hesitation or doubt that not till the invidious distinction between Brahmin and Banji is removed will our society enjoy health, prosperity, and peace and be happy. He then outlined the educational requirements, practical skills, and etiquette an ideal Banji should possess. What qualities therefore should such an honored servant of society exemplify in his person? In my opinion, an ideal Banji should have a thorough knowledge of the principles of sanitation. He should know how a right kind of latrine is constructed and the correct way of cleaning it. He should know how to overcome and destroy the odor of excreta and the various disinfectants to render them innocuous. He should likewise know the process of converting urine and night soil into manure. But that is not all. My ideal Banji would know the quality of night soil and urine. He would keep a close watch on these and give timely warning to the individual concerned. The Manusmriti says a Shudra should not amass wealth even if he has the ability, for a Shudra who amasses wealth annoys the Brahmin. 257 Gandhi, Abania, for whom the Manusmriti prescribes usury as a divine calling, says, such an ideal Banji, while deriving his livelihood from his occupation, would approach it only as a sacred duty. In other words, he would not dream of amassing wealth out of it. 258. 70 years later, in his book Karma Yogi, which he withdrew after the Balmiki community protested, Narendra Modi proved he was a diligent disciple of the Mahatma. I do not believe they have been doing this job just to sustain their livelihood. Had this been so, they would not have continued with this kind of job generation after generation. At some point of time somebody must have got the enlightenment that it is their, Balmiki's, duty to work for the happiness of the entire society and the gods, that they have to do this job bestowed upon them by gods, and this job should continue as internal spiritual activity for centuries. 259. The Naram Dal and the Garam Dal may be separate political parties today, but ideologically they are not as far apart from one another as we think they are. Like all the other Hindu reformers, Gandhi too was alarmed by Ambedkar's talk of renouncing Hinduism. He adamantly opposed the religious conversion of untouchables. In November 1936, in a now famous conversation with John Mott, an American evangelist and chairman of the International Missionary Council, Gandhi said, "It hurt me to find Christian bodies vying with the Muslims and Sikhs in trying to add to the numbers of their fold. It seemed to me an ugly performance and a travesty of religion." They even proceeded to enter into secret conclaves with Dr. Ambedkar. "I should have understood and appreciated your prayers for the Harijans, but instead you made an appeal to those who had not even the mind and intelligence to understand what you talked. They have certainly not the intelligence to distinguish between Jesus and Mohammed and Nanak and so on. If Christians want to associate themselves with this reform movement, they should do so without any idea of conversion. J.M., apart from this unseemly competition, should they not preach the gospel with reference to its acceptance? G. Would you, Dr. Mott, preach the gospel to a cow? Well, some of the untouchables are worse than cows in understanding. I mean, they can no more distinguish between the relative merits of Islam and Hinduism and Christianity than a cow. You can only preach through your life. The rose does not say, 'Come and smell me.' 260. It's true that Gandhi often contradicted himself. It's also true that he was capable of being remarkably consistent. For more than half a century throughout his adult life, his pronouncements on the inherent qualities of black Africans, untouchables, and the laboring classes remained consistently insulting. His refusal to allow working-class people and untouchables to create their own political organizations and elect their own representatives, which Ambedkar considered to be fundamental to the notion of citizenship, remained consistent. 2.261. Gandhi's political instincts served the Congress Party extremely well. His campaign of temple entry drew the untouchable population in great numbers to the Congress. Though Ambedkar had a formidable intellect, he didn't have the sense of timing, the duplicity, the craftiness, and the ability to be unscrupulous, qualities that a good politician needs. His constituency was made up of the poorest, most oppressed sections of the population. He had no financial backing. In 1942, Ambedkar reconfigured the Independent Labour Party into the much more self-limiting Scheduled Castes Federation. The timing was wrong. By then, the national movement was reigniting. Gandhi had announced the Quit India movement. The Muslim League's demand for Pakistan was gaining traction, and for a while caste identity became less important than the Hindu-Muslim issue. By the mid-1940s, as the prospect of partition loomed, the subordinated castes in several states had been assimilated into Hinduism. They began to participate in militant Hindu rallies. In Noakhali in Bengal, for instance, they functioned as an outlying vigilante army in the run-up to the bloodbath of partition. 262. In 1947, Pakistan became the world's first Islamic republic. More than 6 decades later, as the war on terror continues in its many avatars, political Islam is turning inward, narrowing and hardening its precincts. Meanwhile, political Hinduism is expanding and broadening. Today, even the Bhakti movement has been assimilated as a form of popular, folk Hinduism. 263. The Naram Dal, often dressed up as secular nationalism, has recruited Jyotirao Phule, Pandit Ramabai, and even Ambedkar, all of whom denounced Hinduism, back into the Hindu fold as people Hindus can be proud of. 264. Ambedkar is being assimilated in another way, too, as Gandhi's junior partner in their joint fight against untouchability. The anxiety around demography has by no means abated. Hindu supremacist organizations like the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and the Shiv Sena are working hard, and successfully, at luring Dalits and Adivasis into the Hindu fold. In the forests of central India, where a corporate war for minerals is raging, the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal, both organizations that are loosely linked to the RSS, run mass conversion programs called Ghar Wapsi, the return home, in which Adivasi people are reconverted to Hinduism.
Privileged caste Hindus, who pride themselves on being descendants of Aryan invaders, are busy persuading people who belong to indigenous, autochthonous tribes to return home. It makes you feel that irony is no longer a literary option in this part of the world. Dalits who have been harnessed to the Hindu fold serve another purpose. Even if they have not been part of the outlying army, they can be used as scapegoats for the crimes the privileged castes commit. In 2002, in the Godhra railway station in Gujarat, a train compartment was mysteriously burned down, and 58 Hindu pilgrims were charred to death. With not much evidence to prove their guilt, some Muslims were arrested as the perpetrators. The Muslim community as a whole was collectively blamed for the crime. Over the next few days, the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal led a pogrom in which more than 2,000 Muslims were murdered, women were mob-raped and burnt alive in broad daylight, and 150,000 people were driven from their homes. 265 After the pogrom, 287 people were arrested under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, POTA. Of them, 286 were Muslim and one was a Sikh. 266 Most of them are still in prison. If Muslims were the terrorists, who were the rioters? In his essay Blood Under Saffron, The Myth of Dalit-Muslim Confrontation, Roy Solanki, a Gujarati Dalit writer who studied the pattern of arrests, says that of the 1,577 Hindus who were arrested, not under POTA, of course, 747 were Dalits and 797 belonged to other backward classes. 19 were Patels, 2 were Baniyas, and 2 were Brahmins. The massacres of Muslims occurred in several cities and villages in Gujarat. However, Solanki points out that not a single massacre took place in Bastis where Dalits and Muslims lived together. 267. Narendra Modi, the Chief Minister of Gujarat who presided over the pogrom, has since won the state elections 3 times in a row. Despite being a Shudra, he has endeared himself to the Hindu right by being more blatantly and ruthlessly anti-Muslim than any other Indian politician. When he was asked in a recent interview whether he regretted what happened in 2002, he said, "If we are driving a car, we are a driver, and someone else is driving a car and we're sitting behind, even then if a puppy comes under the wheel, will it be painful or not? Of course it is. If I'm a chief minister or not, I'm a human being. If something bad happens anywhere, it is natural to be sad." 268. As blatantly casteist and communal as the Hindu right is, in their search for a foothold in mainstream politics, even radical Dalits have made common cause with it. In the mid-1990s, the remarkable Dalit poet Namdeo Dhasal, one of the founders of the Dalit Panthers, joined the Shiv Sena. In 2006, Dhasal shared the dais with RSS chief K.S. Sudarshan at a book launch and praised the RSS's efforts at equality. 269. It is easy to dismiss what Dhasal did as an unforgivable compromise with fascists. However, in parliamentary politics, after the Pune Pact, or rather, because of the Pune Pact, Dalits as a political constituency have had to make alliances with those whose interests are hostile to their own. For Dalits, as we have seen, the distance between the Hindu right and the Hindu left is not as great as it might appear to be to others. Despite the debacle of the Pune Pact, Ambedkar didn't entirely give up the idea of separate electorates. Unfortunately, his second party, the Scheduled Castes Federation, was defeated in the 1946 elections to the provincial legislature. The defeat meant that Ambedkar lost his place on the Executive Council in the interim ministry that was formed in August 1946. It was a serious blow, because Ambedkar desperately wanted to use his position on the Executive Council to become part of the committee that would draft the Indian Constitution. Worried that this was not going to be possible, and in order to put external pressure on the drafting committee, Ambedkar, in March 1947, published a document called States and Minorities, his proposed constitution for a United States of India, an idea whose time has perhaps come. Fortunately for him, the Muslim League chose Jogendranath Mandal, a colleague of Ambedkar's and a Scheduled Castes Federation leader from Bengal, as one of its candidates on the Executive Council.
Mandal made sure that Ambedkar was elected to the Constituent Assembly from the Bengal province. But disaster struck again. After partition, East Bengal went to Pakistan and Ambedkar lost his position once more. In a gesture of goodwill, and perhaps because there was no one as equal to the task as he was, the Congress appointed Ambedkar to the Constituent Assembly. In August 1947, Ambedkar was appointed India's first law minister and chairman of the drafting committee for the constitution. Across the new border, Jogendranath Mandal became Pakistan's first law minister. 270 It was extraordinary that, through all the chaos and prejudice, the first law ministers of both India and Pakistan were Dalits. Mandal was eventually disillusioned with Pakistan and returned to India. Ambedkar was disillusioned too, but he really had nowhere to go. The Indian constitution was drafted by a committee and reflected the views of its privileged caste members more than Ambedkar's. Still, several of the safeguards for untouchables that he had outlined in states and minorities did find their way in. Some of Ambedkar's more radical suggestions, such as nationalizing agriculture and key industries, were summarily dropped. The drafting process left Ambedkar more than a little unhappy. In March 1955, he said in the Rajya Sabha, India's upper house of parliament, the constitution was a wonderful temple we built for the gods, but before they could be installed, the devils have taken possession. 271 In 1954, Ambedkar contested his last election as a scheduled castes federation candidate and lost. Ambedkar was disillusioned with Hinduism, with its high priests, its saints, and its politicians. Yet the response to temple entry probably taught him how much people long to belong to a spiritual community, and how inadequate a charter of civil rights or a constitution is to address those needs. After 20 years of contemplation, during which he studied Islam as well as Christianity, Ambedkar turned to Buddhism. This, too, he entered in his own, distinct, angular way. He was wary of classical Buddhism, of the ways in which Buddhist philosophy could, had, and continues to be used to justify war and unimaginable cruelty. The most recent example is the Sri Lankan government's version of state Buddhism, which culminated in the genocidal killing of at least 40,000 ethnic Tamils and the internal displacement of 300,000 people in 2009. 272, Ambedkar's Buddhism, called Navayana Buddhism 273 or the Fourth Way, distinguished between religion and Dhamma. The purpose of religion is to explain the origin of the world, Ambedkar said, sounding very much like Karl Marx. The purpose of Dhamma is to reconstruct the world. 274 On October 14, 1956, in Nagpur, only months before his death, Ambedkar, Sharda Kabir, his, Brahmin, second wife, and 500,000 supporters took the vow of the Three Jewels and 5 precepts and converted to Buddhism. It was his most radical act. It marked his departure from Western liberalism and its purely materialistic vision of a society based on rights, a vision whose origin coincided with the rise of modern capitalism. Ambedkar did not have enough money to print his major work on Buddhism, the Buddha, and his Dhamma, before he died. 275. He wore suits, yes. But he died in debt. Where does that leave the rest of us? Though they call the age we are living through the Kali Yuga, 276 Ram Rajya could be just around the corner. The 14th century Babri Masjid, supposedly built on the birthplace of Lord Ram in Ayodhya, was demolished by Hindu stormtroopers on December 6, 1992, Ambedkar's death anniversary. We await with apprehension the construction of a grand Ram temple in its place. As Mahatma Gandhi desired, the rich man has been left in possession of his, as well as everybody else's, wealth. Shaturvarna reigns unchallenged, the Brahmin largely controls knowledge, the Vaishya dominates trade. The Kshatriyas have seen better days, but they are still, for the most part, rural landowners. The Shudras live in the basement of the big house and keep intruders at bay. The Adivasis are fighting for their very survival. And the Dalits, well, we've been through all that. Can caste be annihilated? Not unless we show the courage to rearrange the stars in our firmament. Not unless those who call themselves revolutionary develop a radical critique of Brahminism. Not unless those who understand Brahmanism sharpen their critique of capitalism. And not unless we read Babasaheb Ambedkar. If not inside our classrooms, then outside them. Until then we will remain what he called the sick men and women of Hindustan, who seem to have no desire to get well. For Ambedkar, the people was not a homogeneous category that glowed with the rosy hue of innate righteousness. First published as the introduction to B.R. Ambedkar, Annihilation of Caste, the annotated critical edition, New Delhi, Navayana, 2014. Professor, P.O.W. May 9, 2015, marks 1 year since Dr. G. N. Sai Baba, lecturer of English at Ramlal Anand College, Delhi University, was abducted by unknown men on his way home from work. When her husband went missing and did not respond to calls to his cell phone, Vasantha, Dr. Sai Baba's wife, filed a missing persons complaint in the local police station. Subsequently, the unknown men identified themselves as the Maharashtra police and described the abduction as an arrest. Why did they abduct him in this way when they could easily have arrested him formally? This professor, who happens to be wheelchair-bound and paralyzed from his waist down since he was 5 years old. There were 2 reasons. First, because they knew from their previous visits to his house that if they picked him up from his home on the Delhi University campus, they would have to deal with a crowd of angry people, professors, activists, and students who loved and admired Professor Sai Baba not just because he was a dedicated teacher but also because of his fearless political worldview. Second, because abducting him made it look as though they, armed only with their wit and daring, had tracked down and captured a dangerous terrorist. The truth is more prosaic. Many of us had known for a long time that Professor Sai Baba was likely to be arrested. It had been the subject of open discussion for months. Never in all those months, right up to the day of his abduction, did it ever occur to him or to anybody else that he should do anything else but face up to it fair and square. In fact, during that period, he put in extra hours and wrote his doctoral thesis on the politics of the discipline of Indian English writing. Why did we think he would be arrested? What was his crime? In September 2009, the then Home Minister P. Chidambaram announced a war called Operation Green Hunt in what is known as India's Red Corridor. It was advertised as a clean-up operation by paramilitary forces against Maoist terrorists in the jungles of central India. In reality, it was the official name for what had so far been a scorched earth battle being waged by state-sponsored vigilante militias, the Salwajudam in Bastar and unnamed militias in other states. The mandate was to clear the forests of its troublesome residents so that mining and infrastructure building corporations could move ahead with their stalled projects. The fact that signing over Adivasi homelands to private corporations is illegal and unconstitutional did not bother the United Progressive Alliance government of the time. The present government's new Land Acquisition Act proposes to exalt that lawlessness into law. Thousands of paramilitary troops accompanied by vigilante militias invaded the forests, burning villages, murdering villagers, and raping women. Tens of thousands of Adivasis were forced to flee from their homes and hide in the jungle for months under the open sky. The backlash against this brutality was that hundreds of local people signed up to join the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army, PLGA, raised by the Communist Party of India, Maoist, whom former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh famously described as India's single largest internal security threat. Even now, the whole region remains convulsed by what can only be called a civil war. As is the case with any protracted war, the situation has become far from simple. While some in the resistance continue to fight the good fight, others have become opportunists, extortionists, and ordinary criminals. It is not always easy to tell one group from another, and that makes it easy to tar them all with the same brush. Horrible atrocities have taken place. One set of atrocities is called terrorism and the other, progress. In 2010 and 2011, when Operation Green Hunt was at its most brutal, a campaign against it began to gather speed. Public meetings and rallies took place in several cities. As word of what was happening in the forest spread, the international media began to pay attention. One of the main mobilizers of this public and entirely unsecret campaign against Operation Green Hunt was Dr. Sai Baba. The campaign was, at least temporarily, successful. The government was shamed into pretending that there was no such thing as Operation Green Hunt, that it was merely a media creation. Of course, the assault on the Adivasi homelands continues, largely unreported, because now it is an operation without a name. This week, on May 5, 2015, Chavindra Karma, the son of the founder of Salwajudam Mahendra Karma, who was killed in a Maoist ambush, announced the inauguration of Salwajudam 2. This despite the Supreme Court judgment declaring Salwajudam 1 to be illegal and unconstitutional and ordering that it be disbanded. In Operation No Name, anybody who criticizes or impedes the implementation of state policy is called a Maoist. Thousands of Dalits and Adivasis, thus labeled, are in jail absurdly charged with crimes like sedition and waging war against the state under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, a law which would make any intelligent human being bust a gut laughing if only the uses to which it is being put were not so tragic. While villagers languish for years in prison, with no legal help and no hope of justice, often not even sure what crime they have been accused of, the state has turned its attention to what it calls overground workers in the cities. Determined not to allow a repeat of the situation it found itself in earlier, the Ministry of Home Affairs spelled out its intentions clearly in its 2013 affidavit filed in the Supreme Court. It said, "The ideologues and supporters of the Communist Party of India, Maoist, in cities and towns have undertaken a concerted and systematic propaganda against the state to project it in a poor light. It is these ideologues who have kept the Maoist movement alive and are in many ways more dangerous than the cadres of the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army." Enter Dr. Sai Baba. We knew he was a marked man when several clearly planted, hyperbolic stories about him began to appear in the papers. When they don't have real evidence, their next best option, tried and tested, is to create a climate of suspicion around their quarry. On September 12, 2013, his home was raided by 50 policemen armed with a search warrant for stolen property from a magistrate in Ahiri, a small town in Maharashtra. They did not find any stolen property. Instead, they took away, stole, his personal laptop, hard disks, and pen drives. 2 weeks later, Suhash Bawachi, the investigating officer for the case, rang Dr. Sai Baba and asked him for the passwords to access the hard disks. He gave it to them. On January 9, 2014, a team of policemen interrogated him at his home for several hours. And on May 9 they abducted him. That same night they flew him to Nagpur and from there drove him to Ahiri and then back to Nagpur with hundreds of policemen escorting the convoy of jeeps and mine-proof vehicles. He was incarcerated in the Nagpur Central Jail in its notorious Anda cell, adding his name to the 300,000 under-trials who crowd our country's prisons. In the midst of all the high theatre, his wheelchair was damaged. Dr. Sai Baba is what is known as 90% disabled. In order to prevent his physical condition from further deteriorating, he needs constant care, physiotherapy, and medication. Despite this, he was thrown into a bare cell, where he still remains, with nobody to assist him even to use the bathroom. He had to crawl around on all fours. None of this would fall under the definition of torture. Of course not. The great advantage the state has over this particular prisoner is that he is not equal among prisoners. He can be cruelly tortured, perhaps even killed, without anybody having to so much as lay a finger on him. The next morning's papers in Nagpur had front-page pictures of the heavily armed team of Maharashtra police proudly posing with their trophy, the dreaded terrorist, Professor POW, in his damaged wheelchair. He has been charged under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Section 13, taking part in /advocating/abetting/inciting the commission of unlawful activity, Section 18, conspiring/attempting to commit a terrorist act, Section 20, being a member of a terrorist gang or organization, Section 38, associating with a terrorist organization with intention to further its activities, and Section 39, inviting support and addressing meetings for the purpose of encouraging support for a terrorist organization. He has been accused of giving a computer chip to Hem Mishra, a Jawaharlal Nehru University student, to deliver to Comrade Narmada of the CPI, Maoist. Hem Mishra was arrested at the Balarshah railway station in August 2013 and is in Nagpur jail along with Dr. Sai Baba. The 3 others accused with them in this conspiracy are out on bail. Another of the serious offences listed in the charge sheet is that Dr. Sai Baba is the Joint Secretary of the Revolutionary Democratic Front, RDF, an organisation that is banned in Orissa and Andhra Pradesh where it is suspected to be a Maoist front organisation. It is not banned in Delhi or Maharashtra. The president of RDF is the well-known poet Varavara Rao who lives in Hyderabad. Dr. Sai Baba's trial has not begun. When it does, it is likely to take months, if not years. The question is, can a person with a 90% disability survive in those abysmal prison conditions for so long? In the year he's been in prison, his physical condition has deteriorated alarmingly. He is in constant, excruciating pain. The jail authorities have helpfully described this as quite normal for polio victims. His spinal cord has degenerated. It has buckled and is pushing up against his lungs. His left arm has stopped functioning. The cardiologist at the local hospital where the jail authorities took him for a test has asked that he be given an angioplasty urgently. If he does undergo an angioplasty, given his condition and the conditions in prison, the prognosis is dire. If he does not, and remains incarcerated, it is dire, too. Time and again the jail authorities have disallowed him medication that is vital not just to his well-being, but to his survival. When they do allow the medicines, they disallow the special diet that is meant to go with it. Although India is party to international covenants on disability rights and Indian law expressly forbids the incarceration of a person who is disabled as an under trial for a prolonged period, Dr. Sai Baba has been denied bail twice by the Sessions Court. On the second occasion bail was denied based on the jail authorities demonstrating to the court that they were giving him the specific, special care a person in his condition required. They did allow his family to replace his wheelchair. In a letter from prison, Dr. Sai Baba said that the day the order denying him bail came, the special care was withdrawn. Driven to despair, he went on a hunger strike. Within a few days he was taken to the hospital unconscious. For the sake of argument, let's leave to the courts the decision about whether Dr. Sai Baba is guilty or innocent of the charges leveled against him. And for just a moment, let's turn our attention solely to the question of bail, because for him that is quite literally a question of life and death. No matter what the charges against him are, should Professor Sai Baba get bail? Here's a list of a few well-known public figures and government servants who have been given bail. On April 23, 2015, Babu Bajrangi, convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for his role in the 2002 Narita Patiya massacre in which 97 people were murdered in broad daylight, was released on bail by the Gujarat High Court for an urgent eye operation. This is Babu Bajrangi in his own words speaking about the crime he committed. "We didn't spare a single Muslim shop, we set everything on fire, we set them on fire and killed them, hacked, burnt, set on fire. We believe in setting them on fire because these bastards don't want to be cremated. They're afraid of it. After killing them I felt like Maharana Pratap Helka, September 1, 2007. Eye operation, hey? Well, maybe on second thought it is urgent to replace the murderous lenses he seems to view the world through with something less stupid and less dangerous." On July 30, 2014, Maya Kodnani, a former minister of the Modi government in Gujarat, convicted and serving a 28-year sentence for being the kingpin of that same Narita Patiya massacre, was granted bail by the Gujarat High Court. Kodnani is a medical doctor and says she suffers from intestinal tuberculosis, a heart condition, clinical depression, and a spinal problem. Her sentence has been suspended. Amit Shah, also a former minister in the Modi government in Gujarat, was arrested in July 2010, accused of ordering the extrajudicial killing of 3 people: Sarabuddin Sheikh, his wife, Kausar Bai, and Tulsiram Prajapati. The Central Bureau of Investigation produced phone records showing that Shah was in constant touch with the police officials who held the victims in illegal custody before they were murdered, and that the number of phone calls between him and those police officials spiked sharply during those days. Amit Shah was released on bail 3 months after his arrest. Subsequently, after a series of disturbing and mysterious events, he has been let off altogether. He is currently the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the right-hand man of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On May 22, 1987, 42 Muslim men rounded up in a truck by the police armed constabulary, PAC, were shot dead in cold blood on the outskirts of Hashimpura. Their bodies were dumped in a canal. 19 members of the PAC were accused in the case. All of them were allowed to continue in service, receiving their promotions and bonuses like everybody else. 13 years later, in the year 2000, 16 of them surrendered, 3 had died. They were released on bail immediately. A few weeks ago, in March 2015, all 16 were acquitted for lack of evidence. Haini Babu, a teacher in Delhi University and a member of the Committee for the Defence and Release of Sai Baba, was recently able to meet Dr. Sai Baba for a few minutes in the hospital. At a press conference, on April 23, 2015, that went more or less unreported, Haini Babu described the circumstances of the meeting. Dr. Sai Baba, on a saline drip, sat up in bed and spoke to him. A security guard stood over him with an AK-47 pointed at his head. It was his duty to make sure the prisoner did not run away on his paralyzed legs. Will Dr. Sai Baba come out of the Nagpur Central Jail alive? Do they want him to? There is much to suggest that they do not. This is what we put up with, what we vote for, what we agree to. This is us. First published in Outlook, May 18, 2015. My Seditious Heart. On a balmy February night, aware that things were not going well, I did what I rarely do. I put in earplugs and switched on the television. Even though I had said nothing about the spate of recent events, murders and lynchings, police raids on university campuses, student arrests, and enforced flag waving, I knew that my name was still on the A-list of anti-nationals. That night, I began to worry that, in addition to the charge of criminal contempt of court I was already facing, for interfering in the administration of justice, bashing the central government, state governments, the police machinery, so also the judiciary, and demonstrating a surly, rude, and boorish attitude, I would also be charged with causing the death of the eternally indignant news anchor on Times Now. I thought he might succumb to an apoplectic fit as he stabbed the air and spat out my name, suggesting that I was a part of some shadowy cabal behind the ongoing anti-national activity in the country. My crime, according to him, is that I have written about the struggle for freedom in Kashmir, questioned the execution of Muhammad Afzal Guru, walked with the Maoist guerrillas, terrorists in television speak, in the forests of Bastar, connected their armed rebellion to my reservations about India's chosen model of development, and with a hissy, sneering pause even questioned the country's nuclear tests. Now it's true that my views on these matters are at variance with those of the ruling establishment. In better days, that used to be known as a critical perspective or an alternative worldview. These days in India, it's called sedition. Sitting in Delhi, somewhat at the mercy of what looks like a democratically elected government gone rogue, I wondered whether I should rethink some of my opinions. I thought back, for instance, on a talk I gave in 2004 at the annual meeting of the American Sociological Association, just before the Bush vs. Kerry election, in which I joked about how the choice between the Democrats and the Republicans or their equivalents in India, the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party was like having to choose between Tide and Ivory Snow, two brands of washing powder both actually owned by the same company. Given all that is going on, can I honestly continue to believe that? On merit, when it comes to pogroms against non-Hindu communities, or looking away while Dalits are slaughtered, or making sure the levers of power and wealth remain in the hands of the tiny minority of dominant castes, or smuggling in neoliberal economic reforms on the coattails of manufactured communal conflict, or banning books, there's not much daylight between the Congress and the BJP. When it comes to the horrors that have been visited upon places like Kashmir, Nagaland, and Manipur, all the parliamentary parties, including the two major left parties, stand united in their immorality. Given this track record, does it matter that the stated ideologies of the Congress and the BJP are completely different? Whatever its practice, the Congress says it believes in a secular, liberal democracy, while the BJP mocks secularism and believes that India is essentially a Hindu Rashtra, a Hindu nation. Hypocrisy, Congress style, is serious business. It's clever, it smokes up the mirrors and leaves us groping around. However, to proudly declare your bigotry, to bring it out into the sunlight as the BJP does, is a challenge to the social, legal and moral foundations on which modern India, supposedly, stands. It would be an error to imagine that what we are witnessing today is just business as usual between unprincipled, murderous political parties. Although the idea of India as a Hindu Rashtra is constantly being imbued with an aura of ancientness, it's a surprisingly recent one. And, ironically, it has more to do with representative democracy than it does with religion. Historically, the people who now call themselves Hindu only identified themselves by their jati, their caste names. As a community, they functioned as a loose coalition of endogamous castes organized in a strict hierarchy. Even today, for all the talk of unity and nationalism, only 5% of marriages in India cut across caste lines. Transgression can still get young people beheaded. Since each caste could dominate the ones below it, all except those at the very bottom were inveigled into being a part of the system. Brahmanvad Brahmanism is the word that the anti-caste movement has traditionally used to describe this taxonomy. Though it has lost currency, and is often erroneously taken to refer solely to the practices and beliefs of Brahmins as a caste group, it is, in fact, a more accurate term than Hinduism for this social and religious arrangement, because it is as ancient as caste itself and predates the idea of Hinduism by centuries. This is a volatile assertion, so let me shelter behind Bhimrao Ambedkar. The first and foremost thing that must be recognized, he wrote in Annihilation of Caste in 1936, is that Hindu society is a myth. The name Hindu is itself a foreign name. It was given by the Mohammedans to the natives who lived east of the river Indus for the purpose of distinguishing themselves. 2. So how and why did the people who lived east of the Indus begin to call themselves Hindus? Toward the end of the 19th century, the politics of representative governance, paradoxically, introduced to its colony by the imperial British government, began to replace the politics of emperors and kings. The British marked the boundaries of the modern nation-state called India, divided it into territorial constituencies, and introduced the idea of elected bodies for local self-government. Gradually, subjects became citizens, citizens became voters, and voters formed constituencies that were assembled from complicated networks of old as well as new allegiances, alliances, and loyalties. Even as it came into existence, the new nation began to struggle against its rulers. But it was no longer a question of overthrowing a ruler militarily and taking the throne. The new rulers, whoever they were, would need to be legitimate representatives of the people. The politics of representative governance set up a new anxiety: who could legitimately claim to represent the aspirations of the freedom struggle? Which constituency would make up the majority? This marked the beginning of what we now call vote bank politics. Demography turned into an obsession. It became imperative that people who previously identified themselves only by their caste names band together under a single banner to make up a majority. That was when they began to call themselves Hindu. It was a way of crafting a political majority out of an impossibly diverse society. Hindu was the name of a political constituency more than of a religion, one that could define itself as clearly as other constituencies Muslim, Sikh, and Christian could. Hindu nationalists, as well as the officially secular Congress Party, staked their claims to the Hindu vote. It was around this time that a perplexing contestation arose around the people then known as untouchables or outcasts, who, though they were outside the pale of the caste system, were also divided into separate castes arranged in a strict hierarchy. To even begin to understand the political chaos we are living through now, at the center of which is the suicide of the Dalit scholar Rohit Vemula, it's important to understand, at least conceptually, this turn-of-the-century contestation. Over the previous centuries, in order to escape the scourge of caste, millions of untouchables, I use this word only because Ambedkar used it, too, had converted to Buddhism, Islam, Sikhism, and Christianity. In the past, those conversions had not been a cause of anxiety for the privileged castes. However, when the politics of demography took center stage, this hemorrhaging became a source of urgent concern. People who had been shunned and cruelly oppressed were now viewed as a population who could greatly expand the numbers of the Hindu constituency. They had to be courted and brought into the Hindu fold. That was the beginning of Hindu evangelism. What we know today as Ghar Wapsi, or returning home, was a ceremony that dominant castes devised to purify untouchables and Adivasis, whom they considered polluted. The idea was, and is, to persuade these ancient and autochthonous peoples that they were formerly Hindus, and that Hinduism was the original, indigenous religion of the subcontinent. It was not only Hindu nationalists among the privileged castes that tried to embrace the untouchables politically while continuing to valorize the caste system. Their counterparts in the Congress did the same thing, too. This was the reason for the legendary standoff between Bhimrao Ambedkar and Mohandas Gandhi, and continues to be the cause of serious disquiet in Indian politics. Even today, to properly secure its idea of a Hindu Rashtra, the BJP has to persuade a majority of the Dalit population to embrace a creed that stigmatizes and humiliates them. It has been surprisingly successful, and has even managed to draw in some militant Ambedkarite Dalits. It is this paradox that has made the political moment we are living through so incandescent, so highly inflammable, and so unpredictable. Ever since the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh was founded, in 1925, this ideological holding company of Hindu nationalism, and of the BJP, has set itself the task of making myriad castes, communities, tribes, religions, and ethnic groups submerge their identities and line up behind the banner of the Hindu Rashtra. Which is a little like trying to sculpt a gigantic, immutable stone statue of Bharat Mata, the Hindu rights ideal of Mother India, out of a stormy sea. Turning water into stone may not be a practical ambition, but the RSS's long years of trying have polluted the sea and endangered its flora and fauna in irreversible ways. Its ruinous ideology, known as Hindutva, and inspired by the likes of Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, openly proposes Nazi-style purges of Indian Muslims. In RSS doctrine, theorized by M.S. Golwalkar, the organization's second Sarsankalak, or supreme leader, the three main enemies obstructing the path to the Hindu Rashtra are Muslims, Christians, and Communists. And now, as the RSS races toward that goal, although what's happening around us may look like chaos, everything is actually going strictly by the book. Of late, the RSS has deliberately begun to conflate nationalism with Hindu nationalism. It uses the terms interchangeably, as though they mean the same thing. Naturally, it chooses to gloss over the fact that it played absolutely no part in the struggle against British colonialism. But while the RSS left the battle of turning a British colony into an independent nation to other people, it has, since then, worked far harder than any other political or cultural organization to turn this independent nation into a Hindu nation. Before the BJP was founded, in 1980, the political arm of the RSS was the Bharatiya Jan Sangh. However, the RSS's influence cut across party lines, and in the past its shadowy presence has even been evident in some of the more nefarious and violent activities of the Congress. The organization now has a network of tens of thousands of shakhas, branches, and hundreds of thousands of workers. It has its own trade union, its own educational institutions where millions of students are indoctrinated, its own teachers' organization, a women's wing, a media and publications division, its own organizations dedicated to Adivasi welfare, its own medical missions, its own sad stable of historians, who produce their own hallucinatory version of history, and, of course, its own army of trolls on social media. Its sister concerns, the Bajrang Dal and the Vishva Hindu Parishad, provide the stormtroopers that carry out organized attacks on anyone whose views they perceive to be a threat. In addition to creating its own organizations, which, together with the BJP, make up the San Parivar, the Saffron family, the RSS has also worked patiently to place its chessmen in public institutions, on government committees, in universities, the bureaucracy, and, crucially, the intelligence services. That all this farsightedness and hard work was going to pay off one day was a foregone conclusion. Still, it took imagination and ruthlessness to come this far. Most of us know the story, but given the amnesia that is being pressed upon us, it might serve to put down a chronology of the recent present. Who knows, things that appeared unconnected may, when viewed in retrospect, actually be connected. And vice versa. So forgive me if, in an attempt to decipher a pattern, I go over some familiar territory. The journey to power began with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. In 1990, L.K. Advani, a BJP leader and a member of the RSS, travelled the length and breadth of the country in an air-conditioned Rath chariot exhorting Hindus to rise up and build a temple on the hallowed birthplace of Lord Ram. The birthplace, people were told, was the exact same spot on which a 16th-century mosque, the Babri Masjid, stood in the town of Ayodhya. In 1992, just 2 years after his Rath Yatra, Advani stood by and watched as an organized mob reduced the Babri Masjid to rubble. Riots, massacres, and serial bombings followed. The country was polarized in a way it had not been since partition. By 1998, the BJP, which had only 2 seats in parliament in 1984, had formed a coalition government at the centre. The first thing the BJP did was to realize a long-standing desire of the RSS by conducting a series of nuclear tests. From being an organization that had been banned 3 times, after the assassination of Gandhi, during the emergency, and after the demolition of the Babri Masjid, the RSS was finally in a position to dictate government policy. We can call it the year of the ascension. It wasn't the first time India had conducted nuclear tests, but the exhibitionism of the 1998 ones was different. It was like a rite of passage. The Hindu bomb was meant to announce the imminent arrival of the Hindu Rashtra. Within days, Pakistan, already ahead of the curve, having declared itself an Islamic Republic in 1956, showed off its Muslim bomb. And now we're stuck with these 2 strutting, nuclear-armed roosters, who are trained to hate each other, who hold their minority populations hostage as they mimic each other in a competing horror show of majoritarianism and religious chauvinism. And they have Kashmir to fight over. The nuclear tests altered the tone of public discourse in India. They coarsened and, you could say, weaponized it. In the months that followed, we were force-fed Hindu nationalism. Then, like now, articles circulated predicting that a mighty, all-conquering Hindu Rashtra was about to emerge, that a resurgent India would burst forth upon its former oppressors and destroy them completely. Absurd as it all was, having nuclear weapons made thoughts like these seem feasible. It created thoughts like these. You didn't have to be a visionary to see what was coming. The year of the Ascension, 1998, witnessed gruesome attacks on Christians, essentially Dalits and Adivasis, Hindutva's most vulnerable foes. Swami Asimanand, the head of the RSS-affiliated Vanvazai Kalyan Ashram's religious wing, who would make national news as the main accused in the 2007 Samyhoda Express train bombing, was sent to the remote, forested Dang district in western Gujarat to set up a headquarters. The violence began on Christmas Eve. Within a week, more than 20 churches in the region were burned down or otherwise destroyed by mobs of thousands led by the Hindu Dharma Jagran Manch, an organization affiliated to the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal. Soon, Dang district became a major centre of Gar Wapsi. Tens of thousands of Adivasis were returned to Hinduism. The violence spread to other states. In Keonjhar district in Odisha, an Australian Christian missionary, Graham Staines, who had been working in India for 35 years, was burned alive along with his 2 sons, aged 6 and 10. The man who led the attack was Dara Singh, a Bajrang Dal activist. In April 2000, US President Bill Clinton was on an official visit to Pakistan, after which he was due in Delhi. It was less than a year since the war in the Kargil district of Ladakh, in which India had pushed back the Pakistani army after it, in an aggressive, provocative move, sent soldiers across the line of control to occupy a strategic post. The Indian government was keen for the international community to recognize that Pakistan was a terrorist state. On April 20, the night before Clinton was expected to arrive, 35 Sikhs were shot down in cold blood in Chitazingpura, a village in South Kashmir. The killers were said to be Pakistan-based militants disguised in Indian Army uniforms. It was the first time Sikhs had been targeted by militants in Kashmir. 5 days later, the Special Operations Group and the Rashtriya Rifles claimed to have tracked down and killed 5 of the militants. The burnt, disfigured bodies of the dead men were dressed in fresh, unburnt army uniforms. It turned out they were all local Kashmiri villagers who had been abducted by the army and killed in a staged encounter. In October 2001, just weeks after the 9/11 attacks in the United States, the BJP installed Narendra Modi as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. At the time, Modi was more or less unknown. His main political credential was that he had been a long-time and loyal member of the RSS. On the morning of December 13, 2001, in Delhi, when the Indian Parliament was in its winter session, 5 armed men in a white ambassador car fitted with an improvised explosive device drove through its gates. Apparently, they got through security because they had a fake Home Ministry sticker on their windscreen, the back of which read, "India is a very bad country and we hate India, we want to destroy India, and with the grace of God we will do it, God is with us and we will try our best. The idiot Vajpayee and Advani, we will kill them. They have killed many innocent people and they are very bad persons. Their brother Bush is also a very bad person, he will be next target, he is also the killer of innocent people, he have to die and we will do it." When the men were eventually challenged, they jumped out and opened fire. In the gun battle that ensued, all the attackers, 8 security personnel, and a gardener were killed. The then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, also a member of the RSS, had, only the previous day, expressed a worry that the parliament might be attacked. L.K. Advani, who was the Home Minister by then, compared the assault to the 9/11 attacks. He said the men looked like Pakistanis. 14 years later, we still don't know who they really were. They are yet to be properly identified. Within days, on December 16, the special cell of the Delhi police announced that it had cracked the case. It said that the attack was a joint operation by 2 Pakistan-based terrorist outfits, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. 3 Kashmiri men, Sar Gilani, Kakit Hussain Guru, and Mohammad Afzal Guru, were arrested. Kakit's wife, Afsan Guru, was arrested too. The mastermind at the Indian end, the special cell told the media, was Gilani, a young professor of Arabic at Delhi University. He was subsequently acquitted by the courts. On December 21, based on these intelligence inputs, the Indian government suspended air, rail, and bus communications with Pakistan, banned overflights, and recalled its ambassador. More than 500,000 troops were moved to the border, where they remained on high alert for several months. Foreign embassies issued travel advisories to their citizens and evacuated their staff, apprehending a war that could turn nuclear. On February 27, 2002, while Indian and Pakistani troops eyeballed each other on the border and communal polarization was at fever pitch, 58 Kar-Savaks Hindu pilgrims travelling home from Ayodhya were burned alive in their train coach just outside the train station in the town of Godhra, Gujarat. The Gujarat police said the coach had been firebombed from the outside by an angry mob of local Muslims. Later, a report by the State Forensic Lab showed that this was not the case. L.K. Advani said that outside elements may have also been involved. The Kar-Savaks bodies, burnt beyond recognition, were transported to Ahmedabad for the public to pay their respects. What happened next is well known. And well forgotten too, because the bigots of yesterday are being sold to us as the moderates of today. So, briefly, in February and March 2002, while police stood by, Gujarat burned. In cities and in villages, organized Hindutva mobs murdered 2,000 Muslims in broad daylight. Women were raped and burned alive. Infants were put to the sword. Men were dismembered. Whole localities were burned down. Tens of thousands of Muslims were driven from their homes and into refugee camps. The killing went on for several weeks. There have been pogroms in India before, equally heinous, equally unpardonable, in which the numbers of people killed have been far higher. The massacre of Muslims in Nellie, Assam, in 1983, under a Congress state government, estimates of the number killed vary between 2,000, officially, and more than double that figure, unofficially. The massacre of almost 3,000 Sikhs following the assassination of Indira Gandhi in 1984, by Congress-led mobs in Delhi, which Rajiv Gandhi, who then went on to become Prime Minister, justified by saying, "When a big tree falls, the ground shakes." The massacre, in 1993, of hundreds of Muslims by the Shiv Sena in Mumbai, following the demolition of the Babri Masjid. In these pogroms too, the killers were protected and given complete impunity. But Gujarat 2002 was a massacre in the time of mass media. Its ideological underpinning was belligerently showcased, and the massacre justified in ways that marked a departure from the past. It was perpetuation, as well as a commencement. We, the public, were being given notice in no uncertain terms. The era of dissimulation had ended. The Gujarat pogrom dovetailed nicely with the international climate of Islamophobia. The war on terror had been declared. Afghanistan had been bombed. Iraq was already on the radar. Within months of the massacre, a fresh election was announced in Gujarat. Modi won it hands down. A few years into his first tenure, some of those involved in the 2002 pogrom were caught on camera boasting about how they had hacked, burned, and speared people to death. The footage was broadcast on the national news. It only seemed to enhance Modi's popularity in the state, where he won the next two elections as well, securing the backing of several heads of major corporations along the way, and remained chief minister for 12 years. While Modi moved from strength to strength, his party faltered at the centre. Its India Shining campaign in the 2004 general election was received by people as a cruel joke, and the Congress made a stunning comeback. The BJP remained out of power at the centre for the next 10 years. The RSS showed itself to be an organization that thrives in the face of adversity. The climate was what is known as vitiated. Between 2003 and 2009, a series of bombings and terror strikes on trains, buses, marketplaces, mosques, and temples, by what were thought to be Islamist terror groups, killed scores of innocent people. The worst of them all were the 2008 Mumbai attacks, in which Lashkar-e-Taiba militants from Pakistan shot 164 people and wounded more than 300. Not all the attacks were what they were made out to be. What follows is just a sampling, an incomplete list of some of those events. On June 15, 2004, a young woman called Ishrat Jahan and 3 Muslim men were shot dead by the Gujarat police, who said they were Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives on a mission to assassinate Modi. The Central Bureau of Investigation has since said that the encounter was staged, and that all 4 victims were captured and then killed in cold blood. On November 23, 2005, a Muslim couple, Sarabuddin Sheikh and his wife, Kausar Bai, were taken off a public bus by the Gujarat police. 3 days later, Sheikh was reported killed in an encounter in Ahmedabad. The police said that he worked for Lashkar-e-Taiba, and that they suspected he was on a mission to assassinate Modi. Kausar Bai was killed 2 days later. A witness to the Sheikh killing, Tulsiram Prajapati, was shot dead a year later, in a police encounter. Several senior officers of the Gujarat police are standing trial for these killings. One of them, P.P. Pandey, has just been appointed as the Director General of Police for Gujarat. On February 18, 2007, the Samyohoda Express, a friendship train that ran twice a week between Delhi and Attari in Pakistan, was bombed, killing 68 people, most of them Pakistanis. In September 2008, 3 bombs went off in the towns of Malajayan and Modasa. Several of those arrested in these cases, including Swami Asimanand of the Vanvazai Kalyan Ashram, were members of the RSS. Hemant Karkar, the police officer who headed the Maharashtra Anti-Terrorism Squad, which led the investigations, was shot dead in 2008, during the course of the Mumbai attacks. For the story within the story, read Who Killed Karkar? By S. M. Mushrif, a retired Inspector General of the Maharashtra Police. The assaults on Christians continued, too. The most ferocious of them was in Kandhamal, Odisha, in 2008. 90 Christians, all Dalits, were murdered, and more than 50,000 people were displaced. Tragically, the mobs that attacked them were made up of newly Hinduist Adivasis freshly dragooned into the San Parivar's vigilante militias. Kandhamal's Christians continue to live under threat, and most of them cannot return to their homes. In other states too, like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, Christians live in constant danger. In 2013, the BJP announced that Modi would be its prime ministerial candidate for the 2014 general election. During his campaign, he was asked if he regretted what had happened on his watch in Gujarat in 2002. Any person, if we are driving a car, we are a driver, and someone else is driving a car and we're sitting behind, he told a Reuters journalist, even then if a puppy comes under the wheel, will it be painful or not? Of course it is. If I'm a chief minister or not, I'm a human being. If something bad happens anywhere, it is natural to be sad. The media dutifully filed the Gujarat pogrom away as old news. The campaign went well. Modi was allowed to reinvent himself as the architect of the Gujarat model, supposedly an example of dynamic economic development. He became corporate India's most favoured candidate, the embodiment of the aspirations of the new India, architect of an economic miracle waiting to happen. His election broke the bank, costing $115 million, more than Rs 700 crore according to the Election Commission. But behind the advertising blitz and the 3D dioramas, things hadn't really changed all that much. In a district called Muzaffarnagar, in Uttar Pradesh, the tried and tested version of the real Gujarat model was revived as a poll strategy. Technology played a part. This would become a recurring theme. It began with an altercation over what was, at the time, being called love jihad, a notion that played straight into that old anxiety about demography. The Muslim love jihad campaign, Hindus were told, involved entrapping Hindu girls romantically and persuading them to convert to Islam. In August 2013, a Muslim boy accused of teasing a Hindu girl was killed by 2 Jats. 2 Jats were killed in retaliation. A video of an obviously Muslim mob beating a man to death began to circulate on Facebook and over cell phone networks. In reality, the incident had taken place in Sialkot, Pakistan. But it was put about that the video documented a local incident in which Muslims had beaten a Hindu boy to death. Provoked by the video, Hindu Jat farmers armed with swords and guns turned on local Muslims, with whom they had lived and worked for centuries. Between August and September 2013, according to official estimates, 62 people were killed, 42 Muslims and 20 Hindus. Unofficial estimates put the number of Muslims killed at more than 200.3. Tens of thousands of Muslims were forced off their lands and into refugee camps. And, of course, many women were raped. In April 2014, just before the general election, Amit Shah, a general secretary of the BJP at the time, and now the party president, he had been arrested in the Sarabuttan Sheikh case, but was discharged by a special court, spoke at a meeting of Jats in a district bordering Muzaffarnagar. In Uttar Pradesh, especially western UP, it is an election for honour, he said. It is an election to take revenge for the insult. It is an election to teach a lesson to those who have committed injustice. Once again, the strategy paid off. The BJP swept Uttar Pradesh, the state with the largest share of seats in parliament. In the midst of all this, the slew of genuinely progressive legislation which the Congress-led government had pushed through, like the Right to Information Act and the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which brought a modicum of real relief to the poorest of the poor, seemed to count for nothing. After 10 years out of power at the centre, the BJP won a massive single-party majority. Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy. In an election campaign in which optics was everything, he flew from Ahmedabad to Delhi for his swearing-in on a private jet belonging to the Adani Group. The victory was so decisive, the celebrations so aggressive, that it seemed the establishment of the Hindu Rashtra was only weeks away. Modi's ascent to power came at a time when much of the rest of the world was descending into chaos. There was civil war in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Syria. The Arab Spring had happened and unhappened. ISIS, the macabre progeny of the War on Terror, which makes even the Taliban and Al-Qaeda seem like moderates, was on the rise. The European refugee crisis had begun, even if it had not yet peaked. Pakistan was in serious trouble. In contrast, India looked like the warm, cuddly, unruly, Bollywoody, free market-friendly democracy that works. But that was the view from the outside. As soon as he was sworn in, the new Prime Minister began to display the kind of paranoia you might expect from a man who knows he has a lot of enemies, and who does not trust his own organization. His first move was to disempower and make redundant a faction within the BJP led by Advani, whom he now viewed as a threat. He usurped a great deal of the decision-making in the government, and then set off on a dizzying world tour, which hasn't ended yet, with a few pit stops in India. Modi's personal ambition, his desire to be seen as a global leader, soon began to overshadow the organization that had mentored him, and which does not take kindly to self-aggrandizement. In January 2015, he greeted the visiting U.S. President, Barack Obama, in a suit that cost over $1 million, $15,000, with his name woven into the pinstripes, Arundhati Modardas Modi. This was clearly a man who was in love with himself, no longer just a worker bee, no longer merely a humble servant. It began to look as though the ladders that had been used to climb into the clouds were being kicked away. The Modi suit was eventually auctioned, and bought by an admirer for Rs 4.3 crore, $680,000. Meanwhile, it became the delight of cartoonists and the butt of some seriously raucous humor on social media. A man who had been feared was being laughed at for the first time. A month after his wardrobe malfunction, Modi experienced his first major shock. In the February 2015 Delhi state election, even though he campaigned tirelessly, the fledgling Aam Aadmi Party won 67 of 70 seats. It was the first election Modi had lost since 2002. Suddenly, the new leader began to look brittle and unsure of himself. Nevertheless, in the rest of the country, thugs and vigilante assassins, sure of political backing from the people they had brought into power, continued about their bloody business. In February 2015, Govind Pansar, a writer and a prominent member of the Communist Party of India, was shot dead in Kolhapur, in Maharashtra. On August 30, 2015, Kalburgi, a well-known Kannada rationalist and scholar, was assassinated outside his home in Dharwad, in Karnataka. Both men had been threatened several times by extremist right-wing Hindu organizations, and told to stop their writing. In September 2015, a mob gathered outside the home of a Muslim family in Dadri, a village near Delhi, claiming that they had been eating beef, a violation of the ban on cow slaughter that had been imposed in Uttar Pradesh, as well as in several other states. The family denied it. The mob refused to believe them. Mohammed Akhlaq was pulled out of his home and bludgeoned to death. The thugs of the new order were unapologetic. After the murder, when the San Parivar's apparatchiks spoke to the press about illegal slaughter, they meant the imaginary cow. When they talked about taking evidence for forensic examination, they meant the food in the family's fridge, not the body of the lynched man. The meat taken from Akhlaq's house turned out not to be beef after all. But so what? 4 days after that, the Twitter-loving Prime Minister said nothing. Under pressure, he issued a weak, watery admonishment. Since then, similar rumors have led to others being beaten to within an inch of their lives, even hanged. With their tormentors assured of complete impunity, Muslims now know that even a minor skirmish can ignite a full-scale massacre. A whole population is expected to hunch its shoulders and live in fear. And that, as we know, is not a feasible proposition. We are talking about approximately 170 million people. Then, quite suddenly, just when hope was failing, something extraordinary began to happen. Despite, or perhaps because of, the fact that the BJP's massive majority in parliament had reduced the opposition to a rump, a new kind of resistance made itself known. Ordinary people began to show discomfort with what was going on. That feeling soon hardened into a stubborn resilience. In protest against the lynching of Akhlaq and the murders of Kalburgi and Panser, as well as that of the rationalist and author Narendra Dabholkar, murdered in Pune in 2013, one by one, several well-known writers and filmmakers began to return various national awards they had received. By the end of 2015, dozens of them had done so. The returning of awards, which came to be known as Award Wapsi, an ironic reference to Gar Wapsi, was an unplanned, spontaneous, and yet deeply political gesture, by artists and intellectuals who did not belong to any particular group or subscribe to any particular ideology, or even agree with each other about most things. It was powerful and unprecedented, and probably has no historical parallel. It was politics plucked out of thin air. Award Wapsi was widely reported by the international press. Precisely because it was spontaneous, and could not be painted into a corner as any sort of conspiracy, it enraged the government. If this was not enough, around the same time, in November 2015, the BJP suffered another massive electoral defeat, this time in the state of Bihar, at the hands of two wily, old-school politicians Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad Yadav. Lalu is a doughty foe of the San Parivar, and, way back in 1990, he was one of the few politicians to show some steel and arrest Advani when the Rath Yatra passed through Bihar. Losing the Bihar election was a personal as well as political humiliation for Modi, who had spent weeks campaigning there. The BJP was quick to suggest some sort of collusion between its opponents and anti-national intellectuals. As a party that can mass-produce trolls but finds it hard to produce a single real thinker, this humiliating setback sharpened its instinctive hostility toward intellectual activity. It was never just dissent that our current rulers wished to crush. It was thought intelligence itself. Not surprisingly, the prime targets in the attack on our collective IQ have been some of India's best universities. The first signs of trouble came when, in May 2015, the administration of the Indian Institute of Technology in Chennai recognized a student organization called the Ambedkar Pariyar Study Circle, APSC. Its members are Dalit Ambedkarites, who have a sharp critique of Hindutva politics but also of neoliberal economics, and of the rapid corporatization and privatization that is putting higher education out of the reach of the poor. The order banning the APSC accused it of trying to de-align Dalit and Adivasi students, to make them protest against the central government and create hatred against the Prime Minister and Hindus. Why should a tiny student organization with only a couple of dozen members have been seen as such a threat? Because by making connections between caste, capitalism, and communalism, the APSC was straying into forbidden territory, the sort of territory into which the South African anti-apartheid activist Steve Biko and the U.S. civil rights leader Martin Luther King had strayed, and paid for with their lives. The derecognition led to public protests, and was quickly rescinded, although the APSC continues to be harassed and its activity remains seriously impeded. The next confrontation came at India's best-known film school, the Film and Television Institute of India, FTII, in Pune, where BJP and RSS cronies were appointed to the institute's governing council. Among these persons of eminence, one had until recently been the state president of the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyartha Parishad, ABVP, the student wing of the RSS. Another was a filmmaker who had made a documentary called Narendra Modi, A Tale of Extraordinary Leadership. An actor by the name of Gayendra Chauhan was appointed the council's chairman. His credential for the post, apart from his loyalty to the BJP, was his less than mediocre performance as Yudhishthira in a television version of the Mahabharata. Of the rest of his acting career, the less said the better. You can find him on YouTube. The students went on strike, demanding to know on what basis a chairman with no qualifications for the job could be foisted on them. They demanded that Chauhan be removed from his post. Their real fear was that, by stacking the governing council with its cohorts, the government was setting up a coup, preparing, for the nth time, to privatize the FTII, and turn it into yet another institution exclusively for the rich and privileged. The strike lasted for 140 days. The students were attacked by off-campus Hindutva activists, but were supported by trade unions, civil society groups, filmmakers, artists, intellectuals, and fellow students from across the country. The government refused to back down. The strike was eventually called off, but the unrest just moved to a bigger arena. For several years now, the University of Hyderabad, UOH, has been a charged place, particularly around Dalit politics. Among the many student groups active on the campus is the Ambedkar Students Association, ASA. As a formation of Ambedkarites, like the APSC in Chennai, the ASA was asking some profound and disturbing questions. For obvious reasons, its main antagonist on campus was the ABVP, which is emerging as the eyes and ears of the RSS, and its agent provocateur, on almost every campus in the country. When, in August, the ASA, quoting Ambedkar's views on capital punishment, protested the hanging of Yaqub Memon convicted for the 1993 serial blasts in Mumbai that followed the Shiv Sena-led pogrom against Muslims, the ABVP branded them anti-national. Following a head-on confrontation between the two groups over the documentary film Muzaffarnagar Biki Hine, Muzaffarnagar is Still Standing, which the ASA screened on campus, 5 students, all Dalits, and all members of the ASA were suspended, and told to leave their hostels. Young Dalits reaching out to the Muslim community was not something the San Parivar was going to allow if it could help it. These were first-generation students, whose parents had toiled all their lives to scrape together enough money to get their children an education. It's hard for middle-class people who take the education of their children for granted to imagine what it means to have such painstakingly cultivated hope so callously snuffed out. One of the 5 suspended students was Rohit Vemula, a PhD scholar. He was the son of a poor single mother, and had no means of supporting himself without his scholarship. Driven to despair, on January 17, 2016, he hanged himself. He left behind a suicide note of such extraordinary power and poignancy that, like a piece of great literature, should his words ignited a tinderbox of accumulated fury. Rohit wrote, "I always wanted to be a writer. A writer of science, like Carl Sagan. I loved science, stars, nature, but then I loved people without knowing that people have long since divorced from nature. Our feelings are second-handed. Our love is constructed. Our beliefs colored. Our originality valid through artificial art. It has become truly difficult to love without getting hurt. The value of a man was reduced to his immediate identity and nearest possibility. To a vote. To a number. To a thing. Never was a man treated as a mind. As a glorious thing made up of stardust. In every field, in studies, in streets, in politics, and in dying and living. I am writing this kind of letter for the first time. My first time of a final letter. Forgive me if I fail to make sense. Maybe I was wrong, all the while, in understanding the world. In understanding love, pain, life, death. My birth is my fatal accident. I can never recover from my childhood loneliness. The unappreciated child from my past. 5. Imagine this. We live in a culture that shunned a man like Rohit Vemula and treated him as an untouchable. A culture that shut him down and made a mind like his extinguish itself. Rohit was a Dalit, an Ambedkarite, a Marxist, who was disillusioned with the Indian left, a student of science, an aspiring writer, and a seasoned political activist. But beyond all these identities, he was, like all of us, a unique human being, with a unique set of joys and sorrows. We might never know what that last secret sadness was that made him take his life. Perhaps that's just as well. We must make do with his farewell letter. The things that make it revolutionary might not be immediately obvious. Despite all that was done to him, it contains sorrow but not victimhood. Though everything we know about him tells us that he was ferocious about his identity and his politics, he refuses to box himself in and define himself by the tags that others had given him. Despite bearing the weight of an oppression and cultural conditioning that is centuries old, Rohith gives himself wrests for himself the right to be magnificent, to dream of being stardust, of being loved as an equal, as all men and women ought to be. Rohith was only the latest of the many Dalit students who end their lives every year. His story resonated with thousands of Dalits in universities across the country, students who had been traumatized by the medieval horrors of the caste system, and the segregation, discrimination, and injustice that follow them into the most modern university campuses, into India's premier medical and engineering colleges, into their hostels, canteens, and lecture rooms. About half of all Dalit students drop out of school before they matriculate. Under 3% of the Dalit population are graduates. They saw Rohith Vemula's suicide for what it was, a form of institutionalized murder. His suicide and, it has to be said, the power of his prose made people stop in their tracks, and think and rage about the criminal arrangement known as the caste system, that ancient engine that continues to run modern Indian society. The fury over Vemula's suicide was, and is, an insurrectionary moment for a thus far marginalized, radical political vision. It saw Ambedkarite Marxists, and a coalition of left parties and social movements march together. Alert to the fact that if this configuration was allowed to consolidate, it could grow into a serious threat, the BJP moved to defuse it. Its clumsy, outrageous response claiming that Rohith Vemula was not a Dalit backfired badly, and pushed the party into what looked like, and could still turn out to be, a tailspin. Attention had to be diverted. Another crisis was urgently required. The gun sights swung around. The target had been marked a while ago. Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, long known to be a bastion of the left, was the focus of a front-page story in the November 2015 issue of Punchajanya, the RSS's weekly paper. It described JNU as a den of Naxalites, a huge anti-national bloc which has the aim of disintegrating India. Naxalites had been a long-standing problem for the San Parivar enemy number 3 in its written doctrine. But now, evidently, it had another, more worrying one, too. Over the last few years, the student demography in JNU has changed dramatically. From being in a small minority, students from disadvantaged backgrounds, Dalits, Adivasis, and the many castes and subcastes that come under the capacious category known as other backward classes, OBC, formerly called Shudras, now make up almost half the student body. This has radically changed campus politics. What troubles the Parivar more than the presence of the left on the JNU campus, perhaps, are the rising voices of this section of students. They are, for the most part, followers of Ambedkar, of the Adivasi hero Birsa Munda, who fought the British and died in prison in 1900, and of the radical thinker and reformer Jyotirao Phule, who was a Shudra and called himself a Mali, gardener. Phule renounced, in fact denounced, Hinduism most trenchantly in his famous book Ghulam Giri, Slavery, published in 1873. In much of his writing and poetry, Phule deconstructs Hindu myths to show how they are really stories grounded in history, and how they glorify the idea of an Aryan conquest of an indigenous, Dravidian culture. Phule writes of how Dravidians were demonized and turned into Asuras, while the conquering Aryans were exalted and conferred divinity. In effect, he frames Hinduism as a colonial narrative. In 2012, an organization of Dalit and OBC students in JNU began to observe what it calls Mahishasur Martyrdom Day. Mahishasur, Hindus believe, is a mythical half-human half-demon entity that the goddess Durga vanquished in battle, a victory that is celebrated every year during Durga Puja. These young intellectuals said that Mahishasur was actually a Dravidian king, beloved of the Azure, Santhal, Gond, and Bhil tribes in West Bengal and Jharkhand,
and others. The students declared that they would mourn the day Mahishasur was martyred, not celebrate it. Another group, that called itself the New Materialists, began to hold a free food festival on Mahishasur Martyrdom Day, at which it served beef and pork, saying these were the traditional foods of the oppressed castes and tribes of India. OBCs make up the majority of India's population, and are vitally important to every major political party. It is for this reason that Modi, in his 2014 election campaign, went out of his way to foreground the fact that he was an OBC. Most people think of Modi as a Bania surname. OBCs have traditionally been used by the dominant castes as henchmen, to hold the line against Dalits, just as Dalits have been used as foot soldiers in attacks on Muslims, and Adivasis are pitted against Dalits as they were in Kandhamal in 2008. These signs of a section of OBCs breaking rank with Hinduism set off the RSS's extremely alert early warning system. If this were not trouble enough, a tentative conversation, or perhaps just an argument that was prelude to a conversation, had started between some young communists who seemed to have begun to understand the past errors of India's major communist parties and the followers of Birsa Munda, Ambedkar, and Phule. These groups have a vexed history, and had every reason to be wary of each other. As long as each of these loose constituencies remained hostile to the other, they did not constitute a real threat to the San Parivar. The RSS recognized that if what was going on in JNU was not stopped, it could one day pose an intellectual and existential threat to the fundamental principles and politics of Hindutva. Why so? Because such an alliance proposes, even if only conceptually, the possibility of a counter-mobilization, a sort of reverse engineering of the Hindutva project. It envisions an altogether different coalition of castes, one that is constituted from the ground up, instead of organized and administered from the top down, Dalit Bahujanism instead of Brahminism. A powerful movement, contemporary and yet rooted in India's unique social and cultural context, that has people like Ambedkar, Jyotirao Phule, Savitribai Phule, Periyar, Ayan Kalai, Birsa Munda, Bhagat Singh, Marx, and Lenin as the stars in its constellation. A movement that challenges patriarchy, capitalism, and imperialism, that dreams of a casteless, classless society, whose poets would be the poets of the people, and would include Kabir, Tukaram, Ravidas, Pash, Gadar, Lal Singh Dil, and Faiz. A movement of Adivasi Dalit Bahujans in the sense championed by the Dalit Panthers, who, in the 1970s, took Dalit to connote members of the scheduled castes and tribes, Neo-Buddhists, the working people, the landless and poor peasants, women, and all those who are being exploited politically, economically and in the name of religion. 6. A movement whose comrades would include those from the privileged castes who no longer want to claim their privileges. A movement spiritually generous enough to embrace all those who believe in justice, whatever their creed or religion. Small wonder, then, that the Panchajanya story went on to say that JNU was an institution where innocent Hindu youth are lured after being fed wrong facts about the Varna system, which is an integral part of Hindu society. It wasn't really the disintegrating of India that the RSS was worried about. It was the disintegration of Hindutva. And not by a new political party, but by a new way of thinking. Had all this hinged on a formal political alliance, its leaders could have been killed or jailed. Or simply bought out, like any number of Swamis, Sufis, Maulanas, and other charlatans have been. But what do you do with an idea that has begun to drift around like smoke? You try and snuff it out at its source. The battle lines could not have been marked more clearly. It was to be a battle between those who dream of equality and those who believe in institutionalizing inequality. Rohit Vemula's suicide made the conversation that had begun in JNU more important, more urgent, and very real. And it probably brought forward the date of an attack that was already on the cards. The ambush was built around an obstinate old ghost who refuses to go away. The harder they try to exorcise it, the more stubbornly it persists with its haunting. The third anniversary of the hanging of Muhammad Afzal Guru fell on February 9, 2016. Although Afzal was not accused of direct involvement in the 2001 attack on the Indian Parliament, he was convicted by the Delhi High Court and given 3 life sentences and a double death sentence for being part of the conspiracy. In August 2005, the Supreme Court upheld this judgment, and famously said, "As is the case with most conspiracies, there is and could be no direct evidence amounting to criminal conspiracy." The incident, which resulted in heavy casualties, had shaken the entire nation, and the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. 7. The controversy over the Parliament attack, over the Supreme Court judgment, and over Afzal's sudden, secret execution is by no means a new one. Several books and essays by scholars, journalists, lawyers, and writers, including myself, have been published on the subject. Some of us believe that there are grave questions about the attack that remain unanswered, and that Afzal was framed and did not receive a fair trial. Others believe that the manner of his execution was a miscarriage of justice. After the Supreme Court judgment, Afzal remained in solitary confinement in Tihar jail for several years. The BJP, which was out of power at the centre during those years, made frequent and aggressive demands that he be pulled out of the queue of those awaiting execution and hanged. The issue became a central theme in its election campaigns. Its slogan was, Desh Abhai Sharminda Hai, Afzal Abhai Bhai Zinda Hai, the country hangs its head in shame because Afzal is still alive. As the 2014 general election approached, the Congress-led government in power at the centre weakened by a series of corruption scandals and terrified of being outflanked by the BJP in this contest of competitive nationalism, one that the Congress is doomed to lose, pulled Afzal out of his cell one morning and hurriedly hanged him. His family was not even informed, let alone permitted a last visit. For fear that his grave would become a monument and a political rallying point for the struggle in Kashmir, he was buried inside Tihar jail, next to Maqbul Butt, the Kashmiri separatist hero, who was hanged in 1984. P. Chidambaram, who served the Congress-led government as Home Minister from 2008 to 2012, now says that Afzal's case was perhaps not correctly decided. "When I was in class 4, we had a saying, sorry doesn't make a dead man alive. Every year since then, on the anniversary of Afzal Guru's hanging, the Kashmir Valley shuts down in protest. Leave alone the Kashmiri nationalists, even the mainstream, pro-India People's Democratic Party, currently the BJP's coalition partner in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, continues to demand that Afzal's mortal remains be returned to his family for a proper burial." A few days prior to the 3rd anniversary of his death, notices appeared on the JNU campus inviting students to a cultural evening against the Brahmanical collective conscience, against the judicial killing of Afzal Guru and Maqbul Butt, and in solidarity with the struggle of Kashmiri people for their democratic right to self-determination. It was not the first time JNU students had met to discuss these issues. Only this time, the February 9th anniversary fell 3 weeks after Rohit Vemula's suicide. The atmosphere was politically charged. Once again, the ABVP was the cat's paw. It complained to the university authorities, and then invited the Delhi police to intervene in what it said was anti-national activity. A camera crew from ZTV was on hand to record the event. The first batch of footage in that Z broadcast showed 2 groups of students confronting each other on the JNU campus, shouting slogans. In response to the ABVP's Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Victory to Mother India, another group of students, most of them Kashmiris, some of them wearing masks, began to chant what Kashmiris chant every day at every street corner protest and at every militant's funeral. Hum kia chahedi? Azadai. Chhin ke lenji. Azadai. What do we want? Freedom. We will snatch it. Freedom. There were also some less familiar slogans. Banduk ke dum pe. Azadai. At gunpoint if need be. Freedom. Kashmir ki Azadai tak, Bharat ki Barbidi tak. Jung Ladenji. Jung Ladenji. Until freedom comes to Kashmir, until destruction comes to India. War will be waged. War will be waged. End. Pakistan Zindabad. Long live Pakistan. From the ZTV footage, it wasn't clear who the students actually chanting the slogans were. Sure, it riled viewers, but winding people up about Kashmir or getting them to rail at unknown students who looked and sounded like Kashmiris was not the point, and would have served no purpose. Especially not when the BJP's negotiations with the People's Democratic Party about forming a new government in Jammu and Kashmir had run into rough weather. That problem has subsequently been resolved. In the JNU ambush, Kashmir was just the trigger wire. The real goal was, and is, to tarnish the reputation of JNU, in order to eventually shut it down. It was an easy problem to solve. The soundtrack of the confrontation was grafted onto the video of another meeting that took place 2 days later, this one addressed by Kanhya Kumar, the president of the JNU Students' Union. Kanhya belongs to the All India Students' Federation, the student wing of the Communist Party of India. At the meeting he addressed, the refrain of Azadi was the same, only the slogans raised were completely different. They demanded Azadi from poverty, from caste, from capitalism, from the Manusmriti, from Brahmanism. It was a whole other ball of wax. The doctored video was broadcast to millions by major news channels, including ZTV, Times Now, and News X. It was shameful, unprofessional, and possibly criminal. These broadcasts set off a frenzy. First Kanhya Kumar, and then, 2 weeks later, 2 other students accused of organizing the Afzal Guru meeting, Umar Khalid and Anirban Bhattacharya, formerly members of the left-wing Democratic Students' Union, were arrested and charged with sedition. Posters went up across Delhi putting a price on these students' heads. One even offered a cash reward for Kanhya Kumar's tongue. The Kashmiri students who were actually seen raising slogans in the ZTV footage remained unidentified. But they were only doing what thousands of people do every day in Kashmir. Can there be separate standards for sloganeering in Delhi and Srinagar? Perhaps you could say yes, if you argue, as many Kashmiris do, that all of Kashmir is a giant prison, and you can't arrest the already incarcerated. In any case, did those students' slogans really deliver a mortal blow to this mighty, nuclear-powered Hindu nation? Matters continued to escalate in ever more ludicrous ways. Based on a joke on a parody Twitter account, Hafiz Mohammed Saeed, the Home Minister, Rajnath Singh, announced that the protest at JNU was backed by Hafiz Saeed, the head of Lashkar-e-Taiba and India's equivalent of Osama bin Laden. Television channels began to suggest that Umar Khalid, a self-declared Marxist-Leninist, was a Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist. The hard evidence this time was that his name was Umar. Smriti Irani, the unstoppable Minister of Human Resource and Development, who is in charge of higher education, said the nation would not tolerate an insult to Mother India. The saffron-robed Yogi Adityanath, a BJP member of parliament from Gorakhpur, said that JNU has become a blot on education, and that it should be closed down in the interest of the nation. Another self-styled man of God, the BJP MP Sakshi Maharaj, also clad in saffron, called the students traitors, and said they should be hanged instead of being lodged in jail for life, or they should be killed by police bullet. 8 Gyandef Ahuya, a BJP member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and empiricist extraordinaire, informed the world that more than 10,000 butts of cigarettes and 4,000 pieces of beedis are found daily in the JNU campus. 50,000 big and small pieces of bones are left by those eating non-vegetarian food. They gorge on meat, these anti-nationals. 2,000 wrappers of chips and namkeen are found, as also 3,000 used condoms, the misdeeds they commit with our sisters and daughters there. And 500 used contraceptive injections are also found. In other words, JNU students were meat-eating, chip-crunching, cigarette-smoking, beer-swilling, sex-obsessed anti-nationals. Does that sound so terrible? The Prime Minister said nothing. The students of JNU and UOH, on the other hand, had plenty to say. The protests on those campuses spread to the streets, and then to universities in other parts of the country. In Delhi, on the day Kanhya Kumar was to be produced before a magistrate, the war zone shifted to the courts. On 2 days in a row, sheltering under an oversized national flag,
a group of lawyers who boasted openly of their affiliation to the BJP beat up students, professors, journalists, and finally Kanhya Kumar himself inside a courthouse. They threatened and abused a committee of senior lawyers that the Supreme Court had urgently constituted to look into the matter. The police stood by and watched. The Delhi police chief called it a minor scuffle. The lawyers gloated to the press about how they thrashed Kanhya and forced him to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. For a few days, it looked as though every last institution in the country was helpless in the face of this insane attack. The RSS has now declared that anybody who refuses to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai is an anti-national. The yoga and health food tycoon Baba Ramdev announced that, were it not illegal, he would behead anybody who refused to say it. What would these people have done to Ambedkar? In 1931, when questioned by Gandhi about his sharp critique of the Congress, which was seen as a critique of the party's struggle for an independent homeland, Ambedkar said, "Gandhiji, I have no homeland. No untouchable worth the name would be proud of this land." Would they have charged him with sedition? On the other hand, garlanding portraits of Ambedkar, as the San Parivar has done, and suggesting that he, the man who called Hinduism a veritable chamber of horrors, is one of the founding fathers of the Hindu Rashtra, is probably much worse. The other tactic the BJP and its media partners have used to silence people is an absurd false binary: the brave soldiers versus the evil anti-nationals. In February, just when the JNU crisis was at its peak, an avalanche on the Siachen Glacier killed 10 soldiers, whose bodies were flown down for military funerals. For days and nights, screeching television anchors and their studio guests inserted their own words into the mouths of the dead men, and grafted their tin pot ideologies onto lifeless bodies that couldn't talk back. Of course, they neglected to mention that most Indian soldiers are poor people looking for a means of earning a living. You don't hear the patriotic rich asking for the draft, so that they and their children are forced to serve as ordinary soldiers. They also forgot to tell their viewers that soldiers are not just deployed on the Siachen Glacier or on the borders of India. That there has not been a single day since independence in 1947 when the Indian Army and other security forces have not been deployed within India's borders against what are meant to be their own people in Kashmir, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Assam, Junagadh, Hyderabad, Goa, Punjab, Telangana, and West Bengal, and now Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Jharkhand. Tens of thousands of people have lost their lives in conflicts in these places. An even greater number have been brutally tortured, many of them crippled for life. There have been documented cases of mass rape in Kashmir in which the accused have been protected by the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, as though rape is a necessary and unavoidable part of battle. 9 The aggressive insistence on unquestioning soldier worship, even by self-professed liberals, is a sick, dangerous game that's been dreamed up by a cynical oligarchy. It doesn't help either soldiers or civilians. And if you take a hard look at the list of places within India's current borders in which its security forces have been deployed, an extraordinary fact emerges: the populations in those places are mostly Muslim, Christian, Adivasi, Sikh, and Dalit. What we are being asked to salute obediently and unthinkingly is a reflexively dominant caste Hindu state that nails together its territory with military might. What if some of us dream instead of creating a society to which people long to belong? What if some of us dream of living in a society that people are not forced to be part of? What if some of us don't have colonialist, imperialist dreams? What if some of us dream instead of justice? Is it a criminal offense? So what is this new bout of flag-waving and chest-thumping all about, really? What is it trying to hide? The usual stuff: a tanking economy and an abject betrayal of the election promises the BJP made to gullible people, as well as to its corporate sponsors. During his election campaign, Modi burned his candle at both ends. He vulgarly promised poor villagers that 15 lakh rupees, roughly $22,500, would magically appear in their bank accounts when he came to power. He was going to bring home the illegal billions that rich Indians had parked in offshore tax havens and distribute it to the poor. How much of that illegal money was brought back? Not a lot. How much was redistributed? Approximately 0.00, whatever that is in rupees. Meanwhile, Corporations were eagerly looking forward to a new Land Acquisition Act that would make it easier for businessmen to acquire villagers' land. That legislation did not make it past the upper house. In the countryside, the crisis in agriculture has deepened. While big business has had tens of thousands of crores of rupees, billions of dollars, worth of loans written off, tens of thousands of small farmers trapped in a cycle of debt that will never be written off continue to kill themselves. In 2015, in the state of Maharashtra alone, more than 3,200 farmers committed suicide. Their suicides too are a form of institutionalized murder, just as Rohit Vemula's was. What the new government has to offer in lieu of its wild election promises is the kind of deal that is usually available only on the Saffron Stock Exchange: trade in your hopes for a decent livelihood and buy into an exciting life of perpetual hysteria. A life in which you are free to hate your neighbor, and if things get really bad, and if you really want to, you can get together with friends and even beat her or him to death. The manufactured crisis in JNU has also, extremely successfully, turned our attention away from a terrible tragedy that has befallen some of the most vulnerable people in this country. The war for minerals in Bastar, Chhattisgarh, is gearing up again. Operation Green Hunt, the previous government's attempt at clearing the forest of its troublesome inhabitants in order to hand it over to mining and infrastructure companies, was largely unsuccessful. Many of the hundreds of memorandums of understanding that the government signed with private companies regarding this territory have not been actualized. Bastar's people, among the poorest in the world, have, for years, stopped the richest corporations in their tracks. Now, in preparation for the as yet unnamed Operation Green Hunt 2, thousands of Adivasis are in jail once again, most of them accused of being Maoists. The forest is being cleared of all witnesses: journalists, activists, lawyers, and academics. Anybody who muddies the tidy delineation of the state versus Maoist terrorists paradigm is in a great deal of danger. The extraordinary Adivasi schoolteacher and activist Soni Sorai, who was imprisoned in 2011 but went straight back to her organizing work after being released in 2014, was recently attacked, and had her face smeared with a substance that burnt her skin. She has since gone back to work in Bastar once again. With a burnt face. The Jagdalpur Legal Aid Group, a tiny team of women lawyers that offered legal aid to incarcerated Adivasis, and Malini Subramaniam, whose series of investigative reports from Bastar were a source of embarrassment to the local police, have been evicted and forced to leave. Lingaram Kadapai, Bastar's first Adivasi journalist, who was horribly tortured and imprisoned for 3 years, is being threatened, and has despairingly announced that he will kill himself if the intimidation does not stop. 4 other local journalists have been arrested on specious charges, including one who posted comments against the police on WhatsApp. Bella Bhatia, a researcher, has had the village she lives in visited by mobs shouting slogans against her and threatening her landlords. Paramilitary troops and vigilante militias, confident of impunity, have once again begun to storm villages and terrorize people, forcing them to abandon their homes and flee into the forest as they did in the time of Operation Green Hunt. Horrific accounts of rape, molestation, looting, and robbery are trickling in. The Indian Air Force has begun practicing air-to-ground firing from helicopters. Anybody who criticizes the corporate takeover of Adivasi land is called an anti-national sympathizer of the banned Maoists. Sympathy is a crime, too. In television studios, guests who try to bring a semblance of intelligence into the debate are shouted down and compelled to demonstrate their loyalty to the nation. This is a war against people who have barely enough to eat 1 square meal a day. What particular brand of nationalism does this come under? What exactly are we supposed to be proud of? Our lumpen nationalists don't seem to understand that the more they insist on this hollow sloganeering, the more they force people to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and to declare that Kashmir is an integral part of India, the less sure of themselves they sound. The nationalism that is being rammed down our throats is more about hating another country, Pakistan, than loving our own. It's more about securing territory than loving the land and its people. Paradoxically, those who are branded anti-national are the ones who speak about the deaths of rivers and the desecration of forests. They are the ones who worry about the poisoning of the land and the falling of water tables. The nationalists, on the other hand, go about speaking of mining, damming, clear felling, blasting, and selling. In their rule book, hawking minerals to multinational companies is patriotic activity. They have privatized the flag and wrested the microphone. The 3 JNU students who were arrested are all out on interim bail. In Kanhya Kumar's case, the bail order by a high court judge caused more apprehension than relief. Whenever some infection is spread in a limb, effort is made to cure the same by giving antibiotics orally, and if that does not work, by following second line of treatment. Sometimes it may require surgical intervention also. However, if the infection results in infecting the limb to the extent that it becomes gangrene, amputation is the only treatment. 10 Amputation? What could she mean? As soon as he was released, Kanhya appeared on the JNU campus and gave his now famous speech to a crowd of thousands of students. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with every single thing he said. I didn't. But it's the spirit with which he said it that was so enchanting. It dissipated the pall of fear and gloom that had dropped on us like a fog. Overnight, Kanhya and his cheeky audience became beloved of millions. The same thing happened with the other 2 students, Umar Khalid and Anirban Bhattacharya. Now, people from all over the world have heard the slogan the BJP wanted to silence, Jai Bhim. Lal Salam. Salute Bhimrao Ambedkar. Red Salute. And with that call, the spirit of Rohit Vemula and the spirit of JNU have come together in solidarity. It's a fragile, tenuous coming together, that will most likely, if it hasn't already, come to an unhappy end, exhausted by mainstream political parties, NGOs, and its own inherent contradictions. Obviously, neither the left nor the Ambedkarites nor OBCs are remotely homogeneous categories in themselves. However, even broadly speaking, the present left is, for the most part, doctrinally opaque to caste, and, by unseeing it, perpetuates it. The outstanding exception to this, it must be said, are the writings of the late Anuradha Gandhi. This has meant that many Dalits and OBCs who do lean toward the left have had bitter experiences, and are now determined to isolate themselves, thereby inadvertently deepening caste divisions and strengthening a system that sustains itself by precluding all forms of solidarity. All these old wounds will act up, will tear each other to shreds, arguments and accusations will fly around in maddening ways. But even after this moment has passed, the radical ideas that have emerged from this confrontation with the agents of Hindutva are unlikely to ever go away. They will stay around, and will continue to be built upon. They must, because they are our only hope. Already the real meanings, the real politics behind the refrain of Azadai are being debated. Did Kanhya pinch the slogan from the Kashmiris? He did. And where did the Kashmiris get it? From the feminists or the French Revolution, maybe. Is the slogan being diluted? Most definitely, as far as those who chant it in Kashmir are concerned. Is it being deepened? Yes, that too. Because fighting for Azadai from patriarchy, from capitalism, and from Brahminvad is as radical as any struggle for national self-determination. Perhaps while we debate the true, deep meanings of freedom, those who have been so shocked by what is happening in the mainland over the last few months will be moved to ask themselves why, when far worse things happen in other places, it leaves them so untroubled. Why is it all right for us to ask for Azadai in our university campuses while the daily lives of ordinary people in Kashmir, Nagaland, and Manipur are overseen by the army, and their traffic jams managed by uniformed men waving AK-47s? Why is it easy for most Indians to accept the killing of 112 young people on the streets of Kashmir in the course of a single summer? Why do we care so much about Kanhya and Rohit Vemula, but so little about students like Shaista Hamid and Danish Farouk, who were shot dead in Kashmir the day before the smear campaign against JNU was launched? Azadai is an immense word, and a beautiful one, too. We need to wrap our minds around it, not just play with it. This is not to suggest some sort of high-mindedness in which we all fight each other's battles side by side and feel each other's pain with equal intensity. Only to say that if we do not acknowledge each other's yearning for Azadai, if we do not acknowledge injustice when it is looking us straight in the eye, we will all go down together in the quicksand of moral turpitude. The end result of the BJP's labors is that students, intellectuals, and even sections of the mainstream media, have seen how we are being torn apart by its manifesto of hate. Little by little, people have begun to stand up to it. Afzal's ghost has begun to travel to other university campuses. As often happens after episodes like this, everybody who has been involved can, and usually does, claim victory. The BJP's assessment seems to be that the polarization of the electorate into nationalists and anti-nationals has been successful, and brought it substantial political gain. Far from showing signs of contrition, it has moved to turn all the knobs to high. Kenya, Umar, and Anirban's lives are in real danger from rogue assassins seeking approbation from the San Parivar's high command. 35 students of the FTII, 1 in every 5, have had criminal cases filed against them. They're out on bail, but are required to report regularly to the police. Apparao Podile, the much-hated vice-chancellor of UOH, who went on leave in January and had a case filed against him, laying responsibility at his door for the circumstances that led to Rohith Vemula's suicide, has reappeared on the campus, enraging students. When they protested, police invaded the campus, brutally beat them, arrested 25 students and 2 faculty members, and held them for days. The campus has been cordoned off by police. Ironically, the police of the state of Telangana, which so many of the students on the campus fought so long and so hard to create. The arrested UOH students too have serious cases filed against them now. They need lawyers, and money to pay them with. Even if they are eventually acquitted, their lives can be destroyed by the sheer harassment involved. It isn't just students. All over the country, lawyers, activists, writers, and filmmakers, any who criticize the government, are being arrested, imprisoned, or entangled in spurious legal cases. We can expect serious trouble, all sorts of trouble, as we head toward state elections, in particular the 2017 contest in Uttar Pradesh and the general election in 2019. We must anticipate false flag terrorist strikes, and perhaps even what is being optimistically called a limited war with Pakistan. At a public meeting in Agra, on February 29, Muslims were warned of a final battle. A fired-up, 5,000-strong crowd chanted, "Jis Hindu ka Khoon na kal, Khoon na hinwo pani hai," any Hindu whose blood isn't boiling has water in the veins, not blood. Regardless of who wins elections in the years to come, can this sort of venom be counteracted once it has entered the bloodstream? Can any society mend itself after having its fabric slashed and rent apart in this way? What is happening right now is actually a systematic effort to create chaos, an attempt to arrive at a situation in which the civil rights enshrined in the Indian Constitution can be suspended. The RSS has never accepted the Constitution. It has now, finally, maneuvered itself into a position where it has the power to subvert it. It is waiting for an opportunity. We might well be witnessing preparations for a coup, not a military coup, but a coup nevertheless. It could be only a matter of time before India will officially cease to be a secular, democratic republic. We may find ourselves looking back fondly on the era of doctored videos and parody Twitter handles. Our forests are full of soldiers and our universities full of police. The University Grants Commission's new guidelines for higher educational institutions suggest that campuses have high boundary walls topped by concertina wire, armed guards at entrances, police stations, biometric tests, and security cameras. Smriti Irani has ordered that all public universities must fly the national flag from 207-foot-high flagpoles for students to worship. Who'll get the contracts? She has also announced plans to rope in the army to instill patriotism in the minds of students. In Kashmir, the presence of an estimated 500,000 troops ensures that, whatever its people may or may not want today, Kashmir has been made an integral part of India. But now, with soldiers and barbed wire and enforced flag worshipping in the mainland, it looks more and more as though India is becoming an integral part of Kashmir. As symbols of countries, flags are powerful objects, worthy of contemplation. But what of those like Rohith Vemula, who have imaginations that predate the idea of countries by hundreds of thousands of years? The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Human beings appeared on it about 200,000 years ago. What we call human civilization is just a few thousand years old. India as a country with its present borders is less than 80 years old. Clearly, we could do with a little perspective. Worship a flag? My soul is either too modern or too ancient for that. I'm not sure which. Maybe both. First published as the foreword to Arundhati Roy, The End of Imagination, Chicago, Haymarket Books, 2016, and in Caravan, April 30, 2016. Appendix. The Great Indian Rape Trick I. At the premiere screening of Bandit Queen in Delhi, Shekhar Kapur introduced the film with these words, "I had a choice between truth and aesthetics. I chose truth, because truth is pure." To insist that the film tells the truth is of the utmost commercial, and critical, importance to him. Again and again, we are assured, in interviews, in reviews, and eventually in writing on the screen before the film begins, this is a true story. If it weren't the truth, what would redeem it from being just a classy version of your run-of-the-mill rape and retribution theme that our film industry churns out every now and then? What would save it from the familiar accusation that it doesn't show India in a proper light? Exactly nothing. It's the truth that saves it. Every time. It dives about like Superman with a Swiss knife and snatches the film straight from the jaws of unsavory ignominy. It has bought headlines. Blunted argument. Drowned criticism. If you say you found the film distasteful, you're told, well, that's what truth is, distasteful. Manipulative? That's life manipulative. Go on. Now you try. Try. Exploitative. Or gross. Try gross. It's a little like having a dialogue with the backs of trucks. God is love. Life is hard. Truth is pure. Sound horn. Whether or not it is the truth is no longer relevant. The point is that it will, if it hasn't already, become the truth. Fulan Devi the woman has ceased to be important. Yes, of course she exists. She has eyes, ears, limbs, hair, etc. Even an address now. But she is suffering from a case of legenditis. She's only a version of herself. There are other versions of her that are jostling for attention. Particularly Shekhar Kapur's truthful one, which we are currently being bludgeoned into believing. It has the kind of story, which, if it were a piece of fiction, would be difficult to credit. In fact, it is the true story of Fulan Devi, the Indian child bride, Derek Malcolm writes in The Guardian. But is it the true story? How does one decide? Who decides? Shekhar Kapur says that the film is based on Mala Sen's book India's Bandit Queen, the true story of Fulan Devi. The book reconstructs the story, using interviews, newspaper reports, meetings with Fulan Devi, and extracts from Fulan's written account, smuggled out of prison by her visitors, a few pages at a time. Sometimes various versions of the same event, versions that totally conflict with each other, that is, Fulan's version, a journalist's version, or an eyewitness's version, are all presented to the reader in the book. What emerges is a complex, intelligent, and human book. Full of ambiguity, full of concern, full of curiosity about who this woman called Fulan Devi really is. Shekhar Kapur wasn't curious. He has openly admitted that he didn't feel that he needed to meet Fulan. His producer Bobby Beatty supports this decision. Shekhar would have met her if he had felt a need to do so. It didn't matter to Shekhar Kapur who Fulan Devi really was. What kind of person she was. She was a woman, wasn't she? She was raped, wasn't she? So what did that make her? A raped woman. You've seen one, you've seen them all. He was in business. What the hell would he need to meet her for? Did he not stop to think that there must have been something very special about her? That if this was the normal career graph of a low-caste village woman who was raped, our landscapes would be teeming with female gangsters? If there is another biographer anywhere in the world who has not done a living subject the courtesy of meeting her even once, will you please stand up and say your name? And having done that, will you, and your work, kindly take a running jump? What does Shekhar Kapur mean when he says the film is based on Mala Sen's book? How has he decided which version of which event is true? On what basis has he made these choices? There's a sort of loutish arrogance at work here. A dunce's courage. Unafraid of what it doesn't know. What he has done is to rampage through the book, picking up what suits him, ignoring and even altering what doesn't. I am not suggesting that a film should include every fact that's in the book. I am suggesting that if you take a long hard look at the choices he has made, at his inclusions, his omissions, and his blatant alterations, a truly dreadful pattern emerges. Phulan Devi, in the film version, has been kept on a tight leash. Each time she strays toward the shadowy marshlands that lie between victimhood and brutishness, she has been reined in. Brought to heel. It is of consummate importance to the emotional graph of the film that you never, ever stop pitying her. That she never threatens the power balance. I would have thought that this was anathema to the whole point of the Phulan Devi story. That it went way beyond the "you rape me, I'll kill you" equation. That the whole point of it was that she got a little out of control. That the brutalized became the brute. The film wants no part of this. Because of what it would do to the emotional graph. To understand this, you must try and put rape into its correct perspective. The rape of a nice woman, saucy, headstrong, foul-mouthed perhaps, but basically moral, sexually moral, is one thing. The rape of a nasty/perceived to be immoral woman is quite another. It wouldn't be quite so bad. You wouldn't feel quite so sorry. Perhaps you wouldn't feel sorry at all. Any policeman will tell you that. Whenever the police are accused of custodial rape, they immediately set to work. Not to prove that she wasn't raped. But to prove that she wasn't nice. To prove that she was a loose woman. A prostitute. A divorcee. Or an elopee, i.e., she asked for it. Same difference. Bandit Queen, the film, does not make a case against rape. It makes its case against the rape of nice, read moral, women. Never mind the rest of us who aren't nice. It's on the lookout, like a worried hen, saving Phulan Devi from herself. Meanwhile we, the audience, are herded along, like so much trusting cattle. We cannot argue, because truth is pure and you can't mess with that. Every time the director has been faced with something that could disrupt the simple, prefabricated calculations of his cloying morality play, it has been tampered with and forced to fit. I'm not accusing him of having planned this. I believe that it comes from a vision that has been distorted by his own middle-class outrage, which he has then turned on his audience like a firefighter's hose. According to Shekhar Kapur's film, every landmark, every decision, every turning point in Phulan Devi's life, starting with how she became a dacoit in the first place, has to do with having been raped or avenging rape. He has just blundered through her life like a rape diviner. You cannot but sense his horrified fascination at the havoc that a wee willy can wreak. It's a sort of reversed male self-absorption. Rape is the main dish. Caste is the sauce that it swims in. The film opens with a pre-credit sequence of Phulan Devi the child being married off to an older man who takes her away to his village where he rapes her, and she eventually runs away. We see her next as a young girl being sexually abused by Thakur louts in her village. When she protests, she is publicly humiliated, externed from the village, and when she returns to the village, ends up in prison. Here too she is raped and beaten and eventually released on bail. Soon after her release, she is carried away by dacoits. She has in effect become a criminal who has jumped bail. And so has little choice but to embark on a life in the ravines. He has the caste business and the rape business neatly intertwined to kickstart that swift, dense, dramatic narrative. Mala's book tells a different story. Phulan Devi stages her first protest against injustice at the age of 10. before she is married off. In fact, it's the reason that she's married off so early. To keep her out of trouble. She didn't need to be raped to protest. Some of us don't. She had heard from her mother the story of how her father's brother Biharalal and his son Miadin falsified the land records and drove her father and mother out of the family house, forcing them to live in a little hut on the outskirts of the village. The angry little girl, accompanied by a frightened older sister, marches into her uncle's hora field, where the two of them hang around with a combative air, munching hora nuts and plucking flowers, combatively. Their cousin Miadin, a young man in his 20s, orders the children off his premises. Fulan refuses to move. Instead, this remarkable child taunts him and questions his claim to the land. She was special. She is beaten unconscious with a brick. Fulan Devi's first war, like almost every dacoit's first war, was fought for territory. It was the classic beginning of the journey into dacoitdom. But does it have rape in it? Nope. Caste violence? Nope. So is it worth including in the film? Nope. According to the book, her second protest, too, has to do with territory. And it is this, not the sexual harassment by the village louts, though that happens, too, that lands Fulan Devi in jail and enters her name in the police records. Miadin, the book says, was enraged because the property dispute, thanks to Fulan's pleas to the village panchayat, had been reopened and transferred to the Allahabad High Court. As revenge, he destroys Dividines, Fulan's father, crop, and is in the process of hacking down their neem tree when Fulan intervenes and throws a stone at him. She is attacked, trussed up, and handed to the police. Soon after she's released on bail, she is kidnapped by dacoits. This too, according to Fulan's version, up to this point, there is no other version, is engineered by Miadin as a ruse to get her out of his hair. Miadin does not figure in the film. Already some pretty big decisions have been made. What stays, what goes? What is highlighted, what isn't? Life is rape. The rest is just details. We then see Fulan in the ravines, being repeatedly raped by Babu Singh Gujar, the Thakura leader of the gang she has been kidnapped by. Vikram Malla, the second in command, is disgusted by his behavior and puts a bullet through him. According to the book, the killing happens as a drunken Babu Gujar is threatening to assault Fulan. In the film he's actually at it, lying on top of her, his naked bottom jerking. As he breathes his last, Fulan blinks the blood out of her eyes and looks long into the eyes of her redeemer. Just so that we get the point. After this we are treated to a sequence of after-rape romance. The touching bits about the first stirrings of sexual desire in a much-raped woman. The way it works in the film is, if you touch me I'll slap you, but I really do want to touch you. It's choreographed like a dusty dance in which they rub against each other, but whenever he touches her she swats his hand away, but nevertheless quivers with desire. It is such a crude, obvious, doltish depiction of conflict in a woman who is attracted to a man but associates sex with humiliation. It's not in the book, so I'm not sure whose version Checker has used. From the looks of it, probably Donald Duck's. Vikram Malla and Fulan Devi become lovers. While the book and the film agree that he was her one true love, the book does not suggest that he was her only lover. The film does. She has to be portrayed as a one-man woman. Otherwise, who's going to pity her? So it's virtue or bust. One lover, a distant cousin, is eliminated completely. The other, Man Singh, is portrayed as what used to be known in college as a rocky brother. From all accounts, Vikram Malla seems to have been the midwife of Fulan's birth into dacoitdom. He supervises her first act of retribution against her husband Puttalal. The film shows him bound and gagged, being beaten by Fulan Devi with the butt of her gun, whimpering and crying with remembered rage at having been raped. In the retribution bits, she is allowed a little latitude. Otherwise, as we shall see, none at all. But there's a sly omission here. According to the book, according to Fulan Devi herself, there were 2 victims that day. Not one. The second one was a woman.
Vidya, Puttilal's second wife. The film hasn't told us about a second experience Phulan has with Puttilal. The time that Muad'Din forced her to return to Puttilal. Phulan arrived at her husband's house to find that he had taken a second wife. Vidya harassed and humiliated Phulan and eventually forced Puttilal to send her away. Her humiliation at Vidya's hands is more recent in Phulan's memory. Phulan, in her written version, says she wanted to kill them both and leave a note saying that this will be the fate of any man who takes two wives. Later she changed her mind and decided to leave them alive to tell the tale. She beat them both. And broke Puttilal's hands and legs. But what nice woman would do that? Beat up another woman? How would you feel sorry for someone like that? So, in the film, Vidya is dumped. Phulan's affair with Vikram Malla ends tragically when he is shot. She is captured by his Thakur killers, gagged, bound, and transported to Bimai. The stage is set for what has come to be referred to as the centerpiece of the film. The gang rape. It is the scene by which the film is judged. Not surprisingly, Phulan herself is reticent about what happened. All she says is un logo ne mulyaspahat mazaki, those people behaved badly with me. She mentions being beaten, humiliated, and paraded from village to village. She mentions another woman dacoit, Kuzuma, who disliked her and taunted and abused her. Of course, there's no sign of her in the film. It would only serve to confuse the woman as victim moral arithmetic. Since Phulan isn't forthcoming, it is the vivid, vicarious, account in Esquire by an American journalist, John Bradshaw, that has been enlisted to structure this scene. Phulan screamed, striking out at him, but he was too strong. Holding her down, the stranger raped her. They came in one by one after that. Tall, silent Thakur men and raped her until Phulan lost consciousness. For the next 3 weeks Phulan was raped several times a night, and she submitted silently turning her face to the wall. She lost all sense of time. A loud voice summoned her outside. Sri Ram ordered Phulan to fetch water from the well. When she refused, he ripped off her clothes and kicked her savagely. At last she limped to the well while her tormentors laughed and spat at her. The naked girl was dragged back to the hut and raped again. Whatever Shekhar Kapur's other failings are, never let it be said that he wasn't a trier. He did his bit, too. He locked himself up in a room, the door opening and closing as one man after another strode in, imagining himself being sodomized. After this feat of intersexual empathy, he arrives at some radical, definitive conclusions. There is no pain in a gang rape, no physical pain after a while, he assures us. It is about something as dirty as the abject humiliation of a human being and the complete domination of its soul. Thanks, baby. I would never have guessed. It's hard to match the self-righteousness of a filmmaker with a cause. Harder when the filmmaker is a man and the cause is rape. And when it's the gang rape of a low-caste woman by high-caste men. Don't even try it. Go with the feeling. We see a lot of Phulan's face, in tight close-up, contorted into a grimace of fear and pain as she is raped and mauled and buggered. The overwhelming consensus in the press has been that the rape was brilliantly staged and chilling. That it wasn't exploitative. Now what does that mean? Should we be grateful to Shekhar Kapur for not showing us the condition of her breasts and genitals? Or theirs? That he leaves so much to our imagination? That he gave us a tasteful rape? But I thought the whole point of this wonderful film was its no-holds-barred brutality. So why stop now? Why the sudden coyness? I'll tell you why. Because it's all about regulating the rape meter. Adjusting it enough to make us a little green at the gills. Skip dinner, perhaps. But not miss work. It's us, we the audience, stuck in our voyeuristic middle-class lives who really make the decisions about how much or how little rape/violence we can take/will applaud, and therefore, are given. It isn't about the story. There are ways and ways of telling a story. It isn't about the truth. There are ways around that too. Right. It isn't about what really happened. It's none of that highfalutin stuff. It's good old us.
We make the decisions about how much we would like to see. And when the mixture's right, it thrills us. And we purr with approbation. It's a class thing. If the controls are turned up too high, the hordes will get excited and arrive to watch the centerpiece. They might even whistle. They won't bother to cloak their eagerness in concern like we do. This way, it's fine, it's just us and our imagination. But hey, I have news for you, the hordes have heard and are on their way. They'll even pay to watch. It'll make money, the centerpiece. It's hot stuff. How does one grade film rapes on a scale from exploitative to non-exploitative? Does it depend on how much skin we see? Or is it a more complex formula that juggles exposed skin, genitalia, and bare breasts? Exploitative, I'd say, is when the whole point of the exercise is to stand on high moral ground and inform us, as if we didn't know, that rape is about abject humiliation. And, as in the case of this film, when it exploits exploitation. Fullen has said that she thinks they're no better than the men who raped her. And they've done it without dirtying their hands. What was that again? The complete domination of the soul? I guess you don't need hands to hold souls down. After the centerpiece, the film rushes through to its conclusion. Fullen manages to escape from her captors and arrives at a cousin's house, where she recuperates and then eventually teams up with Mansingh, who later becomes her lover, though of course the film won't admit it. On one foray into a village with her new gang, one of the only times we see her indulging in some non-rape related banditry, we see her wandering through a village in a daze, with flaring nostrils, while the men loot and plunder. She isn't even scared when the police arrive. Before she leaves, she smashes a glass case, picks out a pair of silver anklets, and gives it to a little girl. Sweet. When Fullen and her gang arrive in Bimei for the denouement, everybody flees indoors except for a baby that is for some reason left by the well. The gang fans out and gathers the Thakurs who have been marked for death. Suddenly the color seeps out of the film and everything becomes bleached and dream sequency. It all turns very conceptual. No brutal close ups. No bestiality. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. The 22 men are shot. The baby wallows around in rivers of blood. Then color leaches back into the film. And with that, according to the film, she's more or less through with her business. The film certainly is more or less through with her. Because there's no more rape. No more retribution. According to the book, it is really only after the Bimei massacre that Fullen Devi grows to fit her legend. There's a price on her head, people are baying for her blood, the gang splinters. Many of them are shot by the police. Ministers and chief ministers are in a flap. The police are in a panic. Dacoits are being shot down in fake encounters and their bodies are publicly displayed like game. Fullen is hunted like an animal. But ironically, it is now, for the first time, that she is in control of her life. She becomes a leader of men. Mansingh becomes her lover, but on her terms. She makes decisions. She confounds the police. She evades every trap they set for her. She plays daring little games with them. She undermines the credibility of the entire Uttar Pradesh police force. And all this time, the police don't even know what she really looks like. Even when the famous Makhan Singh surrenders, Fullen doesn't. This goes on for 2 whole years. When she finally does decide to surrender, it is after several meetings with a persuasive policeman called Rajendra Chaturvedi, the superintendent of police of Bhind, with whom she negotiates the terms of her surrender to the government of Madhya Pradesh. Is the film interested in any of this? Go on. Take a wild guess. In the film, we see her and Mansingh on the run, tired, starved, and out of bullets. Mansingh seems concerned, practical, and stoical. Fullen is crying and asking for her mother. The next thing we know is that we're at surrender. As she gives up her gun, she looks at Mansingh and he gives her an approving nod. Good girl. Clever girl. Good clever girl. Fullen Devi spent 3.5 years in the ravines. She was wanted on 48 counts of major crime, 22 murder, the rest kidnaps for ransom and looting. Even simple mathematics tells me that we've been told just half the story. But the cool word for half-truth is greater truth. Other signs of circular logic are beginning to surface. Such as, life is art. Art is not real. How about changing the title of the film to, Fulan Devi's Rape and Abject Humiliation, The True Half-Truth? How about sending it off to an underwater film festival with only one entry? What responsibility does a biographer have to his subject? Particularly to a living subject? None at all? Does it not matter what she thinks or how this is going to affect her life? Is he not even bound to show her the work before it is released for public consumption? If the issues involved are culpable criminal offences such as murder and rape, if some of them are still pending in a court of law legally, is he allowed to present conjecture, reasonable assumption, and hearsay as the unalloyed truth? Shekhar Kapur has made an appeal to the censor board to allow the film through without a single cut. He has said that the film, as a work of art, is a whole, and that if it were censored it wouldn't be the same film. What about the life that he has fashioned his art from? He has a completely different set of rules for that. It's been several months since the film premiered at Cannes. Several weeks since the showings in Bombay and Delhi. Thousands of people have seen the film. It's being invited to festivals all over the world. Fulan Devi hasn't seen the film. She wasn't invited. I met her yesterday. In the morning papers, Bobby Beatty had dismissed Fulan's statements to the press. Let Fulan sit with me and point out inaccuracies in the film. I will counter her accusations effectively. What is he going to do? Explain to her how it really happened? But it's deeper than that. His story to the press is one thing. To Fulan it's quite another. In front of me she rang him up and asked him when she could see the film. He would not give her a definite date. What's going on? Private screenings have been organized for powerful people. But not for her. They hadn't bargained for this. She was supposed to be safely in jail. She wasn't supposed to matter. She isn't supposed to have an opinion. Right now, the Sunday Observer says, Bobby Beatty is more concerned about the Indian censor board than a grumbling Fulan Devi. Legally, as things stand, in Uttar Pradesh the charges against her haven't been dropped. Mulayam Singh has tried, but an appeal against this is pending in the High Court. There are several versions of what happened at Bombay. Fulan denies that she was there. More importantly, 2 of the men who were shot at but didn't die say she wasn't there. Other eyewitnesses say she was. Nothing has been proved. Everything is conjecture. By not showing her the film but keeping her quiet until it's too late to protest, until it has been passed by the censors and the show hits the road, what are they doing to Fulan? By appearing to remain silent, is she concurring with the film version of the massacre at Bombay? Which states, unequivocally, that Fulan was there. Will it appear as though she is admitting evidence against herself? Does she know that whether or not the film tells the truth it is only a matter of time before it becomes the truth? And that public sympathy for being shown as a rape victim doesn't get you off the hook for murder? Are they helping her to put her head in a noose? On the one hand, the concerned cowboys Messrs. Beatty and Kapur are so eager to share with us the abject humiliation and the domination of Fulan Devi's soul, and on the other they seem to be so totally uninterested in her. In what she thinks of the film, or what their film will do to her life and future. What is she to them? A concept? Or just a cunt? One last terrifying thing. While she was still in jail, Fulan was rushed to hospital bleeding heavily because of an ovarian cyst. Her womb was removed. When Mela Sen asked why this had been necessary, the prison doctor laughed and said, "We don't want her breeding any more Fulan Devis." The state removed a woman's uterus. Without asking her. Without her knowing. It just reached into her and plucked out a part of her. It decided to control who was allowed to breed and who wasn't. Was this even mentioned in the film? No. Not even in the rolling titles at the end. When it comes to getting bums on seats, a hysterectomy just doesn't measure up to rape.
First published in Sunday, August 22, 1994. The Great Indian Rape Trick 2. I've tried. But I'm afraid I simply cannot see another point of view on this whole business. The question is not whether Bandit Queen is a good film or a bad film. The question is, should it exist at all? If it were a work of fiction, if the filmmakers had taken the risk that every fiction writer takes, and told a story, then we could begin to discuss the film, its artistic merit, its performances, its editing, the conviction behind its social comment, and so on. If this had been the case, I, as the writer of films that have been infinitely less successful, would not have commented. The trouble is that Bandit Queen claims nothing less than truth. The filmmakers have insured themselves against accusations of incompetence, exaggeration, even ignorance, by using a living human being. Unfortunately, to protect themselves from these, comparatively, small risks, they had to take one big one. The dice were loaded in their favor. It nearly paid off. But then, the wholly unanticipated happened. Fulan Devi spoiled everything by being released from prison on bail. And now, before our eyes, in delicious slow motion, the house of cards is collapsing. As it folds softly to the floor, it poses the big questions. Of truth. Of justice. Of liberty. A man who read my essay of last week, came up to me and said, "She's scum. Why are you getting involved with her?" I'm not sure I know how one defines scum. But for the sake of the argument, let's assume that she is. Fulan Devi, scum, like a degree from an unknown university. Does scum have civil rights? It took a Salman Rushdie to make the world discuss the freedom of expression. Not an Enid Blyton. And so, to discuss an individual's right to justice, it takes a Fulan Devi. Not the Pope. In yesterday's papers, the chairman of the censor board defended the delay in clearing some films on Rajiv Gandhi. The trouble with political films, he said, is that they are about real people. They must be absolutely true. In the eyes of the law, are Rajiv Gandhi and Fulan Devi equally real? Or is one a little more real than the other? As we watch the drama unfold in the press, one thing has become absolutely clear. The most elusive, the most enigmatic, the most intangible character of all is the truth. She hardly appears. She has no lines. Perhaps it's safe to assume that the play isn't about her at all. If so, then what are we left with? Versions. Versions of the story. Versions of the woman herself. We have the version of her in the film, poor Fulan. Raped and re-raped and re-raped until she takes to crime and guns down 22 Thakur rapists. Forgive her, the film says to us. We have the version of her painted by the producers now that she's protested about their film, manipulative, cunning, trying to hit them for more money. Look at the greedy bitch. We have the version of her that appears in the papers, ex-jailbird. Flirting with politics. Trying to adjust to married life, manipulated by her husband and her French biographers. And these are only some of them. We have versions of her story. Fulan's version. Mela Sen's book that claims to be based on Fulan's writings. This film that claims to be based on Mela Sen's book. And these are only some of them. As always, when we cannot agree, we must turn to law. Study contracts. Examine promises. Scrutinize signatures. What does Fulan's contracts say? Or, more accurately, what do Fulan's contracts say? They say quite simply, all three of them, that the film was to be based on Fulan's writings, the film was to be Fulan Devi's version of her story. Not Mela Sen's version. Not Shekhar Kapur's version. Not your or my version. Not even the true version, if such a thing exists, but Fulan's version. You see, it turns out that Mela Sen's book was published long after the first contract with Fulan was signed. The first agreement for the purchase of the rights to Fulan's version was with Jalal Agha's company called Anansi Films. It was signed in 1988. The contract clearly states, underlined right across the top,
that it was to be a documentary film relating to Indian banditry and your role therein. Having made this clear, the contract refers to it as the film. Another agreement was signed in 1989 informing Fullen that the rights to her writings now belonged to Channel 4. The third letter was issued in 1992 by Boulevard Video Graphics, S.S. Beatty's company, affirming the agreement between Fullen Devi and Channel 4 and informing her that they were the latest in the line of succession to the rights of her story. The contracts, smuggled in and out of prison by Fullen's family in tiffin carriers, are vague and cursory. Couched in this vagueness there is a sort of disdain. Of the educated for the illiterate. Of the rich for the poor. Of the free for the incarcerated. It's like the attitude of a memsahib getting her ayah to undertake to vacate the servants' quarter in the event that she's sacked. Essentially, Fullen Devi seems to have given Channel 4 the rights to film her version of the story of her life, in return for the sum of a little over £5,000. Less than 1% of the £650,000 budget of the film. What was that about her being greedy? Anyway, let us assume that it all started out in good faith. That they intended to make a documentary film. Somewhere along the way it became a feature film. They took care of that in the small print. Okay. In the last clause of the agreement, they gave themselves the right to cut, alter, and adapt the writings and use alone or with other material and / or accompanied by editorial comment. Herein, they believe, lies their salvation. What did they mean by this clause? What did they intend when they included this in the contract? To me, as a writer of films, it seems fair enough. You must have the right to cut, alter, and adapt your source material. Of course you must. Unless you want to make a film that is exactly as long as the life of your subject. But does cut, alter, and adapt include distort and falsify? The producers, by now public, and written, refusal to show Fullen the original version of the film, the one that has been seen and reviewed and is now on its world tour, suggests that they know they have done her a terrible injustice. But they say they are not worried because they have a foolproof contract with her. What does this imply? That they deliberately set out to cheat and mislead her? That they conned an illiterate woman into signing away her rights? I don't know. I'm asking. Surely the fact that they were dealing with an illiterate woman only increases their obligation to her? Surely it was up to them, to check and counter-check the facts with her? To read her the script, to fine-tune the details, to show her the rough cut before the film was shown to the rest of the world? Instead, what do? They never meet her once. Not even to sign the contracts. They reinvent her life. Her loves. Her rapes. They implicate her in the murder of 22 men that she denies having committed. Then they try to slither out of showing her the film. Cut, alter, and adapt? Is that what it's called? Could it be that the film's success, and the producers, and directors, blatant exploitation of this person, both have to do with the same thing? That she's a woman, that she's poor and illiterate and has, they assume, no court of appeal? Which is why she became a bandit in the first place. Which they haven't got yet. The point that they seem to keep on missing, in the film, and otherwise, is that she's no victim. She's a fighter. Unfortunately for her, this time she's on their territory. Not hers. After I saw the film, which was about 3 weeks ago, I met Fullen several times. Initially, I did not speak of the film to her, because I believed that it would have been wrong of me to influence her opinion. The burden of my songs so far has been, show her the film. I only supported her demand that she had a legal right to see the film that claims to be the true story of her life. My opinion of the film has nothing to do with her opinion. Mine doesn't matter. Hers does. More than anyone else's. 2 days ago, on September 1st, when the producer replied to Fullen's legal notice, making it absolutely clear that he would not show her the original, international version of the film, the version that has been written about, and so glowingly reviewed, I sat with her and told the sequence of events, scene by scene. The discrepancies, the departures, The outright fabrications are frightening. I wrote about some of them last week. I didn't know then just how bad it really was. Fullen didn't write any prison diaries. She couldn't. She narrated them to someone who was with her in jail. The writings were smuggled out and given to Mela Sen. Mela Sen pieced them together and wrote first a script, then a book. The book presents several versions of the story, including Fullen's. The film doesn't. Mela Sen's book and Bandit Queen the film differ radically, not just in fact, but in spirit. I believe that her film script was altered by the makers of the film. Substantially altered. It departs from the book as well as from Fullen's version of her story. Since I have not seen Fullen's diaries, I can only read the extracts published in Mela Sen's book and assume that they are accurate. Mela Sen quotes her, "What I am writing is read by many, and written by those I do not know so well. What a terrible position to be in. What easy meat for jackals." According to Mela Sen, Fullen Devi was reluctant to even discuss rape. There are various versions of what happened to Fullen Devi after Vikram Mala's death. When I spoke to her, she was reluctant to speak of her bezathi, dishonor, as she put it, at the hands on the Thakurs. She did not want to dwell on the details and merely said, "Un logo ne mulyaspahat mazaki, those people behaved badly with me." I was not surprised at her reticence to elaborate. First of all, because we had an audience, including members of her family, other prisoners, and their relatives. Secondly, because we live in societies where a woman who is abused sexually ends up feeling deeply humiliated, knowing that many will think that it was her fault, or partly her fault. That she provoked the situation in the first place. Fullen Devi, like many other women all over the world, feels she will only add to her own shame if she speaks of this experience. Does this sound like a woman who would have agreed to have her humiliation recreated for the world to watch? Does this sound like the book that a film replete with rape could be based on? Every time Mela Sen quotes Fullen as saying, "Un logo ne mulyaspahat mazaki," the director of the film has assumed that she meant that she was raped. How else can a woman be expected to express the shame heaped on her, asks Kapoor. And in the film he does not shy away from dwelling on details. Oh, no. That's woman stuff. When Fullen won't provide him with the details, he goes ahead and uses the wholly vicarious account of some American journalist from Esquire. The man writes with skill and feeling. Almost as though he was there. I've quoted from this at length in The Great Indian Rape Trick. Assuming, for the sake of argument, that whenever Fullen says mulyas mazaki she does in fact mean that she was raped. Do they have the right to show it? In all its explicit detail? This raises the question of an individual's right to privacy. In Fullen Devi's case, not just privacy, sexual privacy. And not just infringement. Outright assault. In the rape scenes in the film, Fullen Devi is shown being raped by her husband, raped by Babu Gujayar, raped by the police, and gang-raped by the Thakurs of Bimai. Her humiliation and degradation could not possibly be more explicit. While I watched this, I remember feeling that using the identity of a living woman, recreating her degradation and humiliation for public consumption, was totally unacceptable to me. Doing it without her consent, without her specific, written, repeated, wholehearted, unambiguous consent, is monstrous. I cannot believe that it has happened. I cannot believe that it is being condoned. I cannot believe that it is not a criminal offense. If it were a fictional film, where rape was being examined as an issue, if it were a fictional character who was being raped, it would be an entirely different issue. I would be glad to enter into an argument about whether showing the rape was necessary, whether or not it was exploitative. The Accused, a film that challenges accepted norms about what constitutes rape and what doesn't, hardly shows the act of rape at all. Bandit Queen, on the other hand, has nothing intelligent to say about the subject beyond the fact that rape is degrading and humiliating. Dwelling on the degradation and the humiliation is absolutely essential for the commercial success of the film. Without it, there would be no film. The intensity of these emotions is increased to fever pitch because we're told, she's real. This happened. And faithfully, our critics go home and write about it. Praise it to the skies. Who are we to assess a living woman's rape? Who are we to decide how well done it was? How brutal? How chilling? How true to life? Who the hell are we? Had I been raped, perhaps I would devote my every waking hour to call for stiffer legislation, harsher punishment for rapists. Perhaps I'd take lessons from Lorena Bobbitt. What I would never ever do, and I don't imagine that anyone else, even those who loved the film so much, would either, is to agree to have it recreated as entertainment cloaked in the guise of concern, for an audience that was going to pay to watch. It would be like being raped all over again. And ironically, the more skillful the director, the greater would be my shame and humiliation. I am disgusted that I was invited to Siri Fort to watch Fulan Devi being raped without her permission. Had I known that she had not seen the film, I would never have gone. I know that there are videotapes of Bandit Queen doing the rounds in Delhi drawing rooms. If any of you who read this essay has a tape, please do the right thing. Show it to Fulan Devi, since the producers won't. Ask her whether she minds your watching or not. Given all this, to call Fulan Devi's protests and demands to see the film tantrums and grumbling is so small-minded, so blinkered that it's unbelievable. And unforgivable. I've tried so hard to understand how it could possibly be that so many intelligent people have not seen through this charade. I can only think that to them, a true story is just another kind of story. That truth is merely a more exciting form of fiction. They don't believe that Fulan Devi is real. That she actually exists. That she has feelings. Opinions. A mind. A past. A father that she loved, who didn't sell her for a second-hand bicycle. Her life, or what they know of it, is so implausible, so far-fetched. So unlike what life means to them. It has very little to do with what they associate with being human. They cannot put themselves in her shoes and think what they'd feel if the film had done to them what it has done to her. The more touched among them don't denigrate her. They exalt her with their pity. From woman to womanhood. Indeed, the strength of the film is that it goes much beyond Fulan Devi, who is of course the original peg. Kapoor's film is not the story of one extraordinary woman, it is a manifesto about Indian womanhood. When a woman becomes womanhood, she ceases to be real. I don't need to argue this any further, because my work has been done for me. Every time they open their mouths, the producer, the director, and even the actress of this incredible film, every time they open their mouths, they damn themselves. The West has lapped up the film. It has been very tightly edited and the essence of child abuse and caste discrimination comes out very strongly. Fulan is just a vehicle for the expression of these. The film was a means of finding deeper meaning in the world. It was a means of discovering myself. It helped me discover new aspects of myself. When I was selected for the role, I read every report on Fulan and looked at her picture for hours on end to understand her. When I was done with all this, I realized that I had formed an image of her and worked out why she had reacted the way she did. After this, I did not want to meet her because I did not want any contradictions to the image I had formed of her. In their quest for classic cinema, they've stripped a human being of her rights. Her dignity. Her privacy. Her freedom. And perhaps, as I will argue later, of her right to life itself. And so we move from rape to murder. Fulan Devi denies having murdered 22 Thakurs at Bimai. She has denied it in her statement to the police. She has denied it in her writings. She has denied it to Mela Sen. Bandit Queen shows her present and responsible for the massacre of 22 Thakurs at Bimai. What does this mean? Essentially, I did not kill these 22 men. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Cut, alter, and adapt. Does Bandit Queen the film constitute an interference with the administration of justice? It certainly does. This February, after 11 years in prison, Fulan Devi was released on bail. 2 days after her release,
the widows of Bhimai filed an appeal against Mulayam Singh Yadav's plans to drop the charges against Phulan Devi for the massacre of their husbands. Phulan's trial is still pending in Indian courts. If she's found guilty, she could be hanged. Very few know what really happened in Bhimai on that cold February night. There was gunfire. There were 22 corpses. Those are the facts. Was Phulan Devi there? Did she kill those men? 2 of the men who were shot but didn't die have said she wasn't there. Other eyewitnesses say that she was. There is plenty of room for doubt. Certainly there is that. All we have for sure, is a definite maybe. Faced with this dilemma, with this great big hole in their storyline, rape and retribution, what does our greatest Indian film ever made do? It haggles with the truth like a petty shopkeeper. The case against Phulan was sub judice, and so we took her statements about the Bhimai massacre where she said she had shot a few people. But in the film we have not shown her killing anybody, as we did not want it to affect her case. But what if she did in fact kill those men? Is that not a terrible injustice to the murdered men and their families? Never mind the fact that according to the law, showing Phulan Devi present, supervising and responsible for the massacre, whether or not she actually pulled the trigger, does not make her any less culpable. So, in effect, the result of their little arrangement with the truth is that they've managed something quite remarkable. They've got it wrong both ways. They've done both sides an injustice. Apart from this, in other, more subtle ways, the interference in the administration of justice has already begun. Phulan Devi knows that the people who made the film have a lot at stake. She also knows that they have the media supporting them. She knows that they are powerful, influential people. From where she comes from, they look as though they own the world. They fly around it all the time. And who is she? What has she got to say for herself? That she's India's best-known bandit? She's not even a free woman. She's a prisoner, out on bail. She is terrified. She feels cornered. She cannot be expected to be coherent in her protest. She believes that all it would take would be a nudge here, a wink there, and she could land right back in jail. Perhaps her fears are unfounded. But as far as she's concerned, they could. So what are her options? She's caught between a rock and a hard place. Should she accept this public reenactment of her rape, her humiliation, her by now immortal walk to the well? Should she leave uncontested the accusation that she did indeed kill 22 men? What could she expect in return? A little bit of liberty? Somewhat shaky, somewhat dangerous, somewhat temporary. When Bandit Queen is released in India, the people who see it will believe that it is the truth. It will be seen by people in cities and villages. By lawyers, by judges, by journalists, by Phulan Devi's family, by the relatives of the men who were murdered in Bhimai. By people whose vision and judgment will directly affect Phulan Devi's life. It will influence courts of law. It could provoke retribution from the Thakur community, which has every right to be outraged at the apparent condoning of this massacre. And they, judging by the yardstick of this film, would be entirely justified were they to take the law into their own hands. Perhaps not here, in the suburbs of Delhi. But away from here. Where these things are real and end in death. Bandit Queen, the film, seriously jeopardizes Phulan Devi's life. It passes judgments that ought to be passed in courts of law. Not in cinema halls. The threads that connect truth to half-truths to lies could very quickly tighten into a noose around Phulan Devi's neck. Or put a bullet through her head. Or a knife in her back. While we the audience peep saucer-eyed out of our little lives. Not remotely aware of the fact that our superficial sympathy, our ignorance of the facts, and our intellectual sloth could grease her way to the gallows. We makes me sick. First published in Sunday, September 23, 1994.